Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. Chujuan only needed to intervene slightly to resolve Wang Gangjian's current condition. Watching the pain Wang Gangjian, Chujuan unleashed his spiritual sense, enveloping him. In an instant, he saw a massive accumulation of genetic energy in Wang Gangjian's chest. He flicked his finger. A strand of spiritual chi burst forth, piercing directly into Wang Gangjian's chest and breaking the blockage. At that moment, it was as if the skies had cleared. The genetic energy quickly dispersed, flowing to where it should naturally go: his organs, bones, blood, and muscles. Within a minute, the agony on Wang Gangjian's face visibly eased. Soon, he lay quietly on the ground, feeling the genetic energy transform his body. This spectacle left Tang Jinchuan wide-eyed and profoundly shaken. Immortal. This truly was the work of an immortal. Did this not mean that from now on, as long as they collected enough genetic cores, they could advance to higher levels without any danger? No other supernatural had such a privilege. Chapter 84, 3 years later, 6th level foundation establishment. Moments later, Wang Gangjian opened his eyes. His muscles had swelled considerably. His heart thumped powerfully like a massive water pump, circulating blood throughout his body. His arms had expanded beyond their previous size, the muscles rising like rocks, leaving no doubt about the strength surging within, enough to punch through iron. Wang Gangjian, filled with joy, exclaimed excitedly, "3rd level. I've become a 3rd level superhuman. Thank you, immortal." Chujuan glanced at Tang Jinchuan. "Your turn." "Yes." Without further hesitation, Tang Jinchuan immediately consumed the 3rd level genetic core he held. He was luckier. Unlike Wang Gangjian, he didn't experience intense zombification, though his entire body was in excruciating pain as if countless demons were tearing him apart. Continuing this way would not fully absorb the genetic core's energy and only waste it. With a casual flick, Chujuan also dispersed the genetic blockage for him, turning it into a gentle stream that flowed to its rightful place. Moments later, Tang Jinchuan stood up again, unable to hide his excitement. "I am a 2nd level superhuman now. Thank you for your gift, immortal." Chujuan calmly said, "Show me your talents." "Yes." Wang Gangjian and Tang Jinchuan did not hesitate. They immediately activated their respective talents. Their talents were strong arm and fat drain. With a rise in their genetic levels, their talents had also grown stronger. After observing, Chujuan appeared thoughtful. His previous speculation was correct. Genetic was inferior to spiritual chi in many respects, and even more so compared to the refined essence of spiritual chi. However, in terms of vitality, genetic could match spiritual chi. Now, Wang Gangjian, merely a 3rd level superhuman, possessed tremendous strength, capable of killing a 1st level chi refining cultivator in close combat. His vitality was comparable to a 3rd level chi refining cultivator. Tang Jinchuan's talent was more versatile. He could extract fat and shape it into various forms for offense and defense, with special applications. "Your current strength is barely adequate," Chujuan said nonchalantly. "Go back. You know what you should and shouldn't do." "Yes." The two nodded repeatedly and turned to leave, their hearts still surging with excitement. Upon returning to the Black Blade's headquarters, their smiles were so broad that the few surviving guards at the gate were utterly baffled. Had Boss Wang and Boss Tang taken the wrong medicine? Why were they so joyously happy? At this moment, Wang Yong had already returned by car. Upon seeing Wang Gangjian and Tang Jinchuan arrive, he and Song Dai immediately approached them, eager for news. Wang Yong, anxious, said, "Brother, the ship gang also suffered an attack by the Mushroommen, with heavy casualties. They can't help us. Did you manage to enlist the Immortals' help? How did it go?" Wang Gangjian and Tang Jinchuan could barely keep their smiles from reaching their ears. "Ha ha ha. You would never guess what happened." They proceeded to share every detail of their experience. You might be reading a pirated copy. Look for the official release to support the author. Wang Yong and Song Dai were utterly astounded. "No way. The Mushroommen retreated? Are we now under the Immortals' command? And you're a 3rd level superhuman now?" Wang Yong and Song Dai's eyes bulged in disbelief, struggling to accept what they were hearing. "That's right, we are under the Immortals' command now," Wang Gangjian stated solemnly. But the immortal has high expectations for us, we cannot slack off. The crisis with the mushroomman has been resolved. There are only a few stray ones left wandering outside. Tell the brothers, there's no need to worry anymore. Tang Jinchuan added with a smile. Wang Yang and Song Dai were so overjoyed they nearly burst into tears, wishing they could embrace and cry together. Great. The crisis being resolved is better than anything. Starting today, we at Black Blade need to adjust our strategy. Wang Gangjian declared earnestly. Our primary task is to gather intelligence for the immortal on all major powers, supernatural beings. Any information at all. To accomplish this primary task, we need to recruit more superhumans to join and strengthen Black Blade's force. Yes, we'll get on it right now. Wang Yang and the others nodded vigorously. Chu Zhuan was not particularly concerned with Black Blade's actions. His own formidable strength, the 2/3 level genetic cores, and a 100% advancement success rate were enough to ensure the absolute loyalty of Wang Gangjian and other superhumans. However, if the members of Black Blade proved inadequate for the tasks he assigned or their conduct did not meet his standards, it mattered little. He would simply replace them. After all, this planet was not lacking in people. There were plenty who would aspire to act as his agents and gather intelligence for him. Chu Zhuan rode the flying sword to the soul-capturing evil and nurturing array located in Two Dragon City. He sat cross-legged within the array, circulating the blood evil demon refining scripture, drawing in the dense yin evil chi. Day by day, his cultivation level rose. A year later, he advanced to the 5th level of Foundation Establishment. 2 more years passed, and he entered the 6th level of Foundation Establishment. During this time, Black Blade delivered copious amounts of intelligence, covering both large and small powers, as well as the whereabouts of supernatural beings. Chu Zhuan did not need to take action himself, dispatching the trio of corpses, Long, Gu, and Bao, sufficed. He simply needed to sit and cultivate within the array. A continuous stream of genetic cores was brought to him. The genetic cores from supernatural animals were mostly non-attributive, with a small fraction being fish and thus possessing water attributes. No other attributes were present. However, the genetic cores from supernatural plants were mostly of the wood attribute, which was good news for Chu Zhuan. Over the past year, he had acquired nearly 20 wood-attributed genetic cores. Placed within the 100 wood spirit nurturing array, these could create at least 20 wood-attributed spirit objects. Furthermore, Chu Zhuan realized that after breaking through 2 minor realms in one go, facing the 7th level of Foundation Establishment presented a significant hurdle. The difference between the 6th and 7th levels, though seeming minor, marked a vast gap between the mid and late stages of Foundation Establishment. Many cultivators with lesser spiritual roots were stuck here, exhausting their lifespans without further progress. With my spiritual roots and some diligent effort, I should be able to break through to the 7th level of Foundation Establishment, but it will undoubtedly take much longer. 3 years, 4 years, or even 5 years are all possible. But that would be too long. Chu Zhuan shook his head. According to the flow of time in the Mystic Azure Realm and Blue Star, about 3 months had passed in the Mystic Azure Realm. The war between the Heavenly Seal sect and the Wu Province sects should have moved past the meat grinder phase and be nearing its end. He needed to quickly reach the late stage of the Foundation Establishment to take part in the spoils. I must refine the evil wood spiritual body as soon as possible. Chu Zhuan exhaled and ended his cultivation, steering the flying sword to the outside of the 100 wood spirit nurturing array. He was eager to see if the wood-attributed spirit objects had matured. Chapter 85, Evil Wood Spiritual Body in Minor Completion. Chu Zhuan soon arrived outside the 100 wood spirit nurturing array. 4 corpse puppets were guarding the periphery of the formation, vigilantly monitoring everything around. These 4 corpses, each had about the 4th level of corpse soldiers, possessed different spells, rapid eating technique, water storage technique, purification technique, and self-destruction technique. Initially crafted by Chu Zhuan merely as cannon fodder, he later decided to train them for simple labor rather than waste their potential. Thus, Chu Zhuan named them based on the spells they possessed: Rapid Eating Corpse, Water Storage Corpse, Purifying Corpse, and Explosive Corpse. Their task was to prevent any zombies or supernatural beings from approaching. Anyone daring to intrude would be swiftly executed. This was also the case for humans reckless enough to venture too close. After all, Chu Zhuan wasn't particularly concerned about losing a bit of his accumulated virtue for killing a couple of foolhardy survivors. Moreover, these 4 corpse puppets were also responsible for tossing mushroom captured by Long, Gu, and Bao into the array from various locations. Upon Chu Zhuan's arrival, they emitted respectful roars, welcoming their master. Chu Zhuan nodded slightly and looked towards the center of the formation. There, fresh corpses of mushroom had accumulated like a small hill, and many older mushroom corpses lay on the ground. However, the essence of these corpses had already been absorbed by the array, feeding into the wood attribute embryos. Chujuan's gaze then fell on the center. He immediately saw several irregular green crystals shimmering with bright green light, their brilliance far surpassing that of any Geonic core. Clearly, they had matured. A look of pleasure crossed Chujuan's face. He reached out, and with a gesture of telekinesis, controlled the green crystals in his hand. Among these crystals, 3 were especially large and bright. They had been formed using the Geonic cores of Stinkhorn, Incap, and Greencap. Chujuan estimated that these 3 crystals could be considered mid-grade spirit objects at the Foundation establishment stage. The rest were at least of low-grade quality at the same stage. In other words, he had acquired a total of 18 wood attribute spirit objects this time. Moreover, more wood attribute spirit objects were nearing maturity. From their sheen, Chujuan predicted that within 5 days, he could harvest over 20 more wood attribute spirit objects. This would not only suffice to fully refine the evil wood spiritual body but also leave surplus spirit objects for future use. Whether continuing to consume them to fully develop or even perfect the evil wood spiritual body, or selling them in the cultivator's market, all options were excellent. This way, I've essentially become a broker between 2 worlds. Chujuan mused with a light chuckle. Utilizing Mushroom and on Blue Star to produce wood attribute spirit objects, then selling them at a high price on Mysticasia Realm. An incredibly profitable venture indeed. By doing so, he acquired a vast amount of spirit stones, while cultivators obtained valuable wood attribute spirit objects, a win-win situation. Several days later, as Chujuan had predicted, another batch of wood attribute spirit objects matured. After counting them, including the previous ones, he had 3 mid-grade and 41 low-grade spirit objects at the Foundation establishment stage. Did you know this story is from Royal Road? Read the official version for free and support the author. That's enough. Chujuan affirmed. He immediately returned to the center of the soul-capturing evil and nurturing array and sat down to commence his cultivation, consuming one of the spirit objects. A mid-grade Foundation establishment stage spirit object dissolved quickly under the influence of his spiritual chi, transforming into a powerful surge of wood attribute spiritual chi. This chi, guided by his spiritual cultivation, gradually spread throughout his limbs and body, eventually forming a faint network of green veins across his entire being. If a golden core expert could inspect Chujuan internally at this moment, they would discover that from his organs to his skin, subtle green vascular traces ran throughout his body, akin to a new set of organs. With these, Chujuan's affinity for the natural wood spiritual chi of the world significantly increased. Currently, having consumed only one wood attribute spirit object, these green vascular traces remained faint and fine, hardly visible unless looked at closely. After all 33 wood attribute spirit objects were refined, these green traces would become fully interconnected, marking the minor completion of the evil wood spiritual body. Chujuan settled down to continue his cultivation, processing one wood attribute spirit object every 3 days. After 99 days, the green vascular network sprawled across his body like a spiderweb. At that moment, it felt as though a tree had grown within him, its branches and leaves reaching out, sensing everything in the world. It is done. Chujuan suddenly opened his eyes, a look of joy spreading across his face. The evil wood spiritual body had reached minor completion. From now on, he was a cultivator with a postnatal spiritual body, which would greatly accelerate his cultivation speed compared to those with average spiritual roots. His progress to the 7th level of Foundation establishment would also quicken substantially. Chujuan calmed his heart and continued his cultivation, completely disengaged from all external affairs, be they supernatural beings, ship gang, or the Linjiang military. None of these mattered to him now. His only focus was on reaching the 7th level of Foundation establishment. Time passed unknowingly, and another spring and autumn came and went. In the eastern provinces of Linjiang, Hanhai, and Kingshan, collectively known as the Eastern 3 provinces, a rumor began to circulate. It was said that in a certain city within Linjiang province, an immortal resided. This immortal could effortlessly neutralize a horde of zombies capable of annihilating an entire city. The dual-headed pythons that the Linjiang army struggled to cope with were slain by him on the spot. The mushroommen that swept through the Eastern 3 provinces were easily eradicated by him. As time progressed, the tales of the immortal became more divine. Some said he could slay level 5 zombies with a single stroke of his sword. Others claimed he could appear thousands of kilometers away in the blink of an eye. There were also stories of him flying through the skies on his sword, rescuing all those suffering and in distress. If not for the immortal's intervention, the Eastern 3 provinces would have long become a realm dominated by supernatural beings, with no space for human survivors to exist. Many survivors felt profound gratitude towards this unseen immortal. Compared to the northern part of the Han country, where the zombie empress reigned, or the south plagued by venomous creatures, or the west overrun with man-eating vines, the Eastern 3 provinces seemed almost like a paradise. Here, at least, There were no overwhelmingly powerful supernatural beings, at least, there was a place for the survivors. Of course, there were those who harbored discontent or disdain towards the immortal. They thought that, at best, the immortal was merely a powerful superhuman. The term immortal was just a self-aggrandizing label. To put it more harshly, they considered him a pretender. Furthermore, if the immortal was truly as powerful as the rumors suggested, why hadn't he appeared earlier to support the collapsing order? After so many years of the virus outbreak, which had caused the death and suffering of so many humans, why had he not come forward sooner to save the world? Such words, when heard by those who had witnessed Chujuan in action, were met with scorn. Idiots. They had not seen the power of the immortal and thus could speak such words. Had they seen even a glimpse of his capabilities, they would be clinging to the immortal's leg, calling him father. Chapter 86, Late Foundation Establishment. Return to Wu Province. The world outside was full of chaos and distractions, but Chujuan, now imbued with the evil wood spiritual body, was calmly focusing on his own plan, breaking through to the 7th level of Foundation Establishment. On this day, after a year of meditative sitting, a sudden surge of energy exploded within Chujuan. The bottleneck that had constrained him for 3 years finally showed signs of loosening. Chujuan let out a low growl, accelerating the circulation of the blood evil demon refining scripture. Spiritual chi burst forth from his chi sea like a towering tidal wave, repeatedly slamming against the barrier in front of him. Boom. 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 The first attempt did not break through. Neither did the second. Nor the third, fourth, or fifth. It was only on the 6th attempt that the overwhelming spiritual chi finally shattered the barrier. In an instant, Chujuan felt a profound sense of clarity. When he regained his senses, his chi sea had expanded significantly, at least doubling in size compared to the 6th level of Foundation Establishment. This was the difference between the mid and late stages of the Foundation Establishment. Finally, I have entered the late stage of Foundation Establishment. Chujuan stood up, feeling immensely relieved and exhilarated. With the strength of the late stage of Foundation Establishment, I should be able to claim my share of the chaotic and dangerous Wu Province. Immediately, Chujuan activated the blood mirror and returned to Mystic Azure Realm. In Wu Province, outside the Iron Wire Mountains, within a seemingly ordinary cave, Chujuan appeared abruptly. Previously, the Extreme Yin Cave had been compelled to join the war under orders from the Heavenly Seal sect. Chujuan had been dispatched to the Iron Wire Mountains to rescue 2 cultivators from the Heavenly Seal sect who were trapped there. He had been ambushed by a Gu master from the Iron Wire Mountains. After assessing the significant disparity in strength between himself and his enemy, he had chosen to retreat to this cave. Before heading to Blue Star, he had carefully laid numerous formations within the cave to ensure that no one could discover anything about this place. Now, upon his return, Chujuan immediately checked these formations. Confirming that there were no signs of intrusion, he finally felt at ease. His biggest concern had been encountering enemies waiting for him immediately upon his arrival through the blood mirror, a truly dire scenario. I spent a total of 4 years cultivating on Blue Star, which amounts to 48 months. Converted to the time here, that's about 5 months. Chujuan mused. A lot can change in 5 months. I can't act rashly, I need to gather intelligence first. Disguised with a rugged bearded face, Chujuan soared towards the battlefield he remembered. It wasn't long before he encountered a skirmish. 3 chi refining stage cultivators were locked in fierce combat. 2 were from the Heavenly Seal sect, while 1 was a cultivator from the Blood Bee Cave, a sect under the Thousand Insects sect and roughly equal in power to the Iron Wire Mountains. Chujuan recalled that Li Xuanming had once been tasked with assisting the Blood Bee Cave. The Blood Bee Cave cultivator clearly had the upper hand, aggressively commanding a swarm of blood bees, overwhelming the 2 Heavenly Seal sect cultivators who were already heavily wounded and depleted of spiritual chi. The author's tale has been misappropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. Senior brother, we should flee. The shorter and thinner of the 2 Heavenly Seal sect cultivators despaired. Junior brother, you run first. The taller and thinner cultivator replied, eyes rolling as he plotted his escape. Die, demonic cultivators of the Heavenly Seal sect. The Blood Bee Cave cultivator laughed cruelly, directing the swarm of blood bees towards the taller cultivator. In a moment of ruthless decision, the taller cultivator grabbed his shorter companion and threw him behind himself as a shield. The bees swarmed over the smaller cultivator, stinging his face and chest mercilessly. Their sharp mandibles quickly tore away flesh, revealing ghastly white bones underneath. Senior brother. You. The junior brother screamed in agony, his eyes blazing with rage and betrayal, wishing to incinerate the so-called senior brother into ashes. The senior cultivator sneered without looking back, running faster than a rabbit. But he had only made it a few steps when he heard the horrific screams of the Blood Bee Cave cultivator behind him. Stopping dead in his tracks, he turned to see the blood-bee cave cultivator being violently grasped by a pitch-black ghostly claw. The claw squeezed fiercely, and with a sickening crunch, the cultivator was segmented into several pieces, his blood and flesh scattering everywhere. Such effortless killing was not within the capabilities of a mere chi refining stage cultivator. This had to be the work of a Foundation establishment expert. He saw a figure in black robes holding the head of the blood-bee cave cultivator, apparently casting a spell. The black-robed cultivator waved him over with his other hand. Swallowing hard, the tall cultivator hesitantly made his way back, hoping desperately that his mysterious figure hadn't witnessed his earlier betrayal. Fortuitously, when he arrived, he found his junior brother dead, his features twisted in a gruesome mask of pain, leaving no one alive to accuse him of abandoning his fellow sect member. Many thanks for your life-saving grace, Senior. I am but a humble disciple of the Heavenly Seal sect at the chi refining stage. The tall cultivator wept bitterly, bowing respectfully. However, before he could finish his words, a sinister spectral claw suddenly clenched around him. With a snap, it twisted his head off. Chu Juan watched the cultivator, whose eyes bulged grotesquely, and said indifferently, I have no interest in knowing your name. Searching your soul will suffice. A disciple from the Blood-bee Cavern, and another from the Heavenly Seal sect. Their memories corroborated each other. This was perfect for Chu Juan to piece together the events of the past few months. After briefly examining the memories, Chu Juan shook his head. The war is still so tense. The Thousand Insects sect, the Blood Fury sect, and the Bone Refining Manor are the three largest native sects of Wu province currently. Only the Blood Fury sect and Bone Refining Manor have fallen to the Heavenly Seal sect. The Thousand Insects sect remains unconquered. Moreover, Chu Juan discovered through their memories that nearly 40 Foundation establishment cultivators had perished in the past 5 months. Despite being outnumbered, the Thousand Insects sect had exploited the geographical advantage of Wu province, dragging the Heavenly Seal sect's cultivators to their deaths in every marsh, rainforest, and valley. The Golden Core masters of both sides had clashed multiple times. Yet the Heavenly Seal sect had gained no advantage, even suffering a severely injured Golden Core cultivator. Chu Juan sensed something amiss. Despite the resilience of the Thousand Insects sect, the number of their Golden Core cultivators was few, hardly enough to withstand the combined assault of several of the Heavenly Seal sect's Golden Core elites. Perhaps, the other 4 sects of Yu country were also stirring the pot in the shadows. They wished to see this war drag on. Preferably, to drain the Heavenly Seal sect of its last drop of blood. The day when the righteous 5 sects became the righteous 4 would be great news for them. 5 days ago, Chen Zhaofeng seized a top-grade magic tool from the Thousand Insects sect, and while fleeing, he was ambushed by 2 Gu masters from the Ironwire Mountain, trapped on Ironwire Mountain. At this revelation, Chu Juan's eyes lit up. A top-grade magic tool. Such rarities were few and far between. At present, the only top-grade magic tool he possessed was the Merit Bell, acquired through slaying and looting from Hueco. Junior brother Chen, I am here to save you. Asking for a top-grade magic tool in return isn't too much, is it? And the Gu master who once ambushed me, your life shall be taken. With a cold laugh, Chu Juan directed his flying sword toward Ironwire Mountain. Having refined countless yin evil chi and consumed numerous spiritual items for so many years, wasn't it all for today? Chapter 87, Those who trespass Ironwire Mountain shall perish. 300 li north of Ironwire Mountain, 3 figures approached, each riding a flying magic tool. Leading them was Li Xuanming, the great disciple of the extreme yin cave, dressed in flowing white robes and strikingly handsome. Following him were Liu Zhengchen, the second disciple of the extreme yin cave, and Shu Yu, a cultivator from the Heavenly Seal sect. Liu Zhengchen's flying magic tool carried a securely bound cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage, who appeared utterly terrified and devoid of any will to resist, his face etched with despair. As they moved forward, Li Xuanming queried, Zhu Yu, tell us in detail, what capabilities do the Gu Masters of Ironwire Mountain possess? Zhu Yu forced a smile, Senior brother Li, I barely escaped with my life, it was pure luck. I don't know what methods the Gu Masters of Ironwire Mountain employ. Liu Zhengchen coldly threatened, speak now, or I'll kill you this instant. Who would know how a mere Foundation establishment cultivator died? Zhu Yu's face twitched. He had heard that these disciples of the extreme yin cave were no easy fellows. Now, he was even more fearful upon discovering that they dared to kidnap and possibly kill a Foundation establishment cultivator from the Heavenly Seal sect's Flying Mountain Hall. Reluctantly, Zhu Yu recounted everything that had happened. I was here with Zhao Luan and Chu Juan. Unexpectedly, Zhao Luan was infested by ironwire worms, and white goo worms burrowed out of his eyes. Realizing the danger, Chu Juan and I decided to retreat immediately. But just as we turned to leave, the goo master appeared suddenly and struck us each in the back. I was severely injured, but fortunately, My life-saving flying talisman sped up my escape. As for Chu Juan's whereabouts, I am unaware. If anything happened to him, it's not my fault. After all, it was an intelligence failure by the sect. Who knew the Goo Master of Ironwire Mountain was a mid-stage Foundation establishment? Zhu Yu shrank as he spoke, fearing a fatal slap from his captors. Li Xuanming's expression showed little change, but he sighed. Chu Juan had been missing for too long. As the great disciple of the Extreme Yin Cave, he felt obligated to investigate and provide an explanation to his master. After some inquiries, he and Liu Zhenqing learned that the intelligence received by the Heavenly Seal sect had been gravely erroneous. The Goo Master of Ironwire Mountain was not a novice at the Foundation stage but a mid-stage cultivator. The pervasive fog on Ironwire Mountain was far from ordinary, teeming with worm eggs. At the time, Chu Juan had only reached the second level of Foundation establishment, no match for the Goo Master of Ironwire Mountain. Over the months, there had been no word from Chu Juan, and it was highly likely that his body had been dragged away by the Goo Master, and used as a nursery for goo worms. Li Xuanming had initially been reluctant to venture into Ironwire Mountain. His cultivation was only marginally equal to that of the Ironwire Mountain Goo Master, who also had the advantage of the terrain. It was uncertain who would prevail. However, upon hearing that Qin Zofeng, a new disciple of the Extreme Yin Cave, had also been captured by the Goo Master of Ironwire Mountain and that Qin Zofeng possessed a top-grade magic tool, Li Xuanming felt compelled to intervene. His primary motive was to avenge his junior brother. The top-grade magic tool was only secondary. Support the author by searching for the original publication of this novel. Liu Zhenqing's face was filled with rage. He kicked the Foundation establishment stage cultivator in the stomach, eliciting a pain scream and a mouthful of blood. Liu Zhenqing growled, "You cur, do you realize your false information has cost the lives of my two junior brothers? Once I kill the Goo Master of Ironwire Mountain, I'll sever your head to guard their graves." The Foundation establishment cultivator, overwhelmed with fear, attempted to beg for mercy. However, Liu Zhenqing had already sewn his mouth shut, leaving him only able to make muffled sounds. Soon, the trio arrived outside Ironwire Mountain, which was still shrouded in swirling white mist. This fog, pregnant with grave dangers, promised to turn all unwitting intruders into its sustenance. "What's the plan?" Zhu Yu asked, swallowing nervously and instinctively stepping back. "Just to be clear, I'm not strong enough to deal with this fog." Li Xuanming responded calmly, "You won't need to lift a finger, just cover our rear when the time comes." He turned to Liu Zhenqing, "Junior brother, it's on you. Clear the fog, and I'll lead the way." Liu Zhenqing nodded vigorously and pulled two talismans from his storage bag. Zhu Yu's eyes widened at the sight. Array-breaking talismans. These talismans were high-grade items for those at the Foundation establishment stage, designed specifically to break through formations. Although they were consumable, their value could rival that of a high-grade magic tool. Many cultivators, especially those without substantial resources, wouldn't even consider buying such talismans. Zhu Yu had scarcely seen them before, but here Liu Zhenqing produced two without hesitation. Indeed, this was the boldness of a demonic cultivator from the Extreme Yin Cave, unhesitant in action, which surely played a part in their capacity to amass wealth. Unknowingly, Zhu Yu's perception shifted slightly. "Go." Liu Zhenqing fused one of the talismans with his spiritual chi. The talisman flew into the mist and ignited instantly. Boom. The fog dissipated, and a path was explosively cleared. "Follow me." Li Xuanming charged ahead, his palm emitting a yellow flame that crackled fiercely, incinerating the floating worm eggs in the air as it passed. This was none other than the corpse-refining blood fire. Without a second thought, Liu Zhenqing flicked his wrist, and four long nails pinned the limbs of the Foundation establishment cultivator firmly into the rocks. "I'll deal with you when I return," he said with a cold huff, then followed Li Xuanming into the mist alongside Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu, astonished by the blazing flames, inquired, "Senior brother Li, what fire is this?" Li Xuanming responded emotionlessly, "Corpse-refining blood fire." Zhu Yu was about to ask more, but upon hearing the name, he immediately clamped his mouth shut. The name alone hinted at demonic practices. Recently, as the Heavenly Seal sect warred with the native sects of Wu Province, the toll on both cultivators and mortals had been heavy. Many resorted to demonic means in secret, slaughtering mortals. Zhu Yu had more than once seen cultivators of the Heavenly Seal sect, outwardly respectable, committing mass murders, blatantly ignoring the righteous sect's prohibition against slaughtering mortals. The corpse-refining blood fire, no doubt, was cultivated from the burning of numerous mortals and cultivators. Moments later, the mist surged once more. Without hesitation, Liu Zhenqing activated another array-breaking talisman. Boom. The fog was blasted away again. The trio quickened their pace, breaking through the mist in one fell swoop to reach the foot of Ironwire Mountain. Below this peak was a sight too ghastly to behold. The ground was littered with corpses, some riddled with holes from goo worms, others still fresh. Blood mixed with mud, staining the ground a dark red. Zhu Yu felt his stomach churn, nearly vomiting. Yet, Li Xuanming and Liu Zhenchen seemed unaffected, indifferent to the macabre scene. Demonic cultivators. Truly steadfast in resolve. Zhu Yu muttered under his breath, suppressing the urge to retch. He, you brazen cultivators of the Heavenly Seal sect really dare to come here. A piercing voice suddenly echoed from all directions. Those who trespass Ironwire Mountain shall die. Immediately following, countless thumb-sized black goo worms swarmed towards them. Chapter 88. The weakest of the three. Liu Zhenchen glanced at the incoming swarm and declared in a deep voice, black-backed gold beetles, first-level goo. They fear the flames. Li Xuanming nodded, channeling more spiritual chi into the corpse-refining blood fire. With a booming sound, the flame intensified, enveloping the cluster of black-backed gold beetles in front of them. The air filled with a crackling sound as the insects flew into the flames and were instantly consumed, their bodily energy feeding and amplifying the corpse-refining blood fire. This was the terrifying aspect of the corpse-refining blood fire. As long as there was flesh, it needed no external spiritual chi to burn endlessly. For the other approaching black-backed gold beetles, Liu Zhenchen carefully retrieved a box and opened it. A green bug slowly awakened inside. Scenting the beetles, it charged like a starving ghost unleashed after decades, causing the beetles to scatter in terror with shrill cries. The green bug tore through them like a tiger amongst sheep, shredding the beetles into pieces. Black carapaces, transparent wing cases, and yellow bodily fluid fell to the ground. Zhu Yu watched in utter shock. Over the months of conflict, he had encountered the black-backed gold beetles numerous times. Although they were only first transformation goo and hardly grew more powerful, their reproduction was rapid and their carapaces tough. When deployed, their numbers were overwhelming, much like a plague of locusts. Many early-stage Foundation cultivators found them a nuisance, often forced to retreat when faced with large swarms. "What is that green bug?" Zhu Yu asked, noting it seemed to be the bane of the black-backed gold beetles. Liu Zhenchen casually replied, "Green armor immortal, it preys on black-backed gold beetles. I've brought several types of goo this time to be prepared, and the green armor immortal is just one of them designed to counter these beetles." Zhu Yu's eyes widened in admiration. Impressive. He felt like a sheltered flower compared to these cultivators from the extreme Yin cave, realizing he had much to learn about goo. Before all the black-backed gold beetles were exterminated, the goo master could no longer sit idle. He moved like a specter among the ruins and trees, drawing closer to the trio. Suddenly, he burst forth, aiming directly at Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu frustrated, "Damn it, why target me? Humphrey, you're the weakest of the three, who else but you should I kill?" The goo master sneered, sending a palm strike straight towards Zhu Yu's face. Zhu Yu roared in anger, immediately conjuring a small shield in front of him. He also deployed a water barrier that shimmered around him. Despite these defenses, the impact of the strike sent his blood surging violently, nearly causing him to spit blood on the spot. "Just waiting for you to make your move," Liu Zhenchen muttered, suddenly pinching his fingers together. Zhu Yu felt a sharp pain on his shoulder and turned his head to see a bug unexpectedly burrowing out from it. The bug moved incredibly fast and in the blink of an eye, it charged towards the goo master. Then, it exploded. This tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. The burst of plasma coalesced into terrifying blood claws that latched onto the goo master, immobilizing him. At this moment, Zhu Yu's face was a mask of horror. "What the heck?" Liu Zhenchen patted my shoulder, and he had already placed a goo there? The methods of these extreme Yin cave guys are too terrifying. Liu Zhenchen watched the goo master with an indifferent gaze, having anticipated that he would target the weakest among them, Zhu Yu, and had prepared accordingly. "Speak, where is junior brother Qin Zhaofeng?" Liu Zhenchen demanded. The goo master, far from intimidated, began to laugh maniacally, his laughter growing louder and more intense. Li Xuanming furrowed his brows, suddenly realizing something. He stepped forward rapidly and injected his spiritual chi into the goo master to probe his chi. Retreating quickly, he exclaimed, "It's not right. He's not at the 5th level of Foundation establishment. There are other goo masters around." As soon as he spoke, chilling laughter echoed around them. Reacting only now. Too late. Swish, swish, swish. 3 figures descended from the sky, positioning themselves in a triangle around them. From beneath the corpse-covered, dark red ground, layers of golden light suddenly rose, instantly forming an array that enveloped Li Xuanming and the others. Within the array, 3 golden beasts rapidly materialized, each a gigantic golden wolf with bared teeth, ready to devour. Li Xuanming's expression shifted slightly. Although not deeply versed in arrays, he recognized many Foundation Establishment stage formations and instantly identified this as the Wolf Soul-Killing Array, a mid-tier formation at that level. The array could conjure 3 golden wolves, and as long as the array's energy wasn't completely exhausted, these wolves would continue to revive. These native cultivators of Wu Province, when had they acquired such sophisticated formations? During the past 5 months of warfare, they had never revealed such capabilities. Li Xuanming and Liu Zhenke were not fools. They immediately suspected that other sects might have joined the war, perhaps even supplying these advanced formations to the native cultivators. Ironwire Mountain forever. Thousand Insects sect forever. The trapped goo master roared as his skin suddenly swelled and his veins writhed like worms under his skin. The trio's faces changed drastically, and they quickly employed their own methods to defend themselves. With a loud bang, the goo master exploded like an overinflated balloon, scattering blood, bones, muscles, and organs everywhere. Under the influence of spiritual chi, these fragments turned into deadly shrapnel, making their impact in such a confined space truly horrifying. Li Xuanming and Liu Zhenke, both robustly powerful and protected by high-grade magic tools gifted by Wan Wuying, barely managed to withstand the goo master's self-destruction. Zhu Yu, however, was not so fortunate. Being only at the early stage of Foundation establishment and lacking substantial personal resources, his defensive magic tool was instantly shattered, and his protective spells were blown apart. The debris pierced his flesh unimpeded. Zhu Yu screamed in agony and fell to the ground. Immediately, the 3 golden wolves, which had been waiting, pounced. Zhu Yu's leg was bitten off in an instant. Had he not activated a mid-grade Foundation Establishment Gold Light Shield Talisman in a desperate attempt to save his life, he would have been devoured by the wolves then and there. Li Xuanming and Liu Zhenke had to focus intensely on dealing with the wolves. Although they could briefly kill the wolves, the creatures would quickly revive. Now that Liu Zhenke had run out of array-breaking talismans, they couldn't break the wolf soul-killing array directly. They had to exhaust the array's energy to break the encirclement. In a roar of fury, Liu Zhenke invoked Black Beast Demonic Body. His body suddenly swelled, bursting his robes. In the blink of an eye, his body was covered in black fur, transforming him into a creature resembling a black demonic beast. This was the result of his auxiliary practice, the 100 Beasts Body, which has 3 levels. Having mastered the 2nd level, he could summon the Black Beast Demonic Body, significantly enhancing his physical strength. At this point of life and death, there was no longer any reason to hold back their trump cards. Chapter 89, Chu Zhuan's Back. Upon seeing Liu Zhenke's transformation, the lead goo master quickly took out a small bottle and activated it with spiritual chi. A fragrant scent immediately spread and drifted into the soul wolf killing array. Upon inhaling this strange fragrance, Liu Zhenke's swollen muscles swiftly weakened, and the black fur receded. In the blink of an eye, he reverted to his human form. Liu Zhenke's expression turned from shock to fury as he roared, "Scattered blood fragrance! You know the weakness of the Black Beast Demonic Body. This is impossible." He had always been aware of the vulnerability of the Black Beast Demonic Body, but it was highly unlikely that the native sects of Wu Province, far less informed than the righteous 5 sects, would know it unless someone had told them. The lead goo master cackled, "Liu Zhenke, Li Xuanming, right? You have quite the junior brother." Li Xuanming and Liu Zhenke's expressions drastically changed. They now had a good idea why their weaknesses were known so clearly to the goo masters of Ironwire Mountain. "Chen Zhaofeng, show yourself!" Li Xuanming shouted angrily. Well, why the necessity to see me, senior brothers?" came the voice of Chen Zhaofeng from behind a large tree. Then, he emerged slowly under the furious gazes of Li Xuanming and the others. The lead goo master respectfully said, "Senior brother Chen, they are like fish in a barrel now. As we agreed earlier, these people are for you to deal with." Liu Zhenke, furious, said, "Chen Zhaofeng, we came all this way to rescue you, and you turn on us?" Li Xuanming took a deep breath. "Tell me, why?" Chen Zhaofeng smiled slightly, "Because I am now a disciple of the Thousand Insects sect. Moreover, I am the chief disciple under the Golden Core Grandmaster 100 Gu Taoist. I can take and use the sect's treasures as I wish. To me, you two are natural enemies." Li Xuanming and Liu Zhenke suppressed their rage. This betrayer of his own masters. "My 2 senior brothers are formidable, but let's wear them down with the wolf soul-killing array and the goo insects. We'll make our move when we are fully assured," said Chen Zhaofeng with a faint smile. "Very well, senior brother Chen." The lead goo master nodded respectfully. The 3 goo masters from Ironwire Mountain then released various goo into the array. No matter how strong Li Xuanming and Liu Zhenke were, they couldn't withstand such a tidal onslaught. Their trump cards were dwindling, their spiritual chi was drying up, and their injuries were multiplying. As for Zhu Yu, Several iron wire worms had already burrowed into his body, his complexion turning deathly pale. Just as the atmosphere tends to a breaking point, the fog suddenly carried the sizzle of burning flesh. The three goo masters felt a stir of apprehension and turned to look behind them. A figure strode through the mist. As his face became clear, everyone except the goo masters of Ironwire Mountain gasped in shock. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. Zhu Yu exclaimed, unable to believe his eyes. Chujuan. You're still alive? Liu Zheng's initial joy quickly turned to an urgent warning. Junior brother, run. Chen Zhaofeng is a traitor. Li Xuanming sighed deeply. Chujuan, this isn't the time for you, run. Chujuan being alive was good news, but stepping into the fog at this moment seemed almost worse than if he had died earlier. Chen Zhaofeng looked on, his smile mocking. Chujuan? The lead goo master frowned. Your luck isn't bad, surviving all this time. It was he who had struck Chujuan from behind before. Unfortunately for him, Chujuan had escaped. Chujuan scanned the scene and smirked. It seems I've arrived just in time. He hadn't expected that his long journey would coincide with Li Xuanming and others attempting to rescue Chen Zhaofeng. Seeing the situation, it appeared Chen Zhaofeng had already betrayed the extreme Yin cave. This was actually convenient. Kill him, just a mere second-layer foundation establishment, I can't be bothered. Chen Zhaofeng dismissed Chujuan with a wave of his hand as if swatting a fly. Two goo masters immediately advanced towards Chujuan, one controlling iron wire worms and the other commanding black-backed gold beetles, ready to strike from both sides. However, they only saw a blur before Chujuan vanished from sight, leaving behind only a faint trace of Yin Evil Chi. It was the Yin Evil escape, powered by Yin Evil Chi. In the next instant, a massive demonic claw materialized out of thin air and crushed one of the goo masters. The iron wire worms he was about to unleash fell to the ground, writhing in agony before quickly expiring. The other goo master's pupils shrank in horror as he immediately retreated, summoning an iron carapace for protection. Roar! A massive fist smashed through the iron shield and penetrated his skull. Brain matter, blood, and fragments of bone and carapace sprayed in all directions. The observers focused their eyes and were stunned to see a towering, muscular corpse demon. With a single punch, it had exploded the head of the Foundation establishment cultivator and undoubtedly powerful corpse general. Seeing the two goo masters killed instantly, the lead goo master's eyes blazed with fury. Unlike the self-destructing goo master, these two were his junior brothers, with whom he had shared daily life. The bond they had was not easily dismissed. I will kill you. The lead goo master stomped the ground ferociously, darting forward rapidly. With his hands glowing red with intense power, he thrust them toward Chujuan, unleashing a flurry of red palm strikes that descended like rain. However, this was not his true killing move. Hidden within the red palm prints were three iron wire worms, aimed directly at Chujuan's vital points for a deadly strike. Bang, bang, bang. The red palm strikes relentlessly pounded the ground, yet not a single one grazed Chujuan's clothing. To Li Xuanming, Liu Zheng, and Zhu Yu, Chujuan seemed like a fierce wind, completely untouchable. Such incredible speed, is this the Yin Evil escape? Liu Zheng exclaimed in astonishment. Li Xuanming watched in awe. Where did Chujuan find so much Yin Evil Chi to freely perform the Yin Evil escape each time, which consumed a considerable amount of energy with each use? Whoosh! A streak of red suddenly flashed. In just an instant, it split two of the sturdy iron wire worms in half and devoured them. Before the third worm could strike Chujuan, it was blocked by a blood-red shadow, none other than the Blood Evil Shadow. The streak swept out again, similarly slicing the third worm in half. In the blink of an eye, the formidable attack of the Foundation establishment stage 5th layer goo master was swiftly neutralized by Chujuan. It's my turn now. Chujuan casually gestured, and the evil soul chain shot out. The chain soul, Hueco, burst forth with a deafening roar, attacking the goo master's mind and causing a momentary shutdown. In that brief moment, the chain like a massive black python completely wrapped around the goo master's neck and tightened securely. With a crisp snap, the head was severed from the body. The head flew through the air, eyes still wide in shock. The lingering thoughts of the goo master struggled to comprehend. The last time they fought, Chujuan was barely able to defend himself, yet now he had effortlessly retaliated and killed him. In just a few months, Chujuan's growth had been terrifyingly rapid. He needed to be eliminated quickly. But no words would come out anymore. Darkness and cold enveloped him completely. Chapter 90, Obligation to Slay the 1,000 Insect Sex Cultivators. The events unfolded over what felt like an eternity, yet they occurred within just a few breaths' time. By the time Li Xuanming and the others had gathered their wits, all three Ironwire Mountain Goo Masters lay dead. Only Chen Zhaofeng remained. Chujuan casually motioned with his hand, and the evil soul chain, like a live python, shook off the blood and hovered beside him. He turned his gaze towards Chen Zhaofeng, whose initially confident expression had turned deathly pale. Thud. Chen Zhaofeng fell to his knees, crawling towards Chu Zhuan through the muck and blood, sobbing uncontrollably. Senior brother Chu. It was them, they forced me. They put a goo worm in my brain. He pleaded. We are senior and junior brothers. Master likes me very much. You must save me. His tone was earnest, tears and snot mingling with the blood streaming down his face. Even someone with a trace of compassion might hesitate at this display. However, unbeknownst to Chen Zhaofeng, Liu Zhenke, Li Xuanming, and Zhu Yu, who were behind him, had noticed something. Liu Zhenke's pupils suddenly narrowed. He spotted a subtle movement from Chen Zhaofeng. A talisman. Be careful. A talisman. Liu Zhenke managed to shout a warning, but it was too late. Too late. Chen Zhaofeng's pleading face instantly twisted into a snarl. Die. He raised the talisman, hurling it towards Chu Zhuan. However, he was shocked to find that he couldn't control his right hand. Looking down, he saw that his arm had been cleanly severed at the shoulder, a blood-like goo worm voraciously devouring his flesh. Naturally, the talisman couldn't be deployed. Ah! Chen Zhaofeng screamed in agony, clutching his empty shoulder socket, and rolling on the ground. Chu Zhuan looked down at this junior brother from the extreme yin cave, his expression indifferent. In that instant, a thin wire had already silently burrowed into Chen Zhaofeng's body from the ground. Overwhelmed by his emotions, he hadn't noticed his right arm being devoured. Even if he hadn't tried to attack, Chu Zhuan would have manipulated his right hand to do so. Senior brother Chu. I have a top-grade magic tool. I'll give it to you. Spare me. Chen Zhaofeng continued to wail, pleading for his life. But Chu Zhuan had already slapped his palm on Chen Zhaofeng's crown, executing the soul search technique. This spell was stronger than the soul-capturing gaze. It could reveal everything about a person, down to the time they wet the bed. Of course, compared to the dizziness caused by the soul capture eye, the only slightly more severe side effect of the soul search technique was that it left the victim into an idiot. Moments later, having obtained what he desired, Chu Zhuan nonchalantly crushed Chen Zhaofeng's skull as one might a watermelon. He then stored the body in his corpse tower. Whether used as nourishment, transformed into blood pearls, or fuel for the corpse refining blood fire, the corpse of a Foundation establishment stage cultivator was highly valuable. If you discover this tale on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation. Zhu Yu watched in stunned silence as Chu Zhuan methodically executed these tasks. Wasn't Chen Zhaofeng their fellow sect member from the extreme yin cave? Soul searching, seizing treasures, and collecting the corpse all done in one fluid sequence. To the uninitiated, it might have seemed like they were sworn enemies. Chu Zhuan then moved forward to dismantle the wolf soul-killing array, effortlessly collecting its flags. Such arrays were more vulnerable from the outside, making them relatively easy to break. Once refurbished by an array master, this array could be useful for his future purposes. Senior brothers, you've suffered. Chu Zhuan said, helping Li Xuanming and Liu Zhenke to their feet. Liu Zhenke expressed his relief. Junior brother, we came here to avenge you, never expecting you to still be alive, and your strength has increased so much. Master would be very pleased to know this. He added with satisfaction. Li Xuanming, his expression complex, bowed to Chu Zhuan. Thank you, junior brother, for saving us. Including that time at Misty Manor, you've saved my life twice now. He couldn't discern Chu Zhuan's exact level but surmised it must be at least equal to his own, given the swift dispatch of the three Gu masters from Ironwire Mountain. Chu Zhuan merely smiled. As fellow sect members, it's only right to help when I can. His motivation wasn't solely to save Li Xuanming but also to assist Liu Zhenke, who, unlike a ruthless demonic cultivator, seemed more like a cultivator of the righteous way. Chu Zhuan remembered how Liu Zhenke had covertly given him a tiger soul talisman, a gesture he had not forgotten. His philosophy was simple: those who love me, I cherish; those who hate me, I destroy. Practicing the demonic way was all about indulging one's passions and following one's heart. Suddenly, a trembling voice came from the ground. I mean, the three of you. There's still one person lying here. Could you lend a hand? Save me, please. Zhu Yu was nearly crying. While his fellow sect members reminisced and shared deep connections, he was nearly being devoured by iron wire worms. Chu Zhuan glanced at Zhu Yu, his tone half joking. Fellow Taoist Zhu, your body is barely hanging on. Wouldn't it be a selfless act to nourish my corpse puppet? Zhu Yu shuddered at the suggestion, protesting quickly. No, I think I can still be saved. Chu Zhuan chuckled and flicked his finger, sending Gang's eye shooting towards Zhu Yu. It burrowed into his body and efficiently devoured the remaining iron wire worms, as well as cleaned up any residual blood and flesh debris, before returning to Chu Zhuan. Relieved, Zhu Yu hastily swallowed some healing pills. Liu Zheng then spoke up, his voice grave. We should leave this place. There could be other Gu masters lurking. Chu Zhuan shook his head. No, there are no more. I searched Chen Zhaofeng's soul, only these 4 Foundation Establishment Gu masters were left on Ironwire Mountain. All the chi refining Gu masters under them have been turned into breeding grounds for their Gu. Zhu Yu whispered, we should still leave. This place is too creepy, and both senior brother Li and Liu are injured. Chu Zhuan smiled, now that Chen Zhaofeng has become a chief disciple under the 100 Insect Taoist, his safety is crucial to the 1,000 Insect Sects Gu masters. Just sending out a distress signal would immediately bring Gu masters here. I found a 1,000 Insect Sect signal talisman in his storage bag during the soul search. At this, Li Xuanming and Liu Zheng's eyes lit up. It was a perfect opportunity to lie in wait. Chu Zhuan began setting up the killing array while continuing, senior brothers, heal yourselves now. There will be a good number of Gu masters arriving soon, and I won't be able to cover everything. Understood. Li Xuanming and Liu Zheng agreed. Luring and eliminating Gu masters from the 1,000 Insects sect would be a significant achievement. They could exchange the merit for rare treasures within their sect, an opportunity too good to miss. Zhu Yu was on the verge of tears. Despite their agreement to leave, they weren't moving. You extreme Yin Cave cultivators can still fight, but I'm done for. Can't you consider helping me out? Remembering Zhu Yu, Chu Zhuan turned back and smiled. If fellow Taoist Zhou feels unable to assist, you could still offer yourself to nourish my corpse puppet. I would be most grateful. Zhu Yu, rallying his dignity, exclaimed, slaying the 1,000 Insects Sects demonic Gu masters is our bounden duty. How can fellow Taoist Chu suggest otherwise? Chu Zhuan bowed his head, amused. To see such resolve in fellow Taoist Zhou truly comforts my heart. Chapter 91, Jackpot. 2 hours later, the clearing at the base of Ironwire Mountain was littered with 6 bodies, each a Gu master of the 1,000 Insects sect. Drawn by the signal Chu Zhuan had released, these cultivators had hurried to the location without hesitation, dropping all other activities. They arrived unprepared and walked into an ambush where Chu Zhuan and his companions had been lying in wait, fully rested and ready. The outcome was predictable. Chu Zhuan and his senior brothers reaped a rich harvest from this setup. Li Xuanming and Liu Zheng each killed a Gu master while Chu Zhuan, with his superior strength, swiftly eliminated 2 and then another 2 in a clash. As for Zhu Yu, he ended up in a dire situation yet again, with 2 iron wire worms burrowing into his organs. He would have perished if not for who provided timely assistance. 6 storage bags in total, we can divide them equally among the 3 of us. Chu Zhuan suggested, handing over 2 of the 4 bags he acquired to Li Xuanming and Liu Zheng. They were taken aback by the gesture. Junior brother, these are your spoils. Liu Zheng objected, shaking his head. Chu Zhuan smiled. We jointly finished 6 Gu masters. It wouldn't be right for me to keep everything. Besides, we are fellow sect members. Li Xuanming and Liu Zheng reluctantly accepted the storage bags after these words. Zhu Yu tentatively raised his hand. I would like one too. Chu Zhuan grinned. Has fellow Taoist Zhu made up his mind? To nourish the corpse or the worms? Zhu Yu quickly withdrew his hand, shaking his head like a rattle. Forget I said anything. Chu Zhuan smiled subtly. He had already acquired Chen Zhaofeng's storage bag. Aside from the top magic tool and various treasures bestowed upon Chen by the 100 Gu Taoist, just the large amount of spirit stones was a tremendous gain. He had also secured the storage bags from the 3 Gu masters he had killed earlier. Being too greedy would not be wise. If Chu Zhuan hadn't known Li Xuanming and Liu Zheng and if they hadn't been fellow sect members under Wan Wuying, perhaps he could have kept everything for himself without a word. Given his strength, neither would dare to complain. However, considering their shared lineage and the fact that he had just killed Chen Zhaofeng, once highly esteemed by Wan Wuying, the complexities of internal sect relationships were too entangled. It was safer to share some of the spoils to keep potential complaints at bay. After all, he who receives a benefit should never forget it. After scouring Ironwire Mountain clean, the group swiftly departed, riding the heavenly star-flying sword back to the territory of the extreme Yin Cave. Before leaving, they didn't forget about the Foundation establishment cultivator Liu Zheng had nailed down. Once Chu Zhuan learned that it was this individual who had provided the erroneous information that led to their initial trouble, he didn't hesitate to execute him and toss him into the corpse-nurturing tower. In the cavernous depths of the extreme Yin Cave, within the sanctum of Master Wan Wuying, Chu Zhuan and his 2 companions entered in succession, each kneeling on one knee before their master. Wu Tang had been waiting inside the cave for some time. Master Wan's gaze swept past Li Xuanming and Liu Zheng, finally resting on Chu Zhuan. The story has been taken without consent. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. He snorted coldly, the oppressive aura of a golden core cultivator bursting forth, settling like a mountain upon Chujuan's shoulders, rendering him breathless. Master Wan's voice was stern. "So, you return to report only after the deed is done? Commendable indeed." He barked, "Tell me, Chujuan, did you kill Chen Zhaofeng out of jealousy?" Chujuan responded firmly, "No, master, I acted to purge our sect of dishonor." Master Wan scoffed with icy mockery, "How righteously you phrase it. Look at me, Chujuan, did you desire the top-grade magic tool he possessed so intensely that it drove you to murder?" Chujuan met Master Wan's piercing eyes without hesitation. "Yes, I indeed coveted that top-grade magic tool." Li Xuanming, Liu Zheng, and Wu Tang looked on in astonishment. They too had desired the legendary tool, yet none could declare it with such disarming candor. Master Wan, momentarily taken aback, soon huffed, "You are brutally honest, at least. Now, tell me, where have you been these past 5 months? How did you advance from the 2nd level of Foundation establishment to the 7th so rapidly?" As he finished, Master Wan withdrew his overwhelming aura. The invisible weight-crushing Chujuan dissipated, allowing him to rise. He had anticipated that his true cultivation level could not be concealed from Master Wan. The revelation shocked Li Xuanming, Liu Zheng, and Wu Tang. The 7th level of the Foundation establishment? This was a cultivator on the verge of peak mastery. No wonder Chujuan possessed such formidable strength, effortlessly slaying 3 Gu masters and lying in wait to dispatch 4 more. They too stood up, eager to discover how Chujuan had achieved such extraordinary progress. Chujuan, having rehearsed his explanation, spoke fluently, "Master, I was never merely at the 2nd level of Foundation establishment but at the 4th. I concealed my true strength, fearing the old saying that the nail that sticks out gets hammered down might invite envy from other disciples of the Heavenly Seal sect." Master Wan nodded slightly. His student's caution resonated with his own philosophy. During his days as a Foundation establishment cultivator, he too had understood the perils of prominence and had kept his capabilities concealed. Later, Chujuan recounted his ordeal at Ironwire Mountain, where a Gu master had grievously wounded him. He fled desperately, and in a haze, tumbled into an underground valley. Chujuan's face betrayed no deception as he wove his tale. It was the typical narrative of a fortuitous fall leading to rapid advancement, replete with all the clichés of serendipitous encounters. Asked about the exact location of this underground valley, he provided evasive, inconsistent answers, now in the east, then in the west. With Wu province being a region abundant in mountains and valleys, pinpointing any specific location from Chujuan's vague descriptions was impossible. Master Wan Wu-ing, seasoned and astute, detected the subtext in Chujuan's words. He snorted, "It's normal to have one's little secrets. If I hadn't had my share of fortuitous encounters, I wouldn't be where I'm today. Off you go." He continued dismissively, "You've slain so many from the 1,000 Insects sect, the 100 Gu Taoist will surely be harboring thoughts of vengeance. Better stay in your caves for a few days." Chujuan and his companions bowed respectfully. Disciples take their leave. "Senior brothers, I shall head back first." Having bid farewell outside Master Wan's cave, Chujuan summoned his heavenly star-flying sword and sped toward the water curtain cave. Li Xuanming watched his departing figure, feeling a mix of emotions. Wu Tang chuckled, "Senior brother Li, it looks like your position as the eldest senior brother might be at risk." Li Xuanming responded calmly, "If junior brother Chu continues to surpass me, why should I cling to the title of eldest senior brother?" The three then dispersed to their respective caves. At the water curtain cave, Chujuan wasted no time. Upon entering his abode, he unfolded the blood mirror and returned to the Blue Star. Atop the rooftop of Houtai Hotel, Chujuan sat cross-legged on a plush velvet cushion, looking at the 6 storage bags arrayed before him. 1 was from Chen Zhaofeng, 3 from the initial batch of Gu Masters, and 2 from those who had came to the rescue. He first erased the spiritual marks from the 5 bags and then inspected their contents. As expected, these Gu Masters were mediocre, each had around 1,000 small spiritual stones. The rest was mostly eggs and food for the worms. As for magic tools, most were of medium quality, with only 2 superior ones, both suited for offense. Finding them of no use, Chujuan planned to sell them at the nameless market when convenient. After organizing his loot, Chujuan prepared to break the seal on Chen Zhaofeng's storage bag. "Holy smokes! Jackpot!" he exclaimed as he peered inside. Chapter 92, Top-Grade Magic Tool, The Blood Beehive. In Chen Zhaofeng's storage bag, Chujuan found treasures too numerous to count. The first things to catch his eye were small spiritual stones piled into a small mountain, roughly totaling over 4,000 pieces. Even medium spiritual stones formed a little mound, numbering at least 30. These stones, if used as energy sources for arrays, could maintain normal operation for up to 10 years under typical circumstances, far surpassing the output of small spiritual stones. Next, he discovered the top-grade magic tool. It was palm-sized and resembled a beehive, entirely crimson in color with only the residual imprint of Chenzofeng. Chujuan sensed the nature of the imprint with a click of his tongue. A soul blood mark, truly a waste of my time. The soul blood mark, compared to spirit soul and blood essence marks, was more firmly ingrained and made manipulation as natural as moving one's own limb, second only to a life-bound mark. Eradicating the soul blood mark was naturally the most time-consuming task. Despite Chujuan's soul strength far surpassing Chenzofeng's, it took him 4 full hours to erase it. Following that, Chujuan sanctified the magic tool with his own blood essence, finally bringing it under his control. After a while, he opened his eyes, now fully aware of the magic tool's unique capabilities. The top-grade magic tool, the blood beehive, contains a millennium-dormant blood bee queen egg. If the blood beehive is cultivated as a life-bound magic tool, then the queen bee will also become a life-bound goo. The blood bee can differentiate into various tribes. The warrior bees possess a strong desire for battle and feast on flesh, while the worker bees, though not suited for combat, can extract energy from the flesh to produce highly pure blood honey. As the queen advances in rank and her bloodline strengthens, the types of blood bees it can differentiate into will increase. This treasure demands a powerful spirit. Without sufficient soul strength, one cannot fully control it. Chujuan marveled at the blood beehive's virtues. It was indeed a valuable item, though it required a strong soul to manage. The Thousand Insects sect, unlike the long-established major sects of the righteous path, lacked secret techniques for soul cultivation. Only a few within the sect could wield the blood beehive. No wonder the 100 Gu Taoist made Chenzofeng his chief disciple upon learning he could control the blood beehive. And no wonder Wan Wuang, despite treating Chenzofeng well, was betrayed. Chujuan's smile deepened. Who wouldn't covet the blood beehive lying before him? As for it being a life-bound magic tool, many cultivators mistakenly believe one can only refine one in a lifetime. If one's soul is robust enough, and one has ample blood essence to spare without hampering cultivation, then as many life-bound magic tools as desired can be crafted. Chujuan was exactly the type of cultivator who feared neither soul nor blood essence depletion. For him, cultivation resources were plentiful, and any deficits in soul strength or blood essence could be quickly replenished through various demonic techniques and forbidden arts. With the blood beehive set aside, Chujuan continued to explore the contents of the storage bags. This narrative has been purloined without the author's approval. Report any appearances on Amazon. The Thousand Insects tome records the accumulated knowledge of the Thousand Insects sect on the nurturing and cultivation of thousands of different insects throughout generations of cultivators. The blood bee scripture was bestowed upon Chenzofeng by the 100 Gu Taoist. Authored by the previous master of the blood beehive, it contains secret methods specifically for breeding blood bees. The 6 Extreme Gu technique, a superior foundation establishment stage technique, is a closely guarded secret of the Thousand Insects sect. It involves nurturing 6 types of insects within the cultivator's skull, torso, and limbs to enhance physical defenses. Impressive, impressive. Damn, I've never even heard of these 6 insects. The Greenwood True Formula, also a superior foundation establishment stage technique, is one of the main methods practiced by the Imperial Spirit Mountain. Ah, so it was the Chen family who stole this technique from Imperial Spirit Mountain. No wonder they were annihilated by them. This technique is quite balanced and fair. Unfortunately, my main cultivation technique is already the Blood Evil Demon refining scripture, which makes it difficult to switch. Chujuan marveled as he flipped through these texts. After safely storing the books, he found some metal ores in the corner of his storage bag, likely gathered by Chenzofeng for crafting tools. His eyes lit up upon discovering a dark, sinister iron ore almost as tall as a person. Such a large piece of ghost evil steel. It will be perfect for incorporating into my evil soul chain. When originally forged, the evil soul chain was already equivalent to a mid-grade magic tool. Incorporating this ghost evil steel would elevate it directly to a high-grade magic tool. No wonder, being a descendant of a cultivator family does have its perks. Chujuan looked at his hull with a satisfied smile. Indeed, plundering always brings wealth the fastest. Having sorted the treasures, Chujuan next turned his attention to the blood beehive, beginning the process of refining it into his second life-bound magic tool. This required merging a small portion of his soul and blood essence into the magic tool. Within a day, he successfully integrated his life mark into the blood beehive, transforming it into his own. He then felt the queen egg at the heart of the blood beehive, rapidly awakening under the nourishment of surging spiritual chi. In just a few moments, a pale, tender young queen bee emerged from the egg. For now, Chujuan needed to nourish the young queen with blood pearls. Once matured and after producing its first batch of worker bees, it would command them to gather flesh and produce blood honey to sustain its existence. As the number of worker bees and the stored blood honey increased, Chu Zhuan could leverage this to accelerate his cultivation. After all, the energy contained within the same volume of blood honey far surpassed that in blood pearls and large blood pearls. Moreover, at this critical juncture, many were willing to pay dearly for such treasures that could directly enhance one's strength. Seizing this opportunity, Chu Zhuan fired up his furnace and began integrating the ghost evil steel into his evil soul chain. Reforging a magic tool required immense effort, but Chu Zhuan was unlike other cultivators, he had ample time. Moreover, with the immense merit he had accumulated, his lifespan had already been significantly extended by the fates. One day later, the disappearance of 7 Foundation Establishment cultivators from the Thousand Insects sect spread like a storm across the battlefield. After all, these were 7 cultivators of considerable standing. Their vanishing significantly weakened the defensive capabilities of the Thousand Insects sect across various regions. The cultivators of the Heavenly Seal sect could easily surmise that they must have perished. The demise of 7 Foundation Establishment cultivators within a single day was an exceedingly rare occurrence. Even late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators couldn't typically dispatch so many at once. It must have been the work of 2 or 3 late-stage cultivators acting together. Speculation was rife about who could have slain these 7 cultivators, and in the meantime, regardless of who had struck the blow, the morale among the Heavenly Seal sect cultivators surged tremendously. Within the span of 7 days, they overran 2 subordinate factions of the Thousand Insects sect, the Blood Cave and the Centipede Manor, and pushed the front line over 1,000 miles inward, nearly reaching the gates of the Thousand Insects sect itself. This advance unsettled not only the native cultivators of the Thousand Insects sect but also those who had been covertly fanning the flames of this war, inciting further conflict. Now, they too could no longer sit idly by. Chapter 93, The Trap in the Hall of the Thousand Insects sect. A masked cultivator took a seat. At the head of the hall sat an elderly man with white hair and a beard, none other than the 100 Gu Taoist, one of the sect's golden core cultivators. The 100 Gu Taoist growled, "I need 1,000 beast spirit talismans, not one less. The survival of our sect hangs in the balance." The corners of the masked cultivator's mouth twitched. "Did you think beast spirit talismans were mere scraps of paper, easily produced in the thousands?" Struggling to maintain a smile, the masked cultivator replied, "Fellow Taoist, 1,000 talismans is too many. At most, we can provide 300. But as a friend, I can offer from my own resources 10 sets of Foundation Establishment killing arrays and 50 mid to high-grade Foundation Establishment magic tools. How does that sound?" The expression of the 100 Gu Taoist softened slightly. After a pause, he said, "Didn't your sect say they would pressure the Heavenly Seal sect to pull back some of their cultivators? If the Heavenly Seal sect continues their current offensive, our lower-ranked cultivators won't last long." The masked cultivators smiled slightly. "That has already been arranged. If nothing goes wrong, within half a month the Heavenly Seal sect will slow their assault and recall Zhao Wuai and Huang Yuanwu to their headquarters, replacing them with 2 other golden core cultivators. You can rest assured." The 100 Gu Taoist nodded slightly. "Very well then." The masked cultivator then produced a jade slip and flicked it towards him. "The matter you asked me to look into has some developments. Your disciple, Qin Zhaofeng, intentionally spread the word that he was trapped at Iron Wire Mountain. The leading disciples of the Extreme Yin Cave, Li Xuanming and Liu Zhang, along with the cultivator Zhu Yu from the Heavenly Seal sect, went to his aid. However, when they returned to the Extreme Yin Cave, they were accompanied by an additional person, Chu Zhuan, the 4th disciple of the Extreme Yin Cave, who had been missing for several months. The deaths of your disciple and the 7 Foundation Establishment cultivators are closely tied to them. This jade slip contains their information." The 100 Gu Taoist pressed the jade slip to his forehead and, moments later, crushed it in his hand. Veins throbbed on his forehead as his anger surged. It was indeed those Foundation Establishment cultivators from the Extreme Yin Cave. "I must avenge my disciple." The masked cultivator encouraged, "Those young upstarts deserve death, and their master, Wan Wuiying, even more so. If you are willing to play a part in a ploy, I assure you we can eliminate Wan Wuiying. Once Wan Wuiying is dead, those younglings from the Extreme Yin Cave will be at your mercy." The 100 Gu Taoist's gaze sharpened. "Is that so?" The masked cultivator nodded emphatically. "Truly. The Imperial Spirit Mountain only wants that magic treasure." The 100 Gu Taoist clenched his teeth, his expression dark and undecided. However, the masked cultivator remained composed. He knew the 100 Gu Taoist's character well and was confident in his agreement. "Very well. I agree. How shall we proceed?" Leaning closer, the masked cultivator's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light, whispering the plan. "Here's what we'll do. When the time comes, I'll give you the signal. It will be a trap. Unauthorized usage. This narrative is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings." Moments later, the 100 Gu Taoist burst into laughter. "Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Let's proceed with this plan. You righteous cultivators sure know how to set a trap for someone to fall into. The masked cultivator smiled slightly, unfazed by the remark. At the nameless market, Chu Zhuan, disguised as a gaunt middle-aged man, mingled among the crowd. The market had expanded significantly since his last visit months ago. Being near the boundaries of the extreme yin cave, the order here was maintained by the sex cultivators. With a golden core cultivator like Wan Wu eyeing nearby, few dared to cause trouble. Some cultivators no longer bothered with disguises and openly used their real identities to purchase blood pearls, goo insects, corpse puppets, and ghosts. Clearly, as the war progressed, many from the Heavenly Seal sect had shed their pretense of upholding the righteous path. If it meant gaining strength, embracing the demonic path was a small price to pay. It was likely that the sect's golden core cultivators had turned a blind eye to these practices, perhaps even engaging in similar methods themselves. "Uncle Master," greeted a cultivator at the market entrance, bowing respectfully. Chu Zhuan nodded slightly, casually handing over several storage bags. "Sell these for me." He glanced at the man and chuckled lightly. "Not bad, Chi refining level 7. The man, Chenj, could barely conceal his excitement, all thanks to the spiritual stones Uncle Master gave me last time. They helped me survive several battles and even led to some fortuitous encounters, pushing me into the late stage. He then sighed. Sadly, senior brothers Wei Hua and Bei Feng were not so fortunate. They perished in the war. I heard their bodies were likely strung up by iron wire worms. Chen shuddered at the thought. Chu Zhuan nodded solemnly, feeling a pang of melancholy. Chi refining cultivators were the lowest stratum in the cultivation world. In the ongoing war between the Heavenly Seal sect and the native sects of Wu province, they likely fell every moment. Chen continued, "Senior brother Zuming is striving hard, now at Chi refining level 8, above me. Even the elder has said that Zuming might have a 10 to 20% chance of reaching the foundation establishment stage." He chuckled bitterly. "As for me, that's unlikely. I'm already 39, and my potential is nearly depleted. Reaching the late stage of Chi refining is satisfying enough. In a few years, I plan to go to Plain City to establish a family, hoping to bring some spiritual seedlings to the extreme yin cave." Chu Zhuan nodded gently. Chi refining cultivators had lifespans not much different from ordinary humans. If they couldn't reach foundation establishment by 60, the likelihood of advancing afterward was minimal. Thus, many Chi refining cultivators chose to leave their sex after 60 to start their own cultivation families. For Chenj, starting to accumulate familial heritage early was a wise move, providing him with a satisfying resolution to his cultivation journey. Chu Zhuan felt a pang of wistfulness as he listened to Chenj's plans and apologies. If it weren't for his blood mirror, which allowed him to traverse between two realms, even if he managed to cleanse his demonic cultivator identity by luck, he might end up like Chenj, establishing a cultivation family and ending his journey with regrets after a century. Chenj covered his mouth and whispered, "I apologize, Uncle Master, for speaking out of turn and delaying your time." Chu Zhuan waved a hand dismissively. "No matter, go on with your business." With a casual gesture, he sent Bao to accompany Chenj. Chenj nodded and took his leave, setting up his stall on the territory of Chi refining cultivators. Chu Zhuan continued leisurely through the market, making his way to a tea house at the center of the market. Along the way, he overheard numerous Chi refining cultivators discussing the current state of the war. "If you ask me, it's definitely Wan Feipeng who is under Ancestor Zhu Tegi's command. He's a formidable cultivator at the 7th level of foundation establishment. It's not necessarily him. Zhao Wui's top disciple, Wang Jianiu, is also at the 7th level of the foundation establishment and is a master of stealth and assassination. Maybe he infiltrated the 1000 Insects sect and wiped out those 7 cultivators in one fell swoop? Hey, you're forgetting about the third of the Heavenly Seal trio, Han Lian, who's also at the 7th level. It's hard to say, it could also be a group of 6th level foundation establishment masters teaming up to take down those from the 1000 Insects sect in one go." Chapter 94, Returning to the Market. Encountering an old friend, Chu Zhuan absorbed the surrounding voices into his ears. Wan Feipeng, Wang Jianiu, and Han Lian, these 3 names he had heard of in passing. They were celebrated as once-in-a-generation prodigies within the Heavenly Seal sect, collectively known as the 3 Scions of the Heavenly Seal. It was widely believed among the sect's golden core cultivators that, barring unforeseen circumstances, they were destined to tread the path of the golden core. Among them, Wan Feipeng possessed an ultimate-grade thunder spiritual root, and Wang Jianiu an ultimate-grade wind spiritual root. Both these types of spiritual roots were mutant varieties, inherently more powerful than the traditional 5-element spiritual roots. Undoubtedly, below the golden core echelon of the Heavenly Seal sect, these 2 were the strongest. Even cultivators at the 8th level of foundation establishment, of merely average talent, were no match for them. Many advances on the war fronts had been tied to their endeavors. Han Liao's talent was slightly inferior, being endowed with a superior grade water spiritual root. As the third among the three scions of the Heavenly Seal, he always ranked last, seldom contending with the other two. However, Chu Xuan had no personal interactions with them, his understanding was purely based on hearsay. Before long, he approached the tea house. Despite his absence of 5 months, the establishment remained unchanged. However, the chi refining cultivators guarding the entrance had been replaced several times over. Upon his arrival, displaying the aura of a Foundation establishment cultivator, a slender female cultivator immediately escorted him to the 3rd floor. "May I ask, Senior, are you here to buy or to sell?" Chu Xuan responded casually, "Both. I have magic tools, cultivation techniques, blood beads, and goo insects for sale." Hearing this, the female cultivator promptly presented a finely crafted mirror. "Senior, you may use this to transmit messages, specifying what you have and what you need. If any of the Foundation establishment cultivators are interested, they will initiate contact with you." Chu Xuan was intrigued by the mirror. It had no defensive capabilities, but it was well suited for private transactions and communication. However, one could not be too careful. The creator of the mirror might have left a backdoor in its design. He chuckled lightly. "What is this mirror called?" "Mirror of the 100 Fish." The cultivator replied respectfully. Chu Xuan nodded and submerged his consciousness into it. He immediately found himself transformed into a small orange fish, swimming in the mirror. After just a few strokes, he saw a string of bubbles passing by. With a gentle tap, one of them emitted a repetitive message, "I want a top-grade magic tool, I want a top-grade magic tool." Chu Xuan rolled his eyes. "I want one too," he thought. Currently, he had only 2 such items himself. Then, he tried forming a bubble of his own. A high-grade offensive magic tool, related to goo insects. Numerous blood beads, large blood beads. "I need superior Foundation establishment stage techniques and spells." He continuously blew several bubbles. Yet, no one responded. Just as Chu Xuan was about to retract his divine consciousness, he suddenly saw a bubble flying towards him. A voice emanated from within. "I want the high-grade magic tool. I'm on my way now." Another bubble flew towards him shortly after. "The story has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation." "Blood beads, large blood beads, I want them all. I'll be at the tea house shortly." Chu Xuan smiled. A female cultivator respectfully served him tea and pastries. Moments later, a burly cultivator and a gaunt cultivator arrived one after the other. Chu Xuan's gaze sharpened. Coincidentally, he recognized both men. The burly cultivator had slightly altered his eyebrows, nose, and mouth. However, Chu Xuan's mastery in disguise techniques was exceptional. He recognized at a glance that this man was the same Han surnamed burly cultivator from several months ago. Back then, he had purchased the Nurturing Evil Array and the Illustrated Guide to Demonic Arrays from him. After 5 months of warfare, this man had remarkably survived. Clearly, he possessed some real strength. As for the gaunt cultivator, he was Lu Yin, a disciple under Zhao Wui's command. Initially, Liu Zhenke had facilitated a connection, hoping Chu Xuan would foster good relations with Zheng Qingqing and Lu Yin, and perhaps purchase a couple of second-grade goo from Lu Yin. Yet, Lu Yin, disregarding the long-standing friendship between Zhao Wui and Wan Wuiying, both golden core cultivators, refused any discount, instead demanding a high price. In the end, the two parties parted ways amicably. The burly cultivator was about to speak with a hearty laugh when Lu Yin, unable to wait, interjected, "Where is that goo-related top-grade magic tool? I want it. Bring it forth at once." Chu Xuan smiled slightly and took out a magic tool. He calmly stated, "Ice Toad Bell, a top-grade offensive magic tool, greatly enhances the attacking desire of the Ice Toad. Ice Toad is naturally adept with ice powers. For many cultivators born with variant or ice spiritual roots, Ice Toad was a treasure beyond measure. For goo cultivators, Ice Toad also served as an excellent means of control." Lu Yin's eyes flickered with pleasure, yet he gave nothing away. "So it's the Ice Toad Bell, barely passable, I suppose. I have a Blood Fury True technique and a Bone Transformation method here, both more valuable than your Ice Toad Bell. Which one would you like?" Blood Fury True technique is a practice from the Blood Fury sect. Bone Transformation method. A practice from the Bone Refining manner. These were the techniques Chu Xuan sought from the native sects of Wu province. However, Lu Yin claimed that these techniques surpassed the value of the Ice Toad Bell. Clearly, he was aiming to extort him. This fellow was indeed avaricious. Chu Xuan scoffed, shaking his head dismissively, "Fellow Taoist, don't assume I lack knowledge. These two techniques are merely inferior Foundation establishment practices. Even among the cultivators of the Blood Fury sect and the Bone Refining Manor, only those of mediocre aptitude would engage in such techniques. To compare them with the superior magic tool, the Ice Toad Bell, is laughable, isn't it? Unexpectedly outmatched in expertise, Lu Yin was seen through. Slightly embarrassed, he coughed before asking, "What exactly do you desire, fellow Taoist?" Chu Zhuan nonchalantly replied, "Bring out all the techniques, and I will choose for myself." Lu Yin frowned but nodded. With a flip of his palm, 7 thin booklets were neatly arranged in front of him. These 7 booklets, each only a few pages thick, were copied specifically for temporary viewing. This was mainly to prevent someone from running off with the manuscripts. Chu Zhuan's gaze swept over each booklet in turn. Meanwhile, Lu Yin discreetly watched Chu Zhuan's eyes. During trades, if the other's gaze lingered on a particular booklet for longer, or if they revisited it multiple times, he could roughly determine the urgency of their need. He would then use this to extort an exorbitant price. He had employed this tactic many times before, always with unfailing success. However, this time, Lu Yin found that he had miscalculated. Chu Zhuan's inspection time was almost identical for each booklet, seemingly uninterested in any. "These 2 are not bad." Chu Zhuan casually pointed at 2 of them, picking them up to browse. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, ready to inflate the price. Yet, after reading a few lines, Chu Zhuan shook his head and put them back down. "Never mind, these don't quite suit me. Let's look further." Lu Yin was left speechless. Chu Zhuan was selective, going back and forth. Eventually, he settled on a single booklet. "Just this one," he said casually. The technique he chose was from the Blood Fury sect. The Boiling Blood True Decree. This technique, somewhat akin to the Soul Refining technique, lacked defensive capabilities but could enhance the regenerative properties of blood, including vital essence. Most Blood Fury sect spells utilized blood as a medium. Hence, nearly all Blood Fury sect cultivators chose the Boiling Blood Decree as a supplementary practice. And the Boiling Blood True Decree was an advanced version of that. Only the Golden Core cultivators of the Blood Fury sect, or the most talented among the Foundation Establishment cultivators, were qualified to practice it. As for the value of this technique, Lu Yin glanced over, about to raise the price. Chu Zhuan calmly stated, "The Boiling Blood True Decree needs to be paired with blood techniques to be most effective. Guess how many Heavenly Seal sect cultivators practice blood techniques in secret? Now guess, when will the next buyer come for your Boiling Blood True Decree?" Lu Yin was left speechless. Chapter 95, Boiling Blood True Decree and a Body-Protecting Golden Wheel Decree. The Heavenly Seal sect, as one of the 5 orthodox sects, largely eschewed demonic practices prior to the outbreak of war against the native sects of Wu province. Regardless of their clandestine use, they never openly revealed any affinity for such methods. However, as the war intensified, they were compelled to openly acknowledge these practices. Despite this shift, very few cultivators actually practiced demonic techniques. Faced with the possibility of losing Chu Zhuan as a buyer, with no other potential buyers in sight, Lu Yin felt he had no choice but to reluctantly agree. "Alright, then." Chu Zhuan casually pointed to another thin booklet. "I have some interest in the techniques of the Golden Dragon Temple, include this method as a bonus, and I'll take it too." He was referring to a Golden Dragon Temple's Foundation Establishment stage defensive technique, Body-Protecting Golden Wheel Decree. Lu Yin was irked. How could he demand even more? The Han surnamed cultivator, who had been sitting aside enjoying tea and pastries, chuckled and said, "Fellow Taoist spirit insect, why not just throw it in as a bonus and sell it? After all, that technique isn't selling anyway. The Body-Protecting Golden Wheel Decree requires significant virtue to activate, aside from the balds of the Golden Dragon Temple, who would want it?" After much consideration, Lu Yin nodded reluctantly. "Alright, it's yours then." The transaction was completed. Lu Yin, taking the Ice Toad Bell, left with a look of impatience. Chu Zhuan successfully acquired both the Boiling Blood True Decree and the Body-Protecting Golden Wheel Decree. In fact, as soon as Lu Yin laid out all the booklets, Chu Zhuan had set his sights on these 2 items. The Boiling Blood True Decree would allow him to accelerate the regeneration of his blood, including the crucial vital essence. This would enable him to sustain more life-bound magic tools without overtaxing himself. As for the Body-Protecting Golden Wheel Decree, it required a foundation of virtue to activate and held little value for most cultivators. Lu Yin had certainly intended to sell it off as soon as possible. As expected, it also ended up in Chu Zhuan's possession. Both techniques could serve as supplementary practices. As for the risk of cultivating too many methods leading to disordered inner breath and potentially succumbing to demonic possession. What a joke. The demonic way cares little for such concerns. Even if the day of falling into demonic possession came, there were plenty more demonic means to suppress conflicting inner energies. Otherwise, how would those senior demons have survived? After Lu Yin departed, only Chu Zhuan and the Han surnamed cultivator remained on the third floor of the tea house. The Han surnamed cultivator smiled. Fellow Taoist, it seems you have obtained what you wanted. Are you interested in doing more business with me? Chu Zhuan asked casually, what else do you have? The Han surnamed cultivator smiled slightly. I do not only have demonic techniques but also deal in intelligence. Chu Zhuan's eyes flashed. Intelligence is also valuable, but how can I know the worth of your information? This story originates from Royal Road. Ensure the author gets the support they deserve by reading it there. The Han surnamed cultivator sipped his tea before speaking. The leader of this war is about to change. I know the exact time of the change and who will take over next. Is that valuable enough? Chu Zhuan was intrigued inwardly, but his expression remained unreadable. That's passable. The Han surnamed cultivator chuckled. I also know who's been fanning the flames behind this war. And who they plan to target next. Chu Zhuan nodded slightly. Now that is interesting. He took out 10 large blood beads and laid them out in a line. Let's hear the first piece. The Han surnamed cultivator casually pocketed them and then spoke. Within half a month, the offensive will pause. Zhao Wuaya and Huang Yuanwu, 2 Golden Core elders, will be recalled to the headquarters, to be replaced by Zhu Taiji, Gozan, and Chu Kaiyan, 3 other Golden Core elders. Chu Zhuan's expression remained unchanged. He had heard these names mentioned by Zhao Wuaya and Wan Wuang during his first visit to Flying Mountain Hall. Among them was Zhu Taiji. Zhu was against the incorporation of the Extreme Yin Cave into the Heavenly Seal sect, believing that demonic cultivators would always be demonic and should be eradicated without exception. Now, with the Thousand Insects sect on the verge of destruction, this crucial juncture saw the withdrawal of Zhao Wuaya and Huang Yuanwu, to be replaced by Zhu Taiji and others. It seemed that the number of Golden Core cultivators had increased. But the implications and the intricacies were likely far more complicated. Chu Zhuan pondered thoughtfully. Such a sudden change by the Heavenly Seal sect would undoubtedly affect the cultivators of the Extreme Yin lineage. The Han surnamed cultivator smiled warmly. Fellow Taoist, do you wish to hear more of the intelligence? Chu Zhuan shook his head. No need, the transaction is concluded. With those words, he rose without hesitation and left. The Han surnamed cultivator stood there, somewhat baffled. Not interested? He just walked away? The subsequent intelligence was indeed more intriguing. Yet, this person decisively chose not to listen. He could sell a high-grade offensive magic tool from Ironwire Mountain. I thought he might be one of the Extreme Yin Cave cultivators who had slain those 7 Ironwire Mountain Goo cultivators. But his disinterest in further information doesn't seem to align with that of an Extreme Yin Cave cultivator. This fellow is truly inscrutable. The Han surnamed cultivator muttered a few words to himself and then left the place. On his way back to the Water Curtain Cave, Chu Zhuan contemplated the conflicting interests deeply. The war between the Heavenly Seal sect and the native sects of Wu province inevitably involved a third-party force, that was beyond doubt. Divine Star Sect, Golden Dragon Temple, Muoyan Palace, and Imperial Spirit Mountain were all possible players. Who exactly it was, however, was irrelevant. Chu Zhuan surmised that if the Han surnamed cultivator was aware, then the upper-level Golden Core cultivators surely knew as well. The purpose of this third-party force's involvement was likely not as simple as merely exhausting the Heavenly Seal sect's strength. Right. At the beginning of the war, Wan Wuang, Zhao Wuaya, and Huang Yuanwu, the 3 Golden Core cultivators, snatched a precious treasure from Wu province. Could it be related to that item? Is the third-party force also coveting the treasure? Chu Zhuan's eyes lit up. This hypothesis was quite plausible. Given that, the next moves of this third-party force were easy to predict. They would target the Extreme Yin Cave. More specifically, they were likely to target Wan Wuang. It seems more waves are about to be stirred. I wonder how my nominal master will handle this. If all else fails, returning to Blue Star is always an option. Chu Zhuan wasn't particularly troubled. If he couldn't handle the situation, he'd simply pick up his bucket and run. He had little interest in getting involved in the petty disputes and skirmishes of Yu country. However, if after the battle he was asked to clean up the aftermath and scour the battlefield, he was quite willing to do so. It was mainly about fulfilling brotherly duties. After all, someone had to collect the bodies, right? It definitely wasn't because he coveted their corpses and storage bags. No, certainly not. Over the next few days, Chu Zhuan frequently changed his appearance and visited the nameless market to sell the items he didn't need. He was not foolish enough to sell a large number of treasures at once. That would surely attract unwanted attention. And it could very likely expose his identity. The high-grade offensive magic tool from Ironwire Mountain, Goo insect eggs, 1000 insects sect technique manuscripts. These items could all point to one thing. That was the sudden disappearance of those 7000 insect sect Goo cultivators a while ago. Chujuan didn't want to be constantly on someone's mind. His disguise techniques were exceptionally sophisticated, and he had never been seen through. On this day, just as Chujuan was about to sell the last of his items, a voice transmission reached his cave dwelling. Chujuan, come to the cave dwelling to see me immediately. The voice belonged to his nominal master, Wan Wuing. Chapter 96, the weakest among them. Chujuan wasted no time, arriving immediately at Wan Wuing's cave dwelling. Upon his arrival, he found that Li Xuanming, Liu Zheng, and Wu Tang had already been waiting for a while. Unlike his usual composed self, seated regally upon a throne of bones, Wan Wuing was pacing before them. Seeing Chujuan join, he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. I used to have many disciples, and now only you four remain. Wan Wuing spoke with a grave tone. I do not wish for our lineage to die out, so there are things I need to clarify with you now. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Chujuan and the others turned solemn. Li Xuanming responded with due respect, please speak, master. We are all ears. Wan Wuing continued evenly, several months ago, Zhao Wuya, Huang Yuan Wu, and I ventured into Wu province and took a precious treasure from the Thousand Insects sect. What that treasure is, I'd rather not dwell on. The important thing is that it's valuable enough to attract the covetous glances of other sects. The current war between the Heavenly Seal sect and the native sects of Wu province was supposed to end quickly, but it has been prolonged by a third-party force, which I have now confirmed to be Imperial Spirit Mountain. This revelation surprised Chujuan and the others, yet it also seemed entirely within reason. Following the destruction of the Infinite Sect, the Righteous Five sects divided the territory. Imperial Spirit Mountain acquired a fertile third of northern Wu province. Being the closest to Heavenly Seal sect and Wu province, it was most convenient for them to covertly influence the war. I suspected early on that someone would covet the treasure and eventually make a move against me. Wan Wuing disclosed. Soon, Zhao Wuya and Huang Yuan Wu will be called back to the Heavenly Seal sect's main hall, and the new Golden Core cultivators taking their place are not particularly friendly towards our extreme yin sect. I suspect they are preparing to act. He continued, I'm telling you this so you will be more vigilant in the coming days. If they plan to strike at me, they will likely target you as well. Especially the 100 Gu Taoist from the Thousand Insects sect. He was very fond of Chen Zhaofeng, and since Chen Zhaofeng is dead, he will undoubtedly hold you responsible. Li Xuanming and Liu Zheng felt a chill in their hearts, while Wu Tang tasted bitterness. I didn't even participate in that battle and gain nothing from it, yet I'm still a target. Chujuan pondered deeply. Wan Wuing had provided timely notification, fulfilling his duty as a master. However, Chujuan had already sensed that dark currents were about to surge again. Unlike others, he had no qualms about escaping if necessary. But if someone really intended to strike at him, he planned to first test their strength. Presently perceived by outsiders as only a second-level Foundation establishment cultivator, any aggressor would likely be a third-level Foundation establishment at most. Find this and other great novels on the author's preferred platform. Support original creators. Since such opponents were essentially delivering themselves to him, there was no need to flee. A gift of a head sent from 1,000 miles away deserved acceptance. It would be impolite not to. Wan Wuing's gaze swept tenderly over the four. That is all, go back now, and be very careful. Yes, thank you, master. Chujuan acknowledged respectfully. After a moment of thought, Wan Wuing added, Chujuan, stay a moment. Once Li Xuanming and the others had departed, Wan Wuing continued, Chujuan, you are now at the 7th level of Foundation establishment, already surpassing Xuanming. I have some low-grade magic treasures, but you might find them difficult to activate, and they're less useful to you than a high-grade magic tool. Tell me, what do you need? I will do my best to provide. Chujuan was pleasantly surprised. It seemed his nominal master felt he had previously neglected him and was now looking to make amends. Such an offer was not to be refused lightly. After a brief pause, Chujuan asked somewhat boldly, Master, do you possess any flying magic tools? I find myself in need of a top-grade flying magic tool. Wan Wuing rolled his eyes but nodded. He flipped his hand and produced a flying shuttle radiating a faint blue light. This is the Green Shadow Shuttle, a flying magic tool I used back when I was a Foundation establishment cultivator. It is yours now. Chujuan eagerly accepted it. Thank you, master. Go now, and take care. Wan Wuing nodded. Yes. Chujuan departed, leaving Wan Wuing to watch his retreating figure with a light chuckle. The Infinite Sect's approach to discipleship was hands-off. Golden Core cultivators believed that allowing disciples to grow untamed fostered the strongest, most ruthless, and most fortuitous demonic cultivators. Indeed, luck was also a part of strength. Thus, knowing that the disciples of the Extreme Yin Cave were destined to face calamity, he had not exerted himself fully to protect them but merely warned them. He understood that the one who survived would be the strongest and luckiest. Of his 4 disciples, whoever survived, he would seriously cultivate. Upon returning to the water curtain cave, Chujuan wasted no time in activating the green shadow shuttle through the blood mirror. This was a top-tier flying magic tool, far superior to the heavenly star-flying sword. Whether for slaying foes, seizing treasures, or evading pursuit, his speed would now be vastly enhanced. Few Foundation establishment cultivators could match his pace now. Chujuan imprinted his soul blood on the green shadow shuttle and took it for several test flights, thoroughly pleased with its performance, before finally stowing it away contentedly. The nameless market. In the secluded chamber of the tea house, hidden by soundproofing arrays ensuring privacy, Zhuyu prepared for a clandestine meeting. He had been nursing severe injuries from a previous disastrous venture to Ironwire Mountain, barely saved by his stash of medicinal pills. The cost had nearly drained his resources, and he was eager for a chance to replenish his supplies through the proposed hunting mission. Soon after he settled, the gaunt figure of Lu Yin hurried in. With a hearty laugh, he greeted Zhuyu, "Fellow Taoist Zhu. I've missed you." Zhuyu returned the greeting with polite laughter. The two were familiar with each other from their undercover collaborations within the Heavenly Seal sect and caught up briefly. After the pleasantries, Zhuyu got straight to the point. "Tell me, who's the target? When do we strike?" Lu Yin's smile widened. "You might remember them. Do you recall being mysteriously abducted by Li Xuanming and Liu Zhenke of the Extreme Yin Cave? Your injuries, too, were thanks to them. It wasn't for their insistence on dragging you to Ironwire Mountain, you wouldn't have suffered so." Zhuyu's expression hardened. "Are we targeting the Extreme Yin Cave? They are formidable, am I a match for them?" Lu Yin nodded vigorously before smiling slyly. "Indeed, we are targeting the Extreme Yin Cave, but not Li Xuanming or Liu Zhenke. We pick the softest target, the weakest among them, Chujuan. We'll deal with him. This is an easy job with quick pay, and I thought of you immediately." Chapter 97, Melee and Betrayal. Zhuyu's heart twitched uneasily. Chosen because he was the weakest? This kind of supposedly easy job landing on him just seemed like a setup to push him into danger. However, he managed to keep his composure and instead expressed a calculated surprise. "Fellow Taoist Lu, I've heard that your master Zhao Wuaya has some private dealings with Wan Wuang of the Extreme Yin Cave. Would he agree to you targeting them?" Lu Yin laughed heartily. "My master will not know of this. Whether the Extreme Yin lineage is wiped out or not, his agreement or disagreement is irrelevant." Zhuyu pretended to mull over the proposal, taking his time much to Lu Yin's growing impatience. Finally, with a look of difficulty, he spoke. "Fellow Taoist Lu, I believe that the cultivators of the Extreme Yin Cave are not to be trifled with lightly. I'd rather not get involved in this murky business." Lu Yin frowned. "Are you truly not joining?" Zhuyu gave a bitter smile. "Demonic cultivators are desperate folk, and I'm afraid they might drag me down with them in their last moments. Let's forget it." He added, "But rest assured, I will not speak of this to anyone. I can swear a heart devil oath to that effect. After all, as you said, the injuries I bear were caused by those from the Extreme Yin Cave." With that, he indeed made a heart devil oath. Such oaths were serious commitments, taken by Foundation establishment stage cultivators and above. Violating them often led to severe spiritual tribulations, akin to a blemish on pristine white jade, potentially obstructing a cultivator's Tao to immortality. Few dared to break a heart devil oath. Of course, these oaths mostly bound the righteous cultivators. Demonic cultivators had numerous ways to deceive or even break such oaths. Initially, Lu Yin's eyes had glinted with dangerous intent, but seeing Zhuyu make the oath on the spot, he relaxed. Killing Zhuyu, if it ever came to that, would require some effort. Moreover, being a Foundation establishment cultivator, Zhuyu wasn't likely to be so easily fooled. Despite claims of having depleted his resources, who could say for sure if he wasn't still hiding something? "All right, fellow Taoist Zhu, you are a wise man. Until next time," Lu Yin said, and without further ado, turned and left. Watching Lu Yin's retreating figure, Zhuyu sighed deeply. Li Xuanming, Liu Zhenke, Wu Tang, Chujuan. Among the 4 from the Extreme Yin Cave, you just had picked the strongest. If you don't die, who will? As days turned into months, the fierce offensive of the Heavenly Seal sect suddenly slowed. The main combatants, Golden Core cultivators Zhao Wuaya and Huang Yuanwu, were recalled by an urgent order back to the main hall. Replacing them were Zhu Taiji, Gozan, and Chu Kaian, who adopted a strategy of siege without attack. It seemed they intended to starve out the 1,000 insect sect school cultivators without shedding a drop of blood, given that maintaining normal cultivation and the operation of defensive arrays consumed considerable amounts of spirit stones. Inevitably, the 1,000 insect sect would have to surrender as their resources dwindled. The lower ranks of the cultivators didn't grasp the intentions of their superiors and could only wait helplessly. This siege tactic continued for over 2 months. Every few days, goo cultivators from the Thousand Insects sect made desperate attempts to break through, but all were repelled. It was clear to everyone that the Thousand Insects sect was reaching its breaking point, likely prompting the remaining Golden Core cultivators to attempt to break out soon. Unauthorized use. This story is on Amazon without permission from the author. Report any sightings. And indeed, when the protective mountain array of the Thousand Insects sect flickered and dimmed completely due to the lack of spirit stones, dozens of luminous streaks suddenly shot towards the southeast, heading towards the borders of U country. Should they cross into U country, the Heavenly Seal sect's cultivators would dare not pursue further. From the Heavenly Seal sect's camp, 4 luminous figures promptly took flight, pursuing the escaping lights. They were Zhuteiji, Gozen, Chukayan, and Wan Wuiying, aiming directly for the fleeing goo cultivators. Zhuteiji, leading the charge, called out loudly, "100 Goo Taoist, it's not too late to surrender. I guarantee you the treatment of an elder of the Heavenly Seal sect." 100 Goo Taoist, the leader of the fleeing group, roared back defiantly, "I will never align with the demonic cultivators of the Heavenly Seal sect." The Golden Core cultivators of the Heavenly Seal sect were notably stronger than those of the Thousand Insects sect and also faster. It was only a matter of time before 100 Goo Taoist and his companions would be caught. "I'll cover our retreat," 100 Goo Taoist bellowed. The Foundation establishment disciples of the Thousand Insects sect were forced to turn and block Zhuteiji's group. These disciples were controlled by goo insects implanted by their Golden Core masters. If they did not turn to confront the attackers, the goo within them would devour them from the inside. Yet, if they managed to hold off the Heavenly Seal sect's Golden Core cultivators, there was a chance they could survive. "Out of my way." Wan Wuiying waved his hand, sending shadows sprawling and forcefully scattering the Foundation establishment goo cultivators. Their primary targets were 100 Goo Taoist and the other 2 Golden Core cultivators. If they failed to eliminate these 3, the threat of stealth attacks and curses by these surviving masters would continue to plague the Heavenly Seal sect. The disciples of the Thousand Insects sect housed numerous goo within their bodies. Killing them would release the insects like flesh-burrowing maggots, which would not only attack but also delay the pursuit. Thus, it was more prudent to leave these Foundation establishment cultivators to the Heavenly Seal sect's own disciples to deal with. With a whistling sound, over 20 streaks of light surged forth from the Heavenly Seal sect's encampment, targeting the Foundation establishment goo cultivators. Chujuan was among them. Golden Core fought Golden Core, Foundation establishment clashed with Foundation establishment. Boom. 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 The sounds of battle between Golden Core cultivators echoed through the sky, sending terrifying shock waves in all directions. Wherever these forces passed, towering trees were instantly reduced to splinters. The Foundation establishment cultivators tactically retreated while fighting, keen to distance themselves from the battlefield of the more powerful Golden Core cultivators. None wished to be inadvertently killed by the stray shock waves. Chujuan faced off against a goo cultivator from the Thousand Insects sect, swiftly withdrawing from the main fray. He did not reveal his full strength, maintaining the guise of a middling second-level Foundation establishment cultivator. His opponent from the Thousand Insects sect, in stark contrast, unleashed all his hidden abilities, fighting with flushed cheeks and fiery ears. Once he had completely disengaged from the battle and found himself unobserved, Chujuan employed the Yin Evil Demon Claw, instantly crushing the life out of the Thousand Insects sect cultivator and casting his body into the corpse-nurturing tower. A few flickers later, Chujuan vanished using the Yin Evil escape technique. Shortly after his disappearance, 2 figures arrived together, both familiar faces, Lu Yin and Zheng. The 2 were senior brother disciples within the same sect and shared a close bond. After failing to enlist Zhu Yu for the hunt, Lu Yin turned to Zheng, who readily agreed. Hunting demonic cultivators was a lucrative affair, rarely as easy as taking down a second-level Foundation establishment soft target like Chujuan. "Where is he? Wasn't he just here?" Zheng furrowed his brow. They had clearly seen Chujuan engaging with the goo cultivator from the Thousand Insects sect as they entered the woods. Lu Yin sneered, "No hurry, I have a scent tracker worm. It will find him soon." He then produced a plump worm and allowed it to sniff a low-grade magic tool. "This magic tool?" Zheng expressed his surprise. Lu Yin offered a sinister laugh, "Bought it from Wu-Tang, it was once used by Chujuan. That fellow has been acting suspicious and has already betrayed the extreme Yin cave." He explained, the scent tracker worm would stand erect in the direction of its target, growing more upright the closer it was. Zheng, astounded, exclaimed, "What? Why is it standing as straight as a chopstick? And it's pointing behind us?" Chapter 98, Mysterious Cultivator. The next moment, Zheng was shocked. Why am I falling toward the ground? And whose headless corpse is that? Junior brother, what's happening?" But he could no longer hear Lu Yin's response. Darkness and cold had already enveloped him completely. With a thud, the headless body fell forward, blood gushing forth. Lu Yin's eyes widened in horror as he instinctively activated his defensive magic tool to protect his back, while quickly casting a defensive spell. His body's iron shell rapidly secreted saliva that flowed with his blood, swiftly enhancing his bodily defenses. Clang! A dark chain cleaved through the air toward him. Lu Yin spat out blood and was flung back several yards. Crack! His defensive magic tool shattered into pieces. The iron shell also screamed pitifully as its shell burst apart, its fluid splattering clearly. It too was no more. Lu Yin was utterly terrified. In just one strike, he had been stripped of all his defenses. His assailant was certainly not a mere early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. This must be a mid-stage, or even a high-level cultivator, possibly at the 5th or 6th layer. You're not dead yet. A voice floated softly from the woods. Lu Yin, clutching his chest, scrambled to his feet and pleaded, "Fellow Taoist, we have no grievances. May I ask for mercy to spare my life?" The figure in the wood slowly approached, his face becoming visible in the sunlight. "Who says we have no grievances? You came here to kill me." Chu Zhuan smiled. Lu Yin was dumbstruck. He could never have imagined that the person who had just killed Shinigami and destroyed all his defenses with a single strike was Chu Zhuan. Wasn't he just a second-level Foundation establishment cultivator? Damn. The intelligence was wrong. Lu Yin took a deep breath and roared, "Chu Zhuan, I will fight you to the death." With that, he summoned the Ice Toad Bell, ready to attack. But in the next moment, he kicked off the ground. He bolted away with a speed far exceeding his previous effort, employing an escape technique as he fled. Chu Zhuan was speechless. The slogans were louder than one another. But when it came to fleeing, they were faster than one another. However, Chu Zhuan did not give chase. As Lu Yin looked back after running several dozen yards, seeing Chu Zhuan still standing in the same spot, he burst out laughing. "Ha!" Lu Yin exclaimed, his voice dripping with astonishment. He never expected I'd feign battle only to flee. I must quickly inform others of Chu Zhuan's true strength. His words were abruptly cut short as a dagger, formed from gloomy nether flames, plunged into his heart. The nether fire erupted within him, extinguishing his life force in an instant. If you spot this story on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. Lu Yin's head turned stiffly only to see a grotesque, ugly face looming behind him. Corpse puppet. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Bao, carrying Lu Yin's body, scurried back to Chu Zhuan's side. Chu Zhuan nodded in approval and stored the body in the corpse-nurturing tower. After all, they were fellow sect brothers, and it seemed only proper to tend to the dead. "You little rascal, hiding a piece of flesh, eh?" Chu Zhuan noticed Bao surreptitiously chewing on a piece of flesh and couldn't help but laugh. Bao, caught in the act, sheepishly smiled and quickly swallowed the piece of flesh he had torn from Lu Yin. "Come, let's see how our two senior brothers are doing," Chu Zhuan suggested. "If I'm not mistaken, Wu Tang, that traitor, is likely to strike against them." Chu Zhuan retracted Bao into the corpse-nurturing tower, his form ghosting through the woods. Yet, he abruptly stopped after darting forward a short distance. The ground ahead seemed uneven upon closer inspection. Chu Zhuan noticed that trees and rocks, the dark, unseen places were studded with array flags. A concealed deadly array lay ahead, just waiting for him to step into it. Chu Zhuan surveyed his surroundings and calmly called out, "You might as well show yourself." Moments later, no one appeared, but a poison needle pierced the air, aiming directly at Chu Zhuan's vital point. Anticipating this, the evil soul chain instantly positioned itself in front of him, deflecting the green glowing poison needle. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several more poison needles shot toward him, each from a more cunning angle. Chu Zhuan's eyes flickered as he sensed movement behind him. The evil soul chain, like a massive black python, precisely blocked all incoming needles. Suddenly, the mystic iron shield materialized behind Chu Zhuan, catching and splitting into a thick poison needle aimed at his head. "Found you," Chu Zhuan declared sharply. His yin evil demon claw tore through the air, grasping fiercely and obliterating a large tree behind him. As the tree crashed down, scattering wood chips and leaves, a muffled grunt was heard. A robust figure tumbled out. Chu Zhuan, relentless, pointed a finger, and two sinister shadows Hu and Bao charged forward. However, just as the two corpse puppets lunged, their opponent threw something, and two shadows, a tiger soul and a wolf soul, sprang into action. Hu and Bao immediately tangled with the tiger and wolf spirits, a chaotic fray unfolding. Chu Zhuan's gaze sharpened as he employed the yin evil escape, swiftly closing the distance between himself and his opponent. With a grand gesture, the myriad souls banner unfurled, unleashing vengeful spirits and ferocious ghosts that tore through the air. The adversary's face registered shock, his eyes widening as if he had no power to resist. However, Chu Juan, narrowing his eyes, sensed something amiss. Just as the spectral assailants were about to descend upon the robust cultivator, he uttered a low cry, his body bursting forth with golden light, forming a small, radiant protective halo around him, the body protecting golden wheel. This golden wheel, though modest in size and brilliance, was unmistakably the body protecting golden wheel decree from the Golden Dragon Temple, a natural bane of ghosts and malevolent spirits. The ghosts shrieked in agony, like moths to a flame, instantly incinerated upon contact. Only a few stronger spirits managed to escape the conflagration, retreating back into the myriad souls banner. Chu Juan frowned deeply. As the spirits returned, providing a momentary distraction by obscuring his opponent's line of sight, he pointed decisively. The evil soul chain suddenly materialized, its speed erupting to its peak. It slithered like a terrifying black python, nearly binding the robust cultivator. Buzz. A sudden burst of flame sounded as another talisman on the cultivator's body burned to ash. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly widened the gap between them while shouting, "Two!" As Chu Juan advanced, the ground beneath him vibrated unexpectedly. A demonic earth-colored beast burst forth, striking Chu Juan from an unforeseen angle. Clang! The blood-evil shadow automatically appeared, thwarting this cunning and venomous attack. Struck by the blood-evil shadow, the beast howled pitifully, spewing a mouthful of blood before burrowing back into the earth and vanishing from sight. The two stood apart, 100 jong between them, neither making a move. Chu Juan regarded the robust cultivator with a mix of awe and suspicion. The other, breathing heavily, returned a gaze with equal parts astonishment and doubt. In just a few exchanges, Chu Juan realized that this robust cultivator was no ordinary foe like Liu Yin or Zheng Qingqing. He must be a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, like himself. Was this person also sent to kill him? Chapter 99, Li Xuanming. Chu Juan was not confident he could quickly kill his opponent. Judging by the opponent's demeanor, it seemed they were also uncertain about continuing the fight and securing a kill. Continuing would mean both sides would have to reveal more of their trump cards. The benefits gained from killing at that point might not even outweigh the resources expended during the fight. It was a classic case of the gains not justifying the efforts. The opponent's expression changed several times before they let out a laugh. A misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Let's stop fighting, I'm leaving. Chu Juan barked, you can't leave, Li Xuanming, don't approve. The other person paused, you're not Li Xuanming, you're Chu Juan. Chu Juan challenged, then who are you? With a sigh of resignation, the other replied, I'm just a hired hand, I didn't expect you to be so strong. I give up, I'll just go back and kill my employer instead. Chu Juan insisted, if you don't give me a name, we continue fighting. The person sighed lightly, fine, I'll tell you. I am Wang Jianyou. Chu Juan scoffed, Wang Jianyou is Zhao Wuai's foremost disciple, an ultimate grade wind spiritual root, and a swordsman. There's not even a hint of swordsmanship about you. The man shrugged, you caught me. Actually, I'm Wan Feiping. Chu Juan shook his head, you're lying again. Wan Feiping is likely out there trying to rob Li Xuanming and Liu Zhengqing. The man smacked his lips in resignation, alright, I'll tell you. I'm Han Lian. Can we stop fighting now? There are plenty of opportunities to profit from chaos right now, and every second wasted is a loss of many spirit stones. I don't want to keep this up. Chu Juan raised an eyebrow. So it was Han Lian. He hadn't expected that. This Han Lian seemed even better at concealing his true capabilities than the rumors suggested. Perhaps this man was not inferior to either Wan Feiping or Wang Jianyou. Leave, then. Han Lian employed a fleeing technique, disappearing in a few flashes. Chu Juan stood in place for a while, then sneered, you clearly haven't left, you're still ambushing me. Silence all around. After a long while, Chu Juan rubbed his stiff legs and muttered, no tricks came out, it seems he really left. He then retracted his magical tools, Hu and Bao, into the tower and quickly departed. Wu Tang, that traitor who had betrayed him, had to be dealt with. Vengeance should not be delayed, it had to be exacted today. Elsewhere, a frantic escape unfolded. Li Xuanming and Liu Zhengqing dashed through the terrain, desperation marked by the trail of blood they left behind. Li Xuanming bore a vivid scar across his chest while Liu Zhengqing's side bled profusely, his complexion deathly pale. Behind them, 4 figures relentlessly pursued, led by none other than Wu Tang. Senior Brother Li, Senior Brother Liu, no need to run anymore, just stay. Wu Tang called out, his body gliding lightly across the ground like a swallow, closing the gap between them with each bound, yet never getting too close. Clearly, he was wary of any last-ditch defenses Li Xuanming and Liu Zhengqing might have. This story has been stolen from Royal Road. If you read it on Amazon, please report it. Don't let his voice disturb you, he definitely has something up his sleeve. Li Xuanming whispered urgently. Gritting his teeth, Liu Zhenchen nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in those words. Senior brother Liu seems to have taken a particular interest in Chu Zhuan, so I might as well tell you that Chu Zhuan is probably dead by now. Wu Tang sneered mockingly. Han Liayan of the Heavenly Seal Trio took the Spirit Stones to personally execute him. Even with Chu Zhuan's 7th-level Foundation establishment capabilities, he couldn't have escaped death. A cruel smile curled Wu Tang's lips as Liu Zhenchen's eyes flashed with grief. He roared, "You have betrayed our master. Betrayed the Extremian Cave. You deserve death, Wu Tang. I regret ever saving your life." Wu Tang laughed coldly. It should be said that the master betrayed me, betrayed the Extremian Cave. If he hadn't joined forces with Zhao Wu'ai and Huang Yuan Wu to invade Wu province and steal that precious treasure, would it have attracted the covetous eyes of Imperial Spirit Mountain? Would it have led to Zhu Teiji and others banding together to hunt him down? How else would I have been forced to seek a new allegiance? The ferocity in his eyes was unmistakable. I was pushed into this corner. Just then, thunder tore through the air, a bolt striking unexpectedly. Li Xuanming and Liu Zhenchen's pupils contracted as they hastily dodged. Li Xuanming, less severely injured, narrowly escaped, but Liu Zhenchen was struck directly on his left shoulder by the sudden thunderbolt. He grunted in pain, his body hurling through the forest and breaking several large trees along his path. Li Xuanming, filled with alarm, looked ahead to see a tall figure in blue robes standing there. The face was stern, the gaze indifferent. He knew this face all too well. It was Wan Feiping, the chief disciple under Zhu Teiji and one of the Heavenly Seal Trio. Wu Tang let out a sinister chuckle. "Senior brother Wan, Li Xuanming is yours to deal with. I'll take care of Liu Zhenchen." With that, he and 2 other Foundation Establishment cultivators chased after Liu Zhenchen. 2 other Foundation Establishment cultivators were closing in on Li Xuanming. Without sparing a glance at Wan Feiping, Li Xuanming swiftly turned and charged at the 2 behind him. With a gesture, a black banner whipped violently through the air. Wraiths and fierce ghosts roared as they surged toward the duo. Caught off guard by Li Xuanming's swift decisiveness, they were forced to conjure their defensive magic tools for protection. Li Xuanming took advantage of the moment to slip past them, fleeing into the distance. The wraiths and ghosts ferociously pounced but passed right through them. It was all an illusion. Fools. Wan Feiping muttered coldly as he brushed past them, lightning flickering under his feet. His speed was extraordinary, akin to a deity striding on thunder. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to Li Xuanming. "Thunderclap strike!" Wan Feiping shouted, pressing down with his finger. Countless points of lightning, like droplets of rain, overwhelmed Li Xuanming, forcing him to dodge desperately. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderclap strikes blasted trees and rocks, sending splinters and shards flying everywhere. Each dodge slowed Li Xuanming down, and the debris pinpointed his location. "Die!" Wan Feiping said emotionlessly, pressing down with another finger. A colossal, vague finger descended toward Li Xuanming. The grooves on the finger's surface resembled mountainous ravines, giving it the appearance of a giant's finger rather than one formed of condensed spiritual energy. Li Xuanming roared and a small shield appeared in front of him along with a blood demon shadow. Crack! The shield shattered. Crack! The shadow was obliterated. Li Xuanming spewed blood and flew backward, crashing through numerous giant trees. Unlike Chu Zhuan, who had sufficient yin evil chi to craft 3 blood evil shadows for protection, Li Xuanming had struggled over the years to forge just one, which Wan Feiping now effortlessly destroyed. The gap between the mid and late stages of the Foundation establishment was truly vast. Just then, a robust, dark figure burst from the trees, drenched in blood. It was Liu Zhenchen, who had already suffered a blow from Wan Feiping. Having activated his black beast demon body, Liu's frame was massive and beast-like, covered in black fur, with immense strength and vibrant vitality. It was this black beast demon body that allowed him to temporarily fend off Wu Tang and 3 others, reuniting with Li Xuanming. "Run!" Liu Zhenchen roared, grabbing Li Xuanming and sprinting away. "Trying to flee?" Wan Feiping sneered. Annihilation thunder. He laughed coldly as both a sword and a saber magic tool materialized. The blades met, unleashing a terrifying column of thunderous light straight towards them. The effort drained Wan Feiping considerably, his complexion turning stark white. Seeing this, Li Xuanming did not hesitate. He slapped Liu Zhenchen's chest, hurling him towards the thunderous column while using the recoil to increase his own distance, fleeing into the distance. Chapter 100, The Demonic Cultivator. Li Xuanming's face bore no trace of pity. He had survived the destruction of the Infinite Sect, escaping encirclement by countless righteous cultivators, a feat he had performed not infrequently. As a demonic cultivator, he embraced ruthlessness. To him, The lives of others meant nothing if his own survival was at stake. Even Liu Zheng, his fellow sect junior brother, was nothing more than a pawn to be sacrificed when necessary. Liu Zheng had not anticipated that his self-sacrificial attempt to save Li Xuanming would result in being explosively thrown aside and used as a human shield against Wan Feipeng's attack. His eyes dimmed, void of any curses or angry roars, he simply yearned for rest. Boom! The column of thunder swallowed him whole. His robes shattered, his flesh charred, and his bones melted. When the thunderous assault finally dissipated, only a charred corpse remained smashed upon the earth. Wan Feipeng furrowed his brow, surprised by Li Xuanming's decisive action to forsake his junior brother to escape. He stamped the ground forcefully and vaulted over the scorched remains, continuing his pursuit. Escape, escape, escape. That was the only thought left in Li Xuanming's mind as the wind howled past his ears. The distant sounds of battle from the main front line reached him. If he could just make it back there, where countless cultivators witnessed the fray, Wan Feipeng would have to consider his status and reputation, likely staying his hand. Just need to get there. Li Xuanming could already see the low-quality spells clashing ahead the battlefield of the chi-refining cultivators. But at that moment, a horrific ghostly wail pierced the air, and a black chain, serpent-like, suddenly appeared. In an instant, it ensnared and immobilized Li Xuanming completely. Thud. Unable to stop his forward momentum, Li Xuanming crashed violently into the mud and blood-soaked ground. As he struggled to his feet, he found himself facing someone Chu Zhuan. Chu Zhuan's eyes were filled with cold. After repelling Han Lian, he swiftly moved to this sector of the battlefield. Although he was strong enough to potentially kill Wan Feipeng, the effort would be immense, possibly leaving him severely wounded. Thus, he had remained hidden, waiting for an opportune moment to strike during one of Wan Feipeng's vulnerabilities. He had witnessed the entire scene. Liu Zheng had sacrificed himself to save Li Xuanming, only to be used as a human shield. Chu Zhuan was not one to sacrifice himself for others, he always prioritized his own interests. Yet, he remembered the Tiger Soul talisman Liu Zheng had once given him, a rare act of kindness in this brutal and cold world of cultivation. Junior brother, I can explain. Better I live alone than we both die, so I... Li Xuanming hastily began to explain. Chu Zhuan shook his head. If you can betray senior brother Liu, one day you will betray me too. What use then is there in keeping you alive? With a swift motion, he clenched his hand. The evil soul chain tightened violently. This story has been unlawfully obtained without the author's consent. Report any appearances on Amazon. Crack. Li Xuanming's head was twisted off abruptly, his handsome face still marked by a mixture of shock and unwillingness. He had not expected that Chu Zhuan would grant him no time to even finish his sentence before ending his life. Casually, Chu Zhuan collected Li Xuanming's corpse into the corpse-nurturing tower, then turned his attention to Wan Feipeng, who was slowly approaching. Wan Feipeng, a tall, thin cultivator dressed in blue robes, was not handsome. His stern face was enough to deter countless cultivators. You're still alive, Han Lian really is useless. Wan Feipeng sneered. Chu Zhuan responded calmly, thinking Han Lian is useless just shows you're not much better. Wan Feipeng made a flicking motion, and countless thunder-wrapped beams of light surged towards Chu Zhuan. He spoke no idle words, his every move was an attack meant to kill. Yet, Chu Zhuan did not use the yin evil escape to dodge. Instead, he stomped the ground, aggressively closing the distance between himself and Wan Feipeng. Bang! 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 The beams hadn't yet hit Chu Zhuan when they were blocked by the mystic iron shield. The sound of metal clashing rang out. Wan Feipeng smirked coldly. Many thought he specialized in long-range thunder magic, but he also practiced close combat. Those cultivators who recklessly tried to close in on him often met grimmer fates. As Chu Zhuan closed to within 30 feet of Wan Feipeng, the latter swiftly changed his spell, clenching his fist to summon a massive axe wreathed in thunder into his palm. He bellowed angrily, swinging the axe directly at Chu Zhuan's head. In that moment, Chu Zhuan roared back, his claw reaching fiercely toward Wan Feipeng's body, while the evil soul chain wrapped around his throat. You won't block? Seeking death. Wan Feipeng held the axe with both hands, nearly striking Chu Zhuan's head. However, in that instant, layers of golden light rose above Chu Zhuan's head, and ethereal chants filled the air. Suddenly, behind his head, a multicolored halo of rich mist appeared. The halo emanated tremendous force, forming a protective aura around his body. Moreover, atop Chu Zhuan's head, a small bell sounded with a resonant clang, adding to the formidable defenses now shielding him. The force of meritorious power around Chu Zhuan exploded with even greater intensity, forming a massive golden bell inverted around him, protecting him flawlessly. This dual defense was the manifestation of the Golden Dragon Temple's body-protecting Golden Wheel Decree combined with the top-grade magic tool, the Merit Bell. Clang! The thunderous axe struck these layered defenses, not only failing to penetrate them but also being violently repelled. The hefty blade of the axe bore a significant notch as a result, nearly slipping from Wan Feipeng's grasp. Merit. Such formidable merit? How can this be? Isn't he a demonic cultivator? Wan Feipeng's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, his usually stern face almost losing composure in shock. At that moment, Chu Zhuan's counterattack arrived. The Yin Evil Demon Claw, fueled by Yin Evil Qi, immediately grasped Wan Feipeng's body. The Evil Soul Chain, controlled by Hueco, precisely targeted Wan Feipeng's throat. Wan Feipeng's top-tier defensive magic tool barely managed to hold under the dual assault, cracks spreading across it, signaling it wouldn't last much longer. Wan Feipeng struggled to raise his hand, attempting to cast a defensive spell. However, Long had already materialized behind him, opening its gaping maw. The roar of a corpse puppet resounded as if a demon's whisper exploded right by his ear, causing Wan Feipeng's thoughts to stall, his mind going blank. By the time he regained his senses, Chu Zhuan's palm had already struck his chest. Boom! The terrifying corpse-refining blood fire instantly erupted, engulfing him on the spot. Wan Feipeng's agonized screams echoed through the flames, along with a few strained words, "I have a top-tier magic tool. Don't kill me." Regret flooded his heart. He had underestimated Chu Zhuan, and before he could utilize any of his own trump cards, he had been trapped in this dire situation. "Foolish, by killing you, your possessions also become mine." Chu Zhuan sneered. The fire burned even fiercer. Within moments, Wan Feipeng was reduced to a charred body, falling unconscious from the pain. However, Chu Zhuan did not let him die. Instead, he had Long and Hu bind him tightly and stand guard beside him. Chu Zhuan vividly remembered that Wan Feipeng possessed an ultimate-grade thunder spiritual root, and as a demonic cultivator, he knew techniques to transplant such spiritual roots for his own use. Chapter 101, Come Out, No More Hiding. Chu Zhuan was able to swiftly defeat Wan Feipeng, who was in the same realm, for several reasons. Firstly, in the prior combat, Wan Feipeng had already expended a considerable amount of his spiritual qi and had even deployed his most powerful attack spells. This was precisely why Chu Zhuan had remained passive, biding his time. If the opponent did not deploy their skills, he would not enter the fray. Secondly, Wan Feipeng could not have anticipated that Chu Zhuan possessed the Merit Bell, a top-grade magic tool, nor could he have foreseen the terrifying extent of Chu Zhuan's merit, completely misjudging his defense. Otherwise, Wan Feipeng would have at least been able to retaliate, instead of being so severely injured by Chu Zhuan right from the start, rendered utterly incapable of fighting back. Treading through a mixture of blood and mud, Chu Zhuan advanced slowly. Ahead, beside the charred corpse of Liu Zhang, lay a figure. "You actually shattered my life-bound magic tool. I will kill you. Kill you," he roared, plunging a dagger viciously into the charred corpse. The voice was familiar to Chu Zhuan. It was Wu Tang. The footsteps behind him alerted Wu Tang. He sprang up, his pale face twisting into a smile. "Senior brother Duan, you've returned from slaying Li Zhuanming." His words trailed off, stuck in his throat, as his smile froze like ice. Chu Zhuan? A smile uglier than bitterness itself contorted Wu Tang's face. He was no fool. Although he had been thrown far away by Liu Zhang and had not witnessed Chu Zhuan joining the battle or his successive slaying of Li Zhuanming and Wan Feipeng, he could guess. Chu Zhuan's presence here meant that the situation had spiraled beyond their plans. "Junior brother Chu, you're still alive, thank heavens. Liu Zhang, that traitor, caused my life-bound magic tool to be destroyed. Where is our senior brother? Is he safe from Wan Feipeng's pursuit?" Wu Tang was filled with righteous indignation. Chu Zhuan approached him with a slight smile. Suddenly, the Yin Evil Demon Claw appeared and clenched Wu Tang's head. And then, before his horrified eyes, Chu Zhuan crushed it completely. With a crack, like a ripe persimmon smashing onto the ground, juices and pulp flew everywhere. Of course, Chu Zhuan still took care to collect his body, throwing it into the tower. You demon cultivator of the extreme Yin Cave." The two Foundation establishment cultivators widened their eyes, hurriedly attempting to flee. But they were quickly overtaken by Chu Zhuan, who crushed their heads as well. Afterward, Chu Zhuan cleaned up the scene, throwing all the cultivators' bodies into the tower. He collected all their storage bags. Ensuring nothing was overlooked, Chu Zhuan then returned to Liu Zhang's charred corpse. Even in death, Liu Zhang maintained the state of his dark beast demon body, making his body extremely large, more beast than man. Unauthorized reproduction. This story has been taken without approval. Report sightings. Senior brother, you are too kind to be a demonic cultivator. Perhaps if you had joined one of the righteous 5 sects initially, your fate would be far better than it is now. Chu Zhuan sighed softly. He could have tossed Liu Zheng's body into the tower, either to nurture corpse puppets or to breed goo insects. But he chose not to. The bodies of Foundation establishment cultivators were numerous, one more or less made little difference. Yet, a kind demon cultivator like Liu Zheng might be the only one in this world. He placed Liu Zheng's body into a storage bag by itself, planning to take it back to the extreme Yin cave for a proper burial. Stop hiding, come out. Chu Zhuan spoke nonchalantly, not even turning his head. Ha ha ha, you caught me after all. Han Lian leapt down from the top of a giant tree, revealing a smile. He was somewhat panic-stricken. His employer was Wan Feiping, and he had been searching for Wan Feiping's whereabouts just before finding this battleground. Upon arriving, however, he discovered Wan Feiping barely clinging to life, closely guarded by 2 corpse generals. The one who survived was Chu Zhuan, who appeared virtually unharmed. Who was truly the genius here? Han Lian's mind seemed overwhelmed. Chu Zhuan asked calmly, "How much did you see?" Han Lian shook his head. "When I arrived, Wan Feiping was already in this state. I saw none of your trump cards. If you don't believe me, I can swear an oath on my inner demons." Chu Zhuan shook his head. "No need, you surely have ways to circumvent such oaths." Han Lian just smiled, saying nothing. Chu Zhuan casually asked, "How was your harvest?" Han Lian smiled. 6 Foundation establishment corpses, 8 storage bags, not too bad. The 2 made sporadic conversation, yet maintained a cautious distance. After a moment, Chu Zhuan erased all traces left at the scene, then finally looked towards Han Lian. Han Lian smiled. "Leaving?" Chu Zhuan nodded. "Next time we meet, perhaps we can cooperate." Han Lian chuckled. "Definitely next time." Chu Zhuan responded non-committally. Both stepped back simultaneously, then quickly vanished into the forest. On the main battlefield, the war among chi refining cultivators continued. Unbeknownst to them, within the unseen woods, several Foundation establishment cultivators had perished, including Wan Feiping, one of the renowned Heavenly Seal trio. Chu Zhuan did not rejoin the battle himself but released Long, Gu, and Bao to hunt down the 1,000 insect sex Foundation establishment cultivators. He stood on higher ground, surveying the distant conflict among the Golden Core cultivators. It seemed likely that the Heavenly Seal sect, 1,000 Insects sect, and Imperial Spirit Mountain would all enter the fray. Not to mention the Golden Core cultivators of Imperial Spirit Mountain, even those within the Heavenly Seal sect might covet the precious treasure. Even though Wan Wuang was well prepared, Chu Zhuan dared not conclude that Wan Wuang could win or even survive until the outcome was clear. If Wan Wuang dies, the extreme Yin cave will most likely be purged by the Heavenly Seal sect. It would be wise to think of an escape route sooner rather than later. Yu country is dominated by the heaven-burning sect alone. Heading south to Yu country to restart my demonic cultivation career is not out of the question. However, I have heard that between Yu country and Yu country lies a boundless desert filled with demonic beasts, a challenge even for Golden Core cultivators to cross. Without a map to guide me through the oases for rest, my journey south would be exceedingly difficult. Chu Zhuan could not help but sigh. It wasn't that he didn't want to flee, his abilities simply did not permit it. If I ever get the chance, I must remember to collect a map. Chu Zhuan made a mental note of this. Just then, he saw 2 streaks of light suddenly join the distant battle. 2 additional Golden Core cultivators? One of them feels familiar, like it's Zhao Wuaya. Chu Zhuan was surprised. Were Zhao Wuaya and Huang Yuanwu not recalled by the main hall of the Heavenly Seal sect? Why had they joined the battle halfway through? Could this supposed switch in war leaders be merely a ruse by the Heavenly Seal sect? Or perhaps it was Wan Wuang's own scheme? Chu Zhuan perked up. This development could tilt the battle of the Golden Core cultivators in Wan Wuang's favor. Sure enough. Not long after, the earth-shattering exchange of spells in the distance concluded. 100 breaths later, 5 figures streaked across the sky and landed on the main battlefield. Leading were Wan Wuang, Zhao Wuaya, Huang Yuanwu, and Chu Kaian. Trailing them was Zhu Teiji. However, Zhu Teiji was severely injured, having lost an arm not as if it had been severed by a magic tool, but as though it had been violently torn off. Their arrival greatly boosted the morale of the Heavenly Seal sect cultivators. The 1,000 Insect sect cultivators were terrified. "Old Zhao, it's your turn," Wan Wuang said casually. Zhao Wuaya smiled, circulated his spiritual qi, and announced loudly, "The 1,000 Insect sect's 100 goo, chaotic blood, and dry bone demons have been slain. Disciples of the 1,000 Insects sect, surrender and you shall not be killed." His voice boomed like a great bell, resounding thunderously across the battlefield. Chapter 102, The great battle concluded as the Golden Core Cultivator fell. The Thousand Insects Sex Foundation establishment and chi refining cultivators immediately crumbled like a landslide. They surrendered in droves, and in the blink of an eye, the battlefield was filled with Thousand Insects sect cultivators no longer resisting. Chu Zhuan, seeing that Wan Wuang was safe and sound, breathed a sigh of relief. His master was still alive, thankfully. There was no need to flee. At that moment, a voice transmission echoed in his ear, "Come find me in the eastern forest." Chu Zhuan immediately headed there and found Wan Wuang looking somewhat pale. Chu Zhuan produced some healing pills. "Master, are you injured?" Wan Wuang dismissed them with a wave of his hand. "Your healing pills are of no use to me, take them back." Chu Zhuan nodded, thinking he hadn't really planned to give them anyway, it was just for appearances. Wan Wuang took several glossy pills and popped them into his mouth, gradually bringing some color back to his cheeks. He looked at Chu Zhuan with a complex expression and after a long pause said, "Is it just you?" Chu Zhuan nodded. "What happened? Tell me about it," Wan Wuang requested. Chu Zhuan recounted the battle in detail, not intending to lie, as Wan Wuang would surely find out the truth if he chose to investigate. He merely omitted that he harbored merit and had practiced the techniques of the Golden Dragon Temple. Wu Tang, that traitor, Humphrey, well killed. Liu Zhenq. Sigh, he was always too naive, too kind-hearted for demonic cultivation. Li Xuanming. He did nothing wrong, why did you kill him? Wan Wuang looked at Chu Zhuan. Chu Zhuan replied calmly, he did nothing wrong, but he might have treated me the same way in the future, so I killed him. Also, keeping him would have split the cultivation resources and attention you give to me. Better to focus all on one than to dilute the effect across two. It's better if there's only me. Wan Wuang commented, you're quite straightforward. The battle is over. I need to go back and heal. I'll emerge from seclusion after some time. Chu Zhuan started to speak, then hesitated. Wan Wuang chuckled, I know what you want to ask. The leaders of the Heavenly Seal sect aren't fools, they guessed early on that Imperial Spirit Mountain was interfering. The supposed reassignment of Zhao Wu'ai and Huang Yuanwu was merely a ruse. They never left and stayed nearby. Zhu Teiji, driven by personal desires, secretly collaborated with Imperial Spirit Mountain to attack his fellow sect members and even ordered his disciples to kill disciples from my Extremian cave. He will be punished, and stripped of various resources and positions. However, as a Golden Core cultivator, the Heavenly Seal sect won't be too harsh on him. They won't drive him away but will let him reflect on his actions, and perhaps one day, he will be sent to attack Imperial Spirit Mountain to redeem himself. Gozan, too weak, was killed by me. Wan Wuang clicked his tongue. In my opinion, the elders of the Heavenly Seal sect are still rigid in their ways. It would be better to let me slay Zhu Teiji and forge him into a corpse commander, far more useful than rebellious Golden Core cultivator. This story originates from Royal Road. Ensure the author gets the support they deserve by reading it there. Chu Zhuan chuckled softly, the leaders of Heavenly Seal sect fear you as well. Wan Wuang snorted, of course I know that. They don't want me to become too powerful. But they still need to rely on me now and dare not treat me poorly. This battle has indeed established the reputation of my Extremian cave. No one dares to provoke the tiger anymore. Just continue to act as usual during this time, and do not tarnish the name of Extremian cave. Chu Zhuan nodded, yes. Wan Wuang then said, you take care of cleaning up the battlefield. Don't waste so many corpses. Yes. With that, Wan Wuang rode the black winds and vanished in the blink of an eye. Chu Zhuan felt a bit sentimental. His master was indeed reliable. A good thing indeed. He diligently gathered his own resources, but nothing compared to the master directly bestowing him a trove of treasures. The great battle thus concluded. Over the lands of Wu Province, only a few Foundation establishment cultivators led chi refining cultivators in resistance. Additionally, the land was rife with poisonous creatures and demonic beasts. These also needed time to be cleared. If not cleared, it was impossible to establish mundane cities. And without mundane cities, true dominion could not be discussed. The Golden Core Masters of the Heavenly Seal sect naturally wouldn't spare the energy for such tasks. These chores of clearing goo cultivators, poisonous creatures, and demonic beasts, and establishing mundane cities, would all be delegated and completed by the disciples of the Heavenly Seal sect. A sect expands its territory step by step in this manner, growing ever more vast and formidable. Chu Zhuan was too lazy to care about these commissions. Too troublesome. It was quicker to make money through looting. Chu Zhuan swiftly cleaned the battlefield before anyone else could react. Nearly 1,000 corpses were collected into the corpse nurturing tower. Chu Zhuan, piloting the Green Shadow shuttle, was about to return to the water curtain cave. Then he heard an urgent shout from below. Uncle Master Chu. Looking down, It was Chenj, lying amidst a pile of corpses. However, Chenj had lost his right arm. His body was also covered with numerous wounds. Yet, his face was filled with joy. Clearly, he had reaped great rewards. Seeing no one around, Chenj took a storage bag from his own, and respectfully presented it with both hands, whispering, "Uncle Master, this is a storage bag from 1,000 Insects Sect Foundation establishment cultivator that I found. I didn't dare to keep it for myself. After much thought, I decided it should be presented to you." Chu Juan chuckled softly. For this one's junior brother, now a nephew disciple, he held a deep impression. Now, Chenj's actions were quite commendable. Chu Juan casually accepted the storage bag. "Chenj, let's go. I'll accompany you part of the way. In the future, when you establish your own cultivator family, I will lend a helping hand." Chenj was immensely moved, almost kneeling in gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Master." He could have easily kept the storage bag for himself. The value inside would even surpass that of 2 or 3 dozen chi refining stage cultivators' storage bags combined. Yet, after much deliberation, he decided to hand it over to Chu Juan. Because he could see. Out of the 4 Foundation establishment cultivators from Extreme Yin Cave, now only Chu Juan remained. He had outlived Li Xuanming, Liu Zhengqi, and Wu Teng. Why wouldn't he invest in such a person? Why not serve him? A short while later, Chu Juan sat down Chenj at Plain City. Chenj respectfully said, "Thank you, Uncle Master Chu. Once I recover from my injuries, I will start establishing my cultivator family." Chu Juan smiled, "Very good. Extreme Yin Cave needs to grow and thrive, and it requires your contributions of spiritual seedlings." Chu Juan watched him depart, then once again piloted the green shadow shuttle into the wind. He quickly returned to the water curtain cave. On the blue star, Chu Juan opened each of the storage bags one by one. The 1,000 Insects Sect cultivators were generally quite poor. Their spirit stones were few, but they possessed countless Gu insects and eggs. The Foundation establishment cultivators of the Heavenly Seal sect, on the other hand, had considerably more substantial wealth. From their storage bags, Chu Juan found many unexpected items. Items like blood beads, Gu insects, demonic pills, and magic talismans clearly all backup strategies and resources. Yet, they hadn't even had a chance to use them before they met their demise. Finally, 2 exquisite storage bags lay before him. One belonged to Li Xuanming. The other to Duan Feiping. The best was saved for last, a treat to be savored. These 2 storage bags were bound to be the most valuable. Time to open these blind boxes. Chapter 103, The Deal with Han Liayan. Within Li Xuanming's storage bag, the spirit stones were surprisingly scant, amounting to just over 3,000 small spiritual stones and about 20 to 30 medium spiritual stones. Chu Juan surmised that Li Xuanming had likely spent the spirit stones before the war, exchanging them for magic tools and other forms of immediate combat power. As for magic tools, Chu Juan found several high-grade defensive magic tools. There was also one top-grade defensive magic tool, a personal undergarment armor, although it had been damaged during the battle between Li Xuanming and Duan Feiping. However, the 3 secret techniques hidden by Li Xuanming piqued Chu Juan's interest. Turtle breath technique. A high-grade Foundation establishment stage cultivation method with 3 levels. It could completely conceal one's aura, making one appear as a mere mortal. When cultivated to its highest level, one could freely intensify or weaken their aura. Venom scripture. Which recorded over 100 poison formulas, covering both chi refining and Foundation establishment stages, along with various methods of administering poisons. Such esoteric and unorthodox methods were uniquely valuable to Chu Juan. He had previously dabbled in the art of poison, but the poison techniques of the Infinite Sect were relatively mediocre. He had only explored them superficially and regretted not delving deeper. Now, a comprehensive manual on poisons was literally handed to him on a platter. There was no reason to let it slip away again. Complete root seizing technique. Which could extract another spiritual root and transplant it into oneself. The more materials prepared, the more complete the extraction of the spiritual root. At its highest, it can fully seize another spiritual root. Chu Juan clicked his tongue. His own spiritual root was a mid-grade wood-leaning spiritual root. Hence, he had long prepared a secret technique to seize spiritual roots, although he had seldom had the chance to use it. Either there was no suitable target, or he lacked the necessary materials. However, the technique he had only allowed for seizing up to 50% of another spiritual root. For an ultimate thunder spiritual root like Duan Feiping's, even if transplanted, it would likely degrade to a superior grade thunder root. But with this complete root seizing technique, he could potentially seize an ultimate thunder root in its entirety. Such an opportunity was monumental. Chu Juan carefully stored these items. Then, he opened Duan Feiping's storage bag, and the contents left him astonished. Indeed, Wan was secretly regarded by many as the foremost among the 3 scions of the Heavenly Seal. His wealth was astoundingly abundant. Chu had never seen such a well-stocked storage bag. Small spiritual stones, 6,000. Medium spiritual stones, 200. Top-grade magic tools, 2. Foundation Establishment Stage Magic Talismans, 4. Foundation Establishment Stage Beast Spirit Talismans produced by Imperial Spirit Mountain, 8. Foundation Establishment Stage Demonic Pills, 1 bottle. Foundation Establishment Stage Healing Pills, 8 bottles. Foundation Establishment Stage Killing Arrays, Defense Arrays, and various special arrays, 12 in total. The author's content has been appropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. Besides, there was an extensive collection of cultivation manuals. Heavenly Seal Sect, Thousand Insects Sect, Blood Fury Sect, and more. All included. Clearly, these were the spoils of war Wan Feiping had collected from slain enemies. Now, including Wan Feiping himself, all these treasures had fallen into Chu Zhuan's hands. Rich as Croesus. Chu Zhuan marveled, clicking his tongue in wonder as he carefully stored away the treasures. He then began the process of seizing and transplanting spiritual roots. The complete root seizing technique required 3 types of pills as mediators to excavate and hold the spiritual roots. 2 of these pills were high-grade Foundation Establishment Stage, and the third was even a top-grade Foundation Establishment Stage pill. All of them possessed the properties to reinforce or even repair damaged spiritual roots, making them exceptionally expensive. The high-grade Foundation Establishment Stage pills each cost at least 600 small spiritual stones, and the top-grade Foundation Establishment Stage pill demanded a whopping 800 small spiritual stones, and even at that price, they were scarce. Ultimately, this was due to the rare ingredients required for their creation. If Chu Zhuan did not have the planet Blue Star as his backyard, with its abundance of zombies serving as furnaces to grow spiritual plants, he would have found it challenging to gather these essential pills. There are a few types of spiritual plant seeds I still need. I'll go buy them shortly. Let's plant these seeds now. In time, they will grow, and I can attempt to concoct the pills. With that, Chu Zhuan headed to the unnamed market to purchase the seeds. In a tea house at the nameless market, Chu Zhuan sat quietly on an armchair, eyes closed as if dozing. The tea and snacks served by the female cultivator remained untouched. He was always cautious with anything not prepared under his watchful eye. If he could avoid eating, he would. Moments later, a figure appeared on the 3rd floor. Almost instantly as the footsteps sounded, Chu Zhuan's eyes snapped open, his muscles tensing, nearly ready to trigger an attack spell. The newcomer, seeing the fierce aura Chu Zhuan exuded as if he was about to strike, seemed to recognize someone he had once fought. In that instant, both recognized each other's true identity. Tap, tap. Han Lian's footsteps were steady and firm, yet he kept a distance from Chu Zhuan. This time, he did not sit down in front of Chu Zhuan but stayed quite far away. Chu Zhuan asked calmly, "Did you come here looking for me?" Han Lian shook his head vigorously. "You think too much. I'm not interested in fighting you to the death. The cost-benefit ratio doesn't add up." He glanced around and then asked, "What about that cultivator in need of spiritual plant seeds? Did you devour him?" "Chu Zhuan, is it possible I'm just saying possible that the commission was posted by me?" Han Lian looked astonished. "You don't seem like the type who enjoys farming. What do you need spiritual plant seeds for?" Chu Zhuan scoffed, "That's none of your business. Hand over the goods." From a distance, Han Lian tossed a storage bag. Chu Zhuan didn't catch it. Instead, he let it fall to the ground. After a moment, ensuring there were no traps, he used the evil soul chain to lift it. Chu Zhuan nodded. "Good, everything I need is here. Name your price." Han Lian smiled. "Spiritual plant seeds are cheap, 30 small spiritual stones per caddy. There are 1,000 caddies of various seeds in there. You mentioned you have blood beads, let's settle in those." Chu Zhuan nodded, counted out some large blood beads, and tossed them over. Han Lian caught the blood beads and raised an eyebrow. "Heliang?" Chu Zhuan replied calmly, "Indeed." Han Lian stared at Chu Zhuan, shocked. He had been dealing with Chu Zhuan all along without penetrating his disguise. Despite priding himself on having unmatched skills in disguise, here was someone truly celestial before him. Han Lian clicked his tongue in admiration. "Your skill in disguise is strong. Could you teach me?" Chu Zhuan sneered. "Your hidden weapons are also impressive. Would you teach me those?" After a moment's thought, Han Lian shook his head. "Forget it, I fear the day I teach you might be the day I drop dead." Both men backed away and simultaneously made a swift exit, their movements exceptionally synchronized. With his preparations complete, Chu Xuan headed to the zombie farm near the Haotai Hotel. The zombie matriarch diligently produced small flesh pods there, each serving as a nurturing bed for the spiritual plants. Chu Xuan then began his cultivation practices. He had to practice the turtle breath technique, the boiling blood scripture, the body protecting golden wheel decree, and even glance through the venom scripture when he had the chance. Although he only intended to dabble lightly without going deep, it would still consume a considerable amount of time. Days passed one after another, and within a year, various spiritual plants matured successfully. Chapter 104, The Top Alchemist. Chu Xuan began to attempt alchemy. Previously, he had only refined the Earth Evil Pill. However, the grade of the Earth Evil Pill was not high, only a low-grade Foundation Establishment Stage Pill. Now, the three types he was going to attempt were all high-grade and top-grade Foundation Establishment Stage Pills. Even though Chu Xuan was somewhat prepared, he was still surprised by the low success rate of these three pills. It was incredibly low. For these two high-grade Foundation Establishment Stage Pills, he failed 6 furnaces before succeeding once. As for the top-grade Foundation Establishment Stage Pill Heaven Patching Pill, he tried 7 times and failed each time. Chu Xuan couldn't help shaking his head. It was too difficult. To be safe, it would be better to find a professional. You want to find a top-grade Foundation Establishment alchemist? That's not easy. Han Lian shook his head involuntarily after hearing Chu Xuan's description. Foundation Establishment low-grade alchemists were plentiful. Even Han Lian and Chu Xuan themselves could refine Foundation Establishment low-grade pills. However, it was difficult to refine mid-grade pills and above. It would be best to find a professional alchemist who specialized in pill refinement. But finding a top-grade Foundation Establishment alchemist? That was not easy at all. Chu Xuan could manage to take it a step further and trouble Wan Wuing directly to invite the Golden Core Elder of the Heavenly Seal sect to refine pills. But could he afford the price that they would ask for? Han Lian said, "I'll do my best to keep an eye out for heaven patching pills and anyone who can refine them." Chu Xuan nodded, "All right." He then flicked 3 large blood beads over as payment. Chu Xuan continued his daily cultivation. His main cultivation technique was the Blood Evil Demon Refining Scripture, supplemented by techniques like Turtle Breath Technique and Boiling Blood Technique. Benefiting from the endless Yin Evil Chi and the replenishment of the large blood beads, he progressed smoothly. However, bang! A muffled explosion came from the pill furnace. Chu Xuan opened the lid and found that the pill liquid inside had turned into a solidified, charred, and unrecognizable mass. Damn! Chu Xuan frowned at the lump of charred matter and gave it the middle finger. It seemed that his talent in alchemy was still lacking. He could barely refine high-grade Foundation Establishment pills. But he had been failing continuously in refining top-grade Foundation Establishment pills. During this period, he had failed almost 20 furnaces, if not 30. All failures. Too difficult. Chu Xuan casually threw out the charred lump. Bao quickly rushed over and swallowed it in one gulp. Its expression looked rather satisfied. Chu Xuan was no longer surprised by its reaction. In fact, during this period of failed alchemy attempts, this little guy had eaten all the leftovers. He didn't know why it loved eating these things. Enjoying this book? Seek out the original to ensure the author gets credit. The mother-child stone broke. It seems there's a result. Chu Xuan's eyes lit up. He quickly packed up and headed straight to the Nameless Market. The Nameless Market tea house. When Chu Xuan arrived, Han Lian was already waiting there. He got straight to the point. "I've found what you asked me to look for. I found a top-tier Foundation Establishment alchemist at Mystical Sound Palace. You provide the materials, and she'll refine the pills. She charges 500 small spiritual stones for the alchemy, and she also requires 1 pill after it's refined." Chu Xuan frowned. "It's pricey, but acceptable. My only condition is that she refines the pills in front of me." Han Lian scratched his head. "Alchemy in front of you? That's an unusual request. Let me ask her." He took out a sound-transmitting jade and sent his voice across. Soon, he received a response. The response was just one sentence. "Okay, I'm coming right away." Chu Xuan was puzzled. Isn't she at Mystical Sound Palace? Mystical Sound Palace's headquarters are in Qian Province, located in the central part of Yu Kingdom, 80,000 li from here. How could an alchemist from Mystical Sound Palace rush over here? Han Lian smiled. She's currently traveling through the 9 provinces of Yu Kingdom, purchasing alchemy materials in this market. As soon as he finished speaking, footsteps echoed up the stairs. Immediately after, a graceful figure walked in. If one had to describe her appearance, Chu Xuan could only say, her features were delicate and exquisite. Small mouth, small nose, and eyes. Also small. The woman looked at Chu Xuan. "My name is Yan Zhao. Are you here to refine the heaven patching pills?" Chu Zhuan nodded, tossing over a storage bag. All the materials are inside, enough to refine 2 furnaces of it. The alchemy fee is also included. Yan Zhao nodded. Good, I'll start the furnace now. The 3 of them entered a soundproof chamber. Yan Zhao took out a small bronze cauldron from the storage bag, ignited the spirit wood with flame arts, and heated the cauldron. Then she began to add various materials into the cauldron. The entire process flowed smoothly, done in one go. This level of proficiency could only come from refining dozens of heaven-patching pills. Chu Zhuan watched closely, without blinking. Han Lian snacked on pastries, smiling ambiguously. Stop staring. Without sufficient talent in alchemy, you won't learn a thing. We should stick to refining low-grade pills ourselves. High-grade pills like these should be left to professional alchemists. Chu Zhuan ignored him and continued to observe. It wasn't until Yan Zhao finished refining 2 furnaces of pills that he reluctantly looked away. Yan Zhao was surprised. Someone could actually watch her alchemy for over 5 hours without looking away. This person had remarkable perseverance, likely with some talent in alchemy. Maybe he really did learn something. Thinking of this, she felt a bit regretful. Her alchemy techniques were passed down exclusively within her family. If they were truly learned by an outsider just from observing once, she would probably become a sinner. Han Lian was also astonished. Did you learn something? Chu Zhuan clicked his tongue. Not really. Han Lian, Yan Zhao. Chu Zhuan smiled. He did manage to glean a little, but not much. Yan Zhao's alchemy technique was undoubtedly far superior to his pedestrian methods. That was beyond doubt. If he could obtain Yan Zhao's alchemy technique. Yan Zhao handed over a jade bottle. There's a small formation on the mouth of this bottle. It will only unlock by itself once I leave the boundaries of Wu province. If I come under attack, the formation will self-destruct. This transaction is complete. With that, Yan Zhao took the items and turned to leave. She showed no intention of lingering. Chu Zhuan sneered, cutting it close. However, this female cultivator could refine top-grade foundation establishment level pills, indicating considerable wealth. There might be a few people hiding in the shadows to protect her. As for this Han Lian, who knew if he was really a guardian? To play it safe, it was indeed unnecessary to provoke trouble. After Yan Zhao left, Han Lian whispered, "This woman is not simple. I received a commission from a disciple of the Heavenly Seal sect to kill her, but she always has 3 or 4 late foundation establishment stage cultivators protecting her. Later, she even found out about me." Chu Zhuan asked, "And then?" Han Lian smiled, "Then she offered me 5 times the price. I firmly refused, saying the employer was my senior brother in the sect, my fellow disciple, and she immediately raised it to 10 times. You know, it's impossible to refuse." Chu Zhuan scoffed, "Leave." Han Lian hurriedly said, "Don't go. I have a job here. Let's explore an ancient secret realm together. That place is full of treasures. Many opportunities. I've heard that many foundation establishment cultivators are planning to explore it." Chu Zhuan shook his head, not interested. "I'd rather sit down and cultivate properly." Han Lian was puzzled, "But you're a demonic cultivator. How can you call yourself one without fighting and seizing opportunities?" Chu Zhuan replied calmly, "I'm different from other demon cultivators. My cultivation is on putting down the butcher's knife and becoming a Buddha on the spot." Han Lian watched him walk away, speechless. After a long time, he sighed. This guy is so stubborn, trying to trick him is too difficult. Chapter 105, Replanting of Spiritual Roots. Hotai Hotel, rooftop. Wan Fai Ping, his limbs severed, howled weakly but received no response. Before his eyes, there was only a corpse puppet, intermittently stuffing large blood beads into his mouth to ensure he didn't perish. Wan Fai Ping could only see thousands of flesh sacks lying in the zombie farm, covered in lush and dripping spirit plants. A gentle breeze caused them to sway continuously, yet to him, these things were no different from the devil's fangs. It was too terrifying. This place was simply hell. How had Chu Zhuan found such a place? To continuously use flesh sacks to cultivate spirit plants. No wonder Chu Zhuan possessed such terrifying strength. Wan Fai Ping secretly tried to contact his master, Zhu Taiji, using a jade slip embedded in his flesh, injecting countless spiritual qi and sending numerous calls for help, but all signals sank without a trace, receiving no response at all. Wan Fai Ping didn't know where exactly this place was. All he knew was that he was waiting for death. Buzz. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him without warning. Wan Fai Ping focused and saw that it was Chu Zhuan. His eyes widened in disbelief. How could Chu Zhuan appear out of thin air? This was definitely not something a foundation establishment cultivator could possess. Hey! Hey! Wan Fai Ping tried to speak, but his trachea had already been severed, only strange syllables escaping. Chujuan calmly said, "You've waited long enough. Don't worry, I'll soon send you on your way." Wan Fai Ping, I don't want to go. Don't come near me. Following the complete root seizing technique, Chujuan laid out the materials. Seizing spiritual roots was divided into 3 steps: extracting the spiritual roots, bearing the spiritual roots, and transplanting the spiritual roots. 3 types of pills corresponded to these steps. Among them, transplanting the spiritual roots was the most difficult. Foreign spiritual roots would react adversely with one's own body and had to be neutralized with heaven patching pills. Chujuan patted Wan Fai Ping's shoulder reassuringly, "It won't hurt too much. Relax." He directly took out a pill, the Forbidden Spirit pill, and pushed it into Wan Fai Ping's mouth. This pill would reduce Wan Fai Ping's affinity with the spiritual chi to the lowest level, temporarily separating his body from the spiritual roots. Sure enough, after dozens of breaths, Wan Fai Ping showed a look of horror. He felt like a mortal, completely unable to sense the existence of his spiritual roots. Chujuan seized the opportunity. A short knife plunged directly into Wan Fai Ping's abdomen. The spiritual roots were located 3 inches deep in the chi sea. Once a cultivator died, the spiritual roots would immediately disappear. This was why Chujuan hadn't killed Wan Fai Ping and had kept him alive until now. This story is posted elsewhere by the author. Help them out by reading the authentic version. Chujuan's movements were swift and precise. In the blink of an eye, he extracted a complete spiritual root. Wan Fai Ping's spiritual root was purple-blue, with green and yellow on either side. These colors represented the attributes of thunder, wood, and metal. However, Wan Fai Ping's spiritual root was predominantly thunder attributed, with the wood and gold attributes so weak as to be almost non-existent, making it difficult to affect his absorption of thunder spiritual chi. It was because of this that the Heavenly Seal sect had classified his spiritual root as an ultimate grade thunder spiritual root. The spiritual root was soft and delicate, feeling like cartilage to the touch. Woo woo woo. Wan Fai Ping cried out in pain, contorting like a twisted worm. The agony of having his spiritual root forcibly taken was beyond what an ordinary person could endure. Even as one of Heavenly Seal sect's top 3 disciples who had experienced numerous battles, he couldn't bear this pain. With a final stroke of the knife, Chujuan ended Wan Fai Ping's life. He then took out another pill, dissolved it with spiritual chi, and injected it into the spiritual root. Gradually, the spiritual root hardened, forming a tough outer layer. Only then could the spiritual root temporarily exist outside the body. Otherwise, if left in the air for too long, the spiritual root would gradually vaporize until it completely disappeared. Chujuan then took out another Forbidden Spirit pill, this time swallowing it himself. Taking a deep breath, he fiercely stabbed his chi sea and forcefully extracted his own spiritual root. The empty space in his chi sea couldn't accommodate more spiritual roots. To transplant someone else's spiritual root, he had to remove his own. The moment he extracted his spiritual root, Chujuan felt as though he possessed all the cultivation in the world but couldn't sense even a trace of spiritual chi from heaven and earth. It was as if he had been completely cut off from the world. He picked up the exceptional thunder spiritual root and roughly stuffed it into his chi sea. The intense rejection reaction caused him excruciating pain that penetrated to his bones. Cold sweat poured out. Veins bulged. Chujuan quickly swallowed a prepared heaven-patching pill. Only then did the surging tide of pain gradually subside. "Gu, come here." Chujuan shouted loudly. Gu, who had been standing nearby, hurried over as fast as lightning. Following Chujuan's command, it had already opened its own abdomen. Struggling to stand, Chujuan inserted the wood spiritual root he had extracted from himself into Hu's belly. The strain on him reached its limit at that moment, and he passed out completely. When he woke up again, the wound on his abdomen had already healed. The exceptional thunder spiritual root had merged seamlessly with his body. He stood up, flexing his muscles slightly, sensing no abnormalities. Chujuan thought for a moment, then called for Hu. He felt that even the medium-grade wood spiritual root shouldn't go to waste, so he attempted to insert it into Hu's belly, though he wasn't sure what changes would occur. Soon after, a figure appeared in the distance, bounding swiftly towards him. With a few leaps, the figure appeared before him. Chujuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. He noticed that Hu's appearance had undergone significant changes. Its fierce and angular body had softened, and its hollow eyes now showed a human-like gaze. Hu opened its mouth, but instead of roar, 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 it emitted a few unpleasant syllables. Chujuan became alert. "Try harder." Hu cleared its throat and growled in annoyance, but ultimately only managed to produce a few incomprehensible syllables. It looked somewhat frustrated and lowered its head. Chujuan pondered. Although it couldn't yet speak human language, its lively eyes seemed genuine. The combination of a corpse puppet's body and a cultivator's spiritual root seemed to have created an unexpected creation. Spiritual root, Corpse puppet. There must have been demonic cultivators who tried this before, but did they succeed? Chu Xuan mused, finding it increasingly intriguing. Don't be anxious, one day, you'll surely speak. Chu Xuan reflected with some emotion. Ho, ho. Who nodded? Normally, a corpse puppet had to condense corpse core to become a corpse commander before it could speak, albeit with a simple vocabulary. Who, as a corpse general, was already producing syllables. In the future, it would only get faster than an ordinary corpse puppet. Corpse puppet's body is robust. With a spiritual root, it can absorb spiritual chi from heaven and earth, and even learn the techniques and spells of cultivators. I feel like I've created a monster. Chu Xuan marveled. Chapter 106, The Method of Condensing the Golden Core. Chu Xuan sat cross-legged, quietly cultivating. The attributes of his spiritual root underwent fundamental changes. Normally, this would necessitate switching to a new primary cultivation technique. However, doing so would mean completely dispersing his previous cultivation and starting anew. Chu Xuan had already advanced to the late foundation establishment stage. Dispersing his cultivation would render the years of effort he had invested utterly in vain, a consequence too heavy for anyone to bear. Yet, such considerations applied to orthodox cultivators. For those on the demonic path, who possessed means to seize spiritual roots, maintaining existing cultivation without dispersing it was a feasible capability. The Blood Evil Demon Refining Scripture was one such unique technique. As a demonic cultivation method, it inherently possessed the ability to alter its own attributes. Originally a wood attribute technique, through repeated operations, the spiritual chi within a demonic cultivator's body could also change accordingly. It could even be transformed into variant attributes like thunder or wind. Moreover, since thunder belonged to yang wood and wind to yin wood, transforming the Blood Evil Demon Refining Scripture into a thunder attribute technique was actually simpler than converting it into other elemental attributes. To transform the technique, only a thunder attribute spiritual material was needed, thunder striking wood. In front of Chu Xuan appeared a section of charred thunder striking wood. At its lower end, a tender shoot had just sprouted. Thunder, capable of destruction unparalleled, also harbored the power to foster life with the arrival of spring thunder and the first rain of spring, sprouting myriad beings. Thunder striking wood could also enhance Chu Xuan's acquired spiritual body, achieving dual benefits with a single effort. Such a small section of thunder striking wood contained two attributes and multiple powers, its mystery is boundless. Thunder striking wood was of a high grade. This piece, a top-grade foundation establishment material, had cost Chu Xuan 300 small spiritual stones to acquire. He hadn't utilized Han Lian's channels but instead entrusted Chenge to make the purchase. Although this approach was slower and more expensive, it was safer. Chu Xuan wasn't foolish enough to entrust all transactions to Han Lian, as that could easily expose his intentions. Han Lian, possessing only a superior grade spiritual root, secretly surpassed Guan Feipeng in strength and seemed to wield an extensive intelligence network, an unquestionably formidable individual. It was precisely because Chu Xuan and Han Lian possessed similar strengths that neither of them acted rashly. They proceeded with caution in their collaboration, each carefully testing the other's abilities. If Chu Xuan were to discover one day that Han Lian had weakened or suffered serious injury, he would not hesitate to eliminate this individual who knew so many of his secrets. He believed that Han Lian would likely do the same. Throughout, Chu Xuan had always regarded Han Lian as someone to be used, useful when beneficial, discarded when not, with no further discussion needed. A case of theft. This story is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. Chu Xuan immediately began refining the thunder striking wood with spiritual chi. Rich thunder spiritual chi and wood spiritual chi surged into his body. Spiritual chi flowed continuously within him. Following the path of the Blood Evil Demon Refining Scripture, which altered it into thunder attribute. 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 3 cycles. With each successive operation, the spiritual chi underwent constant changes. After a day, it finally completely transformed from wood attribute spiritual chi to thunder attribute spiritual chi. Phew. Chu Xuan let out a sigh of relief. That was finally accomplished. Moreover, due to the formidable lethality of thunder spiritual chi, the spells he cast henceforth would also be imbued with the power of lightning. When facing cultivators of the same realm, he would mostly dominate the battlefield. Coupled with his hidden cards, even Foundation Establishment 8th layer cultivators were not his match. Water Curtain Cave. The moment Chu Xuan appeared, he detected a sound transmission array within the formation. It was Wan Wuing's. Thus, he arrived at Wan Wuing's cave residence. With a rumble, the cave residence opened. Wan Wuing was not sitting on the bone throne but joyfully pacing back and forth. Next to the bone throne stood a robust, dark figure. Its body was over 1 zhang tall, muscles bulging, and veins protruding like dragons. The aura emanating from it made Chujuan's scalp tingle. He had no doubt that this was a corpse commander equivalent to a golden core cultivator. Wan Wuang smiled faintly. While I was healing, I took the opportunity to refine the corpse of 100 Gu Taoist into a corpse commander. Chujuan hurriedly bowed. Master's demonic arts are unparalleled. In the future, you will certainly step into the nascent soul, sweep through the world, and recreate infinite sex glory. Wan Wuang waved dismissively. Forget it. Infinite sect is down to just a handful of us. What glory is there to recreate? Let it dissipate completely into the dust of history. Chujuan clicked his tongue. He wondered how Wan Wuang could be more detached than himself. Wan Wuang casually continued, I summoned you this time to teach you the method of condensing the golden core. Chujuan immediately perked up, feeling as though he had been called by his superior for a meeting, only to unexpectedly receive a promotion. Please, have a seat. Wan Wuang gestured towards a cushion nearby. Chujuan sat down on it. Wan Wuang cleared his throat and began, there are 4 methods for condensing the golden core. The first is to compress spiritual liquid until it solidifies completely, forming the full golden core. This is the most orthodox method, resulting in extremely robust spiritual chi once formed. However, it is also the slowest. Without at least a decade, one cannot fully solidify the spiritual liquid. If you do not possess an earth grade or higher spiritual root, this path is not for you. Of course, if you insist on choosing this path, I have a secret technique called the 9 cycles core condensation method. Passed down from ancient times. You can take it directly. Wan Wuang clicked his tongue and continued. After the ancient times, as spiritual chi faded, the orthodox method of core condensation became exceedingly difficult. Later generations of cultivators sought alternative paths. The second method involves using a demonic beast's inner core as a catalyst, injecting spiritual liquid into it to forcibly solidify it using the inner core's power. This type of golden core is generally referred to as the beast golden core. The overall amount of spiritual chi in a beast golden core is moderate, but its combat prowess is formidable. However, due to the use of a demonic beast's inner core, practitioners may sometimes be prone to the beast's instincts bloodlust, light aversion, and water affinity. I have 2 secret techniques for core condensation using this method. The Fire Ape core condensation method requires the inner core of a fire attribute ape demonic beast. The Thunder Falcon core condensation method requires the inner core of a thunder attribute bird demonic beast. Seeing Chujuan's lack of response, Wan Wuang continued speaking. The third method involves using a magic tool as a catalyst to condense the core. This type of golden core is known as the instrument golden core. Depending on the type of magic tool, it may also be called sword golden core, saber golden core, axe golden core, and so on. Golden cores condensed using this method generally have less spiritual chi than beast golden cores. However, if one can manipulate the same type of magic tool, its power will greatly increase, such as a sword golden core wielding a sword magic tool or a saber golden core wielding a saber magic tool. I do not possess secret techniques for this condensation method, you will need to seek them out yourself. Wan Wuang spoke calmly. Next, there is a 4th method, which I personally chose. Extract the chi seeds of 100 foundation establishment cultivators and refine them into chi seed pills. Swallow 100 pills, and a golden core forms naturally. This type of golden core is called the blood golden core. Chapter 107, The New Disciple. Chujuan's heart trembled upon hearing this. Full golden core, beast golden core, instrument golden core, blood golden core. Without the dense spiritual chi of ancient times, cultivators still relied on their own wisdom to create new methods of core formation. Wan Wuang casually said, so, which one do you want? After careful consideration, Chujuan replied earnestly, I want them all. Wan Wuang rolled his eyes. Nevertheless, he reached out and retrieved 4 volumes from his storage bag. They were respectively titled, 9 Cycles Core Condensation Method, Fire Ape Core Condensation Method, Thunder Falcon Core Condensation Method, and Chi Si Core Condensation Method. Since the Yin Extreme Cave now has only one foundation establishment disciple like you, I have no one else to nurture. Wan Wuang said, waving his hand to dismiss Chujuan. After Chujuan left, Wan Wuang chuckled to himself, which method will this kid choose in the end? Upon leaving the cave residence, Chujuan returned to the Blue Star and settled down, carefully studying the 4 methods of core condensation. The 9 cycles core condensation method is so difficult, it requires 9 complete consolidations and recoveries. Who has that much lifespan to spare? As for the Thunder Falcon core condensation method, it seems to be the quickest method for me now. I just need to find the inner cores of 9 thunder attribute bird demonic beasts at the foundation establishment stage. As for the Chi Si core condensation method, it is also an option. However, If I were to kill 100 cultivators at the late foundation establishment stage and refine their chi Cs, it would certainly differ significantly from killing 100 at the early stage. 100 at the late foundation establishment stage. I'll need to completely overturn the righteous sects to achieve that, won't I? Chu Xuan shook his head. Priority to the Thunder Falcon core condensation method, with the Chi Si core condensation method as a backup. Chu Xuan immediately sent a message to Chenj, asking him to keep an eye out for the inner cores of Thunder attribute bird demonic beasts at the foundation establishment stage. He then resumed his cultivation. With the ultimate grade Thunder spiritual root, his cultivation speed increased significantly. However, upon reaching the late foundation establishment stage, the amount of spiritual chi required for each minor breakthrough was far greater than in the middle stage. After sitting motionless in the soul-capturing evil and nurturing array for half a year, Chu Xuan's spiritual chi had only increased by a small amount. During this period, the war between the Heavenly Seal sect and the local factions in Wu province generally came to an end. A golden core cultivator from Imperial Spirit Mountain was severely injured but had to swallow his grievances. The story has been illicitly taken. Should you find it on Amazon, report the infringement. A rare period of peace descended over the Wu province area. As for the eastern three provinces of Blue Star, with Chu Xuan's presence, peace reigned even more profoundly. There were no significant disturbances. Chu Xuan quite enjoyed this slow-paced life. Every day was spent practicing cultivation, refining pills, and raising insects. Occasionally, he would release his 3 corpses long, who, and about to roam freely like unrestrained wild dogs. For Chu Xuan, this peaceful farming life surpassed all the bloodshed, heroic pursuits, and fate-stealing endeavors. Extreme Yin Cave. Chu Xuan, as the senior brother of Extreme Yin Cave, sat at the head seat. Beside him were 2 foundation establishment disciples, a young man and a woman. The young man, zooming, exuded confidence, yet his gaze towards Chu Xuan was filled with deep respect. Li Xiamen, the female disciple, introduced herself as a member of the Corpse Puppet sect. Previously a loose cultivator in Qian province, she promptly joined upon hearing of Wan Wuing's establishment of Extreme Yin Cave under the Heavenly Seal sect. The Corpse Puppet sect had been annihilated by the 5 righteous sects over 300 years ago. Most of its lineage was absorbed by the righteous sects, while the remainder fell under the Infinite sect, which subsequently developed some corpse refining techniques. Li Xiamen, only at the early foundation establishment stage, found a smooth entry into Extreme Yin Cave due to Wan Wuing's possession of foundation establishment stage techniques from the Corpse Puppet sect and the lack of foundation establishment disciples. Li Xiamen was not exceptionally beautiful but had a slender waist. She sat upright, her piercing gaze revealing a sharp and imposing demeanor. At the highest point of the dojo sat Wan Wuing, the founder of Extreme Yin Cave. Within the dojo, 76 spiritual seedlings gathered, ranging in cultivation from no spiritual chi to the 3rd level of chi refining. Among them were ordinary folks from Tong province, descendants of immortal cultivation families, and local natives of Wu province who had suffered under the oppression of the Thousand Insects sect. Now, having passed rigorous selection processes, they were all accepted into Extreme Yin Cave. Wan Wuing did not accept chi refining disciples himself. As the eldest senior brother, Chu Xuan acted as the representative to accept new disciples. However, he acknowledged that while his strength was considerable, he was not adept at teaching. Thus, he entrusted the crucial task of guiding and instructing disciples to those who genuinely loved such responsibilities and life itself. His primary hope was for his junior brothers and sisters to gain experience, not merely to be an absentee manager. The disciple induction ceremony quickly concluded, and Wan Wuing rose immediately. The disciples collectively shouted, "Farewell, Patriarch. Chu Xuan, you handle things from here." Wan Wuing instructed before disappearing. Chu Xuan swiftly assigned half of the disciples to Zooming and the other half to Li Xiamen, then left the dojo with an air of leisure, leaving his junior siblings in a state of astonishment. "Senior sister, what will you teach the disciples?" "I'd like to learn." Zooming scratched his head. Li Xiamen glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, "Dissection, corpse refining, ghost nurturing, puppet refining, and a bit of poison technique." Zooming cautiously took a step back. "I understand, senior sister, no need to say more. It's quite creepy." After the disciple induction ceremony concluded, calm returned once more. Extreme Yin Cave gradually expanded its influence. Under the diligent efforts of the disciples, who tirelessly relocated ordinary people and established mortal cities, the territory of Extreme Yin Cave continued to expand. Chu Xuan's 3 corpse commanders devoured a significant amount of foundation establishment cultivators' flesh and blood, rapidly advancing their realms. Among them, who, with the highest cultivation, had even reached the 8th level corpse commander stage, surpassing Chu Xuan by a hair's breadth. His life-bound Gu had also reached the mid-second transformation stage, while the Queen Bee Gu was accelerating in growth and had already reached the late first transformation stage. The worker bees it produced numbered in the thousands, with blood honey slowly accumulating and numerous soldier bee eggs lying dormant. At the Queen Bee's command, they would hatch immediately, transforming into formidable forces. Everything prospered, yet Chu Xuan remained somewhat discontented. He was still at the 7th level of Foundation establishment, unable to break through to the 8th. The Thunderbird demonic beast core that Cheng was tasked with finding had yet to be located. However, since establishing his family, Cheng had swiftly woven a vast intelligence network. Regularly, he sent Chu Xuan various pieces of information, keeping him informed of all external changes down to the smallest detail. Chapter 108, Chu Xuan prefers to cultivate good karma in the south. The kingdom of Yu has expanded its territory under the Heaven Burning sect, capturing much of the oasis within the boundless desert, establishing mortal cities. To the north, the kingdom of Yan's 100 Refinements sect has crossed into southern territories, engaging in several significant battles with the Heaven Burning sect. Both sides suffered casualties among their foundational cultivators, including some elders. Tensions are rising along the border. Conflicts among the various sects of the Yu kingdom seem never-ending. What a harmonious and friendly assembly of righteous sects. Chu Xuan chuckled. Once the threat of the Infinite sect was removed, the 5 righteous sects would inevitably vie for their own interests, likely following the paths of dominance set by the 100 Refinements sect and the Heaven Burning sect, with one sect rising above all others to bring an end to the conflicts. Chu Xuan took out a map. This was a map he had purchased for 1,000 small spiritual stones. It encompassed the kingdoms of Yu, Yan, and Yu in their entirety. These 3 kingdoms bordered each other in pairs. Between Yu and Yu lay the boundless desert. Between Yu and Yan flowed the vast and mighty river. Furthermore, there existed long-standing enmity between Yan and Yu. Only cultivators from Yu could live relatively peacefully. An underground ruin has surfaced in the Misty Mountains, where some cultivators have inadvertently stumbled upon a wealth of magic tools buried underground for many years, even some magic treasures. Chu Xuan's eyebrows raised at this intelligence. The emergence of underground ruins meant that numerous cultivators would flock there. This would inevitably lead to bloodshed, chaos, and death. For demonic cultivators, this was an unprecedented opportunity. Chu Xuan had no intention of personally wading into this quagmire. The underground ruins were too dangerous. Since treasures were emerging, Golden Core experts would be the main force exploring these ruins. As a mere Foundation establishment cultivator, how could he dare to compete with Golden Core cultivators? Perhaps, in the eyes of some Golden Core cultivators, he himself was also a tempting target. However, this did not deter Chu Xuan from conducting business near the underground ruins. Since many cultivators were rushing there, a trading market would naturally form around the ruins. Items like demonic talismans, evil elixirs, blood beads, and other such goods that could rapidly enhance one's strength would immediately become scarce commodities. During this time, Chu Xuan could search for other condensing core methods. Perhaps there was one more suitable for him. Leaving aside other matters, a mid-grade method like the Thunder Falcon condensing core method could be replaced with a high-grade or even top-grade foundational method, which would be excellent. Chu Xuan carefully reviewed all the intelligence Cheng had provided. He did not fully trust the information provided by Cheng. In his view, anyone could betray him, even turn against him. This novel is published on a different platform. Support the original author by finding the official source. Even if Cheng saw potential in him and was willing to work for him, there was a possibility that one day he might be controlled by someone stronger and used for their purposes. Relying too much on Cheng's intelligence network was not a wise decision. At the very least, he needed to cross-reference information from 2 sources. However, Chu Xuan currently lacked the capability to establish 2 intelligence networks. He could only rely on the intelligence provided by Han Liuyan and Cheng to cross-check each other. A few days later, the Misty Market. Although the war between the Heavenly Seal sect and the indigenous sects of Wu province had ended, the nameless market in this region persisted. Perhaps due to the surrounding mist, cultivators had come to call it the Misty Market. Over time, someone with intention erected a plaque at the entrance of the market, bearing the 2 words Misty Market. Chu Xuan sat calmly in a window seat of the tea house, waiting patiently. Before long, a hidden weapon whistled through the window from outside. 3 smaller projectiles suddenly split off from it when they were 3 meters away from Chu Xuan, each emitting a dangerous green glow, clearly poisoned. Chu Xuan made no move. 3 demon claws accurately caught the 3 hidden weapons. Han Liuyan's laughter echoed from downstairs, gradually approaching. How about this move? It's my newly developed mother-child dart. Chu Xuan replied calmly, not bad. Han Liuyan clicked his tongue in amazement. To receive your approval, I am honored indeed. With a wave of his hand, he released a puff of smoke to neutralize the faint poison in the air. Your progress in poisoning is impressive. I'm starting to feel some pressure. Chu Xuan remained composed. During this period, he had been studying the venom scripture and gained some insights. Whenever they met, they would test each other. So he decided to use Han Liaoyan to test his newly researched poison. If Han Liaoyan didn't die from the poison, it meant his poison skills were still inadequate, and he needed to continue his studies. If Han Liaoyan did die one day, it would mean his poison skills had reached perfection. Han Liaoyan continued, to the point, I invited you here this time because I wanted. Chu Xuan interrupted calmly, the underground ruins of the Misty Mountains. Han Liaoyan looked slightly surprised, you already know? It seems your intelligence isn't lacking compared to mine. Chu Xuan lightly tapped the table, are you planning to enter? Han Liaoyan nodded, I've noticed a slight change in your demeanor, you must have obtained Wan Fiping spiritual root. Unlike me, with only a superior grade spiritual root. Typically, those with superior grade spiritual roots have only a 20% chance of embarking on the Golden Core path. It's too low. In those underground ruins, treasures have already surfaced. There must be spiritual objects beneficial for core formation. I have no choice but to go. Chu Xuan nodded. Such was the fate of a cultivator. One's entire life was filled with risks. Spirit stones, magic tools, spiritual objects, elixirs, formations. Everything drove cultivators tirelessly forward. Han Liaoyan, seeing Chu Xuan's calm demeanor, asked in astonishment, you're not going? Perhaps there's a path to the Golden Core waiting for you there. Chu Xuan shook his head, as I've said, I don't enjoy killing. I prefer to cultivate good karma. Han Liaoyan replied with a hint of disbelief, if I hadn't seen you kill before, I might have believed you. Oh, Wang Jianiu wanted to meet with you through me, saying he wanted to spar with you. I declined on your behalf. Han Liaoyan added. Chu Xuan nodded, good choice to decline. He had no interest in sparring with others. It was not only a waste of energy but also risked exposing his true abilities. Afterward, they exchanged some items and departed in different directions. Han Liaoyan never took the same path Chu Xuan had walked. And Chu Xuan did the same. Blue Star. Chu Xuan arrived at the rooftop of the Houtai Hotel. A substantial amount of intelligence gathered by Black Blade was laid out before him. Although Blue Star was just a small planet with extremely poor spiritual chi, the resurgence of Geonix here had subtly begun to alter all living beings on this planet. Perhaps one day, something unexpected might appear. That's why he needed to remain vigilant at all times. Even in what he considered his backyard, he couldn't afford to make mistakes. According to survivors who fled, the man-eating vines in the west are expanding. Several level 5 superhumans died surrounded by these vines. In the south, venomous insects are becoming stronger, dominated by swarms of locusts that are migrating towards the coast, devouring all vegetation along the way. Chapter 109, The cultivation world is too dangerous in the north. The zombie empress continues to expand her territory, but instead of heading south, she is moving westward, where she has encountered the expanding man-eating vines. Additionally, there's a faction known as Science City rapidly growing, commanding at least 30 superhumans and absorbing remnants of the Linjiang army, also locking horns with the zombie empress. In the east, only a few scattered factions exist, with just 2 or 3 superhumans. Current situation from Black Blade, 11 level 1 superhumans, 5 level 2 superhumans, 2 level 3 superhumans, overseeing over 3,000 survivors. Chu Xuan nodded slightly as he read. It seemed that Wang Gang and his team truly valued the opportunity he had given them initially. They were handling things systematically. Originally, Chu Xuan had some thoughts about the zombie empress. However, the zombie matriarch had already been nurtured into a level 5 zombie, and it was foreseeable that her rank would continue to rise. The zombie empress was probably even more formidable now. Chu Xuan had lost interest in dealing with that creature. As for the formations and collapses of other superhuman factions, he regarded them as no more interesting than children playing house. Continue researching the venom scripture. Chu Xuan spread out the scrolls and studied them attentively. Mystic Azure Realm, 1 month later. Chu Xuan received another report from Chench. With Chu Xuan's approval, most of this report focused on the underground ruins of the Misty Mountains. Chench was proficient in his work. He had sent people directly to the nameless market outside the underground ruins, continuously spending money to gather intelligence. This was the only way to present the most complete, detailed, and up-to-date information to Chu Xuan as quickly as possible. The largest entrance to the underground ruins, located in the Bullhorn Mountain of the Misty Mountains, is now occupied by the Divine Star sect. The remaining large entrances are located on several other peaks, some occupied by the Divine Star sect, and others by the Heavenly Seal Sect and the Imperial Spirit Mountain. The Mystical Sound Palace and the Golden Dragon Temple have already had golden core cultivators arrive at the Misty Mountains. The orthodox sects are on the verge of conflict, likely to escalate into open conflict. The first batch of cultivators to enter the underground ruins numbered 50 to 60 people. Fewer than a handful survived, and without exception, these survivors reaped rich rewards. Some were recruited by the Divine Star Sect, while others were killed by major sect cultivators for refusing to hand over spiritual objects. Chu Xuan pondered. It appeared that within those underground ruins lay treasures enticing enough to attract golden core cultivators. Otherwise, it wouldn't have drawn golden core cultivators from all 5 orthodox sects, nearly causing them to fight each other. This story originates from a different website. Ensure the author gets the support they deserve by reading it there. Given this situation, he couldn't afford to take unnecessary risks. Chu Xuan continued reading. The latest intelligence report arrived 2 days ago. Chu Xuan's gaze sharpened as he read it. The orthodox sects have announced today that they will allow minor sect disciples and loose cultivators to enter the underground ruins, but each person must pay a price of 30 small spiritual stones. Allow? Chu Xuan shook his head in disbelief. If the treasures inside the underground ruins are truly as rumored, how could the orthodox sects possibly give other cultivators such an opportunity? They would prefer to seal off the entire Misty Mountains, preventing anyone from entering, not even a bug's egg. The orthodox sects are far from being true cultivators of righteousness. He continued. And the major sect cultivators are far from being noble. This sudden move must have some ulterior motive. Chu Xuan recalled another matter. Han Liayan hasn't contacted me for a long time. His strength is comparable to mine, and there has been no word from him since he went to the underground ruins. Combined with the sudden benevolence of the orthodox sects, Chu Xuan pondered, perhaps there are dangers in the underground ruins that ordinary people cannot comprehend. This move by the orthodox sects is likely intended to use minor sect disciples and loose cultivators as fodder, to explore the path ahead. Chu Xuan shook his head repeatedly. As a precaution, he decided to postpone his journey to the Misty Mountains for now. 2 days later, a message suddenly appeared in the water curtain cave. Chu Xuan read it and was surprised to find it was from Wan Wuing. The underground ruins are actually the ghost palace of the Nether Dao sect. I have already gone there to search for treasures. Whether you go or not, it's your choice. Chu Xuan's brow relaxed. Finally, his master gave him a hint. If he hadn't received any hints, he would have gone to find Wan Wuing himself. The Nether Dao sect. It rings a bell. Chu Xuan strained to recall the ancient texts he had read. Wan Wuing had a penchant for collecting ancient texts, and Chu Xuan had managed to read some in his spare time. I remember now. Chu Xuan said to himself. The Nether Dao sect was a colossal demonic sect. At its peak, it occupied territories spanning 8 kingdoms including Yan, Yu, and Yu. Later, due to the disappearance of their ancestral land and conflicts among the elders for power and profit, it fragmented into over a dozen major sects, including the Infinite Sect and the Corpse Puppet Sect. Chu Xuan's eyes lit up. Such an ancient and massive sect. The Infinite Sect was just one of its branches. No wonder even Wan Wuing, usually composed, couldn't resist the temptation and went straight to this so-called ghost palace. However, Chu Xuan's momentary excitement quickly subsided, and he returned his thoughts to more practical considerations. It wasn't right to go, he shouldn't go, and there was no need to go. In fact, he might even need to start worrying about his own safety. With so many golden core cultivators vying for a share at the ghost palace of the Nether Dao sect, could his master survive? Once Wan Wuing was gone, Chu Xuan would lose his support and have to find another path. Moreover, the 100 Refinements sect of the Yan Kingdom and the Heaven-Burning sect of the Yu Kingdom, who knew what intentions they harbored? The tensions between these two sects were palpable, seemingly on the brink of open conflict. If they caught wind of the emergence of the Ghost Palace, how would they react? Thinking this through, Chu Xuan was suddenly alarmed. From the beginning, he had felt that the spread of information about the underground ruins was unexplainably fast. Perhaps someone was deliberately stirring up trouble behind the scenes. Now, he couldn't rule out the involvement of the Heaven-Burning sect and the 100 Refinements sect. The cultivation world is too dangerous. I'm going back to Blue Star. Chu Xuan shook his head repeatedly. I must keep a close watch on the information about the Ghost Palace ruins and be prepared to flee. If there's any trouble, I'll directly head for Blue Star. Chu Xuan sighed deeply. If the master doesn't strive, the disciple suffers. It's tough. At that moment, there was a sound from outside, not a message, but someone visiting. Chu Xuan inspected and was surprised to find junior brother Zooming and junior sister Liziaman. Why have you two come? Chu Xuan flashed out of the cave to meet them. Excitedly, Zooming exclaimed, Senior brother. Master has sent me a message saying that the underground ruins in the Misty Mountains are the ghost palace of a Nether Dao sect. I plan to form a team to go to the ghost palace. Senior brother, would you be willing to join us? Chu Xuan looked directly at Li Xiamen. And you? Li Xiamen clasped her hands respectfully before speaking earnestly. Senior brother, I too received Master's message. I wanted to ask whether senior brother intends to go to the ghost palace to seek treasures. Her demeanor was serious and dignified, clearly awaiting Chu Xuan's response. Chu Xuan looked at the enthusiastic Zooming and the composed Li Xiamen and simply smiled. Chapter 110, Setting a Small Goal for Oneself. Chu Xuan spoke calmly. Junior brother Zhu may go if he wishes, there's no need to ask me. As for myself, with this major issue at the extreme Yin cave, I must keep watch. I cannot leave. He continued. Zooming looked somewhat disappointed and hurriedly persuaded, Senior brother, but the remnants of the Nether Dell sect are there. Once we find some treasures. He trailed off. Chu Xuan waved his hand dismissively, I need to focus on my cultivation. With that, he vanished in a flash. Zooming felt even more disappointed, glancing at Li Xiamen. Senior sister, shall we go together? After careful consideration, Li Xiamen shook her head. No, I will stay here to teach the disciples. Sighing deeply, Zooming muttered, we cultivators should strive forward courageously. I didn't expect both senior brother and senior sister to retreat. He controlled his flying magic tool and left in the blink of an eye. Li Xiamen cast a few more glances at Chu Xuan's cave, lost in thought, before departing in the opposite direction. Chu Xuan sat cross-legged in his cave, smiling lightly. You can't reason with a mad dog. He could see it at a glance, no matter what he said, Zooming would go to the ghost palace. As for Li Xiamen, she truly lived up to her background as a demonic cultivator refined from a loose cultivator. Only those who know how to avoid danger and seek fortune can live long. 5 days later, Chu Xuan, who had been closely monitoring the situation, received 2 pieces of new information from Chench. A large number of disciples from small sects and loose cultivators had entered the underground ruins, and most of them had not returned. However, a small number of cultivators brought back treasures from the ruins. The cultivators from the righteous 5 sects immediately decided to enter the underground ruins. Wan Wuang, Zooming, they should have gone in. Chu Xuan mused. The ghost palace. I wonder how many more lost souls it will claim. He sighed lightly. Another 5 days passed. Chench personally came to the entrance of Chu Xuan's water curtain cave to pay respects. Chu Xuan was somewhat surprised. Why did you come by yourself? Chench's face was solemn as if shrouded in an unbreakable dark cloud. He said gravely, Uncle Master, something big has happened. Chu Xuan prompted, go on. Only then did Chench speak in a grave tone, around the underground ruins, there's a dense black mist covering the sky, even shrouding half of the Misty Mountains. Some demonic beasts trying to escape were instantly drained of their essence by the black mist, turning into dried corpses. It's said that a cultivator in the late Foundation establishment stage tried to save his fellow Taoist, rushed into the black mist, and within a few breaths, he was drained of flesh and blood essence. The informant I had placed there is already dead. I learned this from a surviving cultivator. You might be reading a stolen copy. Visit Royal Road for the authentic version. Chu Xuan's heart raced. A major event. Indeed, this was a colossal matter. The ghost palace was definitely not a treasure trove easily accessible to just anyone. Even if there were treasures, they were not something ordinary people could take. Chenj continued, there's also. Chu Xuan furrowed his brow and then relaxed it. I understand. Is it the northern or southern X? Which one has shown movement? Chenj looked at Chu Xuan with reverence, nodding repeatedly. Several days ago, a team of cultivators from the Heaven Burning sect stormed into the Wu province. The main halls of the Heavenly Seal sect, located in the southern reaches of the Wu province, have already been occupied by the Heaven Burning sect. From their direction, they are heading straight for the main hall of the Heavenly Seal sect. Whether there are Golden Core experts among them is still unclear. But I guess there must be. Chu Xuan sighed lightly. The situation had become clear. Adjustments were indeed necessary. Anxious, Chen asked, Uncle Master, what should I do? Could you please give me some guidance? Chu Xuan replied calmly, you are a mortal without an immortal family. Chen paused, then realized, I have married 4 concubines, and own 6 mansions and over a dozen shops. Before he could finish, realization dawned on him, a deep sorrow flickering in his eyes. I understand now, Uncle Master. With that, he turned and left. As he departed, he wiped away tears and said in a heavy voice, Chen is leaving. Uncle Master, please take care. Chu Xuan merely nodded slightly. Chu Xuan piloted the green shadow shuttle to the highest peak of the boundary in the Extreme Yin Cave. Here lay the cemetery of fallen cultivators from the Extreme Yin Cave. Now, there was only one grave mound here. On the tombstone were engraved a few large characters. Senior brother Liu Zheng's grave, erected by junior brother Chu Zhuan. Chu Zhuan had never been proficient in calligraphy since childhood, so the carved characters weren't very pleasing to the eye. They couldn't be called elegantly flowing; at best, they were crooked and slanted. Senior brother, it's rare for me to visit you. Please don't blame me. Now that there's been a change, I'm also planning to leave. In our extreme Yin cave, Li Xuanming was killed by me, Wu Tang betrayed us, and Zuming has reached Foundation establishment and probably won't last long. Among the former Qi refining disciples, only Cheng is still alive. I don't know if he can survive this catastrophe. Maybe when I come back next time, even Master might be gone. Chu Zhuan shook his head incessantly. Cultivation was so cruel. Those around you would disappear one by one. Perhaps only those who understood the art of survival could endure till the end. Chu Zhuan dismantled most of the formation in the water curtain cave, leaving only the simplest mystery. As for the formation soul twin-headed python, he naturally took it back. Chu Zhuan piloted the green shadow shuttle northward all the way. He stopped only when he was about to reach the boundary of the Imperial Spirit Mountains. It's just you. Chu Zhuan looked at the towering mountain in front of him, took out the evil soul chain, and vigorously pounded it, quickly smashing open a cave in the mountain. The cave was very rudimentary, with only a stone bed. Then he arranged various arrays such as the mist array, warning array, gathering spirit array, and killing array. Only then did he sit cross-legged. Chu Zhuan traveled between the two realms through the blood mirror, with each drop-off point fixed. If he crossed from the water curtain cave to the blue star, then the next time he returned to the mystic azure realm, he would still appear at the water curtain cave. Who knew what awaited him then? So he chose to establish a rudimentary cave in this remote and thinly inhabited place with sparse spiritual chi. Leaving the mystic azure realm again. Setting a small goal for myself, reaching Foundation establishment 9th layer before returning. Chu Zhuan didn't linger, immediately using the blood mirror to cross over to the blue star. Shortly after Chu Zhuan left the mystic azure realm, a team consisting of 4 golden core experts and 30 Foundation establishment cultivators from the Heaven Burning sect swept through the Wu province like a sharp blade, heading directly for the main camp of the Heavenly Seal sect. Most of the golden core cultivators of the Heavenly Seal sect had entered the Ghost Palace in search of treasures. The remaining golden core cultivators left behind were nowhere near enough to resist the well-prepared and well-equipped team from the Heaven Burning sect. In the end, the nascent soul master of the Heavenly Seal sect came out of seclusion. The long-awaited nascent soul master of the Heaven Burning sect immediately engaged in battle. The two sides fought fiercely for 7 days and 7 nights, breaking mountains, cutting off rivers, and altering countless landscapes. Ultimately, the nascent soul master of the Heavenly Seal sect was slightly inferior in strength, severely injured, and managed to escape. The morale of the Heaven Burning sect cultivators soared, and under the leadership of their nascent soul master, they directly attacked and shattered the mountain protection formation, annihilating the main hall of the Heavenly Seal sect. Subsequently, the Heaven Burning sect launched a massive invasion, completely occupying all the halls and strongholds wherever they passed. The ordinary people, who worked by sunrise and rested by sunset, had no idea that the colossal entity looming over them had been completely replaced by an even larger one in just over 10 days. Chapter 111, Superhumans from Science City. All the turmoil of the mystic azure realm had now become fleeting smoke in the wind. Chu Zhuan reclined leisurely on a soft velvet chaise lounge. The venom scripture floated before him, turning its pages without any wind. Chu Zhuan's right hand moved ceaselessly, various poison powders swirling out inadvertently. The poisons within the venom scripture could harm cultivators in various ways. Some could damage the soul, others could cause bleeding from the throat, some could hinder spiritual chi, and others could drive one into a bloodthirsty frenzy. However, at the Foundation establishment level, with the protection of spiritual chi shields, it was difficult for poison powders to infiltrate through the mouth or nose. So Chu Zhuan was currently studying the art of poisoning silently and stealthily. As long as the opponent didn't notice his poisoning, there would be no need to trigger their spiritual chi defenses. Even if these poisons couldn't kill the opponent, as long as they had some effect, it could give him a stable advantage in battle. For now, I can't return to Mystic Azure Realm. I might as well cultivate the necessary materials for refining poisons in a zombie farm myself. Chu Zhuan snapped his fingers, and the purifying corpse respectfully growled lightly, taking the spirit plant seeds from the storage bag and diligently cultivating them. Although this purifying corpse wasn't talented in spells, for some reason, it was quite intelligent. It quickly learned many things, including cultivation. Just by watching Chu Zhuan operate a few times, it perfectly replicates it. Chu Zhuan entrusted this task entirely to it. The feeling of not needing to personally handle everything was truly wonderful. Next, Chujuan frequently shuttled between the soul-capturing evil and nurturing array and the Houtai Hotel. Absorbing yin evil chi, refining the large blood pearls, and perusing ancient texts. Doing everything simultaneously and making steady progress. Chujuan found that his merit might actually enhance his comprehension. Otherwise, it couldn't explain why he was mastering the art of poisons at an increasingly rapid pace. Half a month later, the intelligence from Black Blade was once again laid out before him. The main contents were mostly the same, detailing situations from various regions. Just the expansion of supernatural beings' territories. And conflicts erupting between different forces. However, what surprised Chujuan somewhat was that the Science City, rising in the north of Han Country, had already begun to encircle and annihilate the zombie empress, seemingly gaining a significant advantage. But it was only a slight surprise. No matter how powerful the Science City was, it was still formidable only in the eyes of the humans of this planet. In his view, it was akin to a small sect formed by chi-refining cultivators. Even the small sects in the kingdom of Yu with foundation establishment cultivators were far inferior. Chujuan continued to read and soon came to the last item. Reading on this site? This novel is published elsewhere. Support the author by seeking out the original. 2 superhumans sent by the Science City found us and hope to invite the immortal to join the Science City. I, on behalf of the immortal, declined their invitation. Wangangjian. Chujuan chuckled lightly. If they truly understood his strength clearly, they would be actively seeking to affiliate rather than inviting him to join. Wangangjian did the right thing. Indeed, there was no need to waste time with such people. 5 days later, Tulong City. A diminutive and emaciated figure calmly navigated through the steel and concrete jungle. His body was covered in scars, some from flames, others from frostbite. There used to be a swarm of killer bees in Tulong City. Many survivors were forced to flee their homes, but now these killer bees are nowhere to be found. That immortal likely set up something in Tulong City, restraining those killer bees for his own use. The agile mind of the slender figure raced swiftly, emitting even wisps of white steam from his head. He was He Shenglian. Initially, he and Ji Shengyu had agreed to find a powerful brain enhancer to help them retrieve their lost memories. However, such enhancers were rare, and they struggled to find one. In the end, they settled on Chujuan. But judging from Chujuan's actions, He Shenglian deduced that he was no saint and wouldn't easily agree to their request. Therefore, they needed a sincere and substantial gift. Initially, their choice was the zombie matriarch. However, Chujuan had already taken it before them. Later, they decided to head north to find other zombie matriarchs. Yet, this decision plunged them into endless nightmares. As soon as the two were spotted by members of the Science City, they faced relentless pursuit. Several months ago, they were even captured and frozen for research by the Science City simultaneously. Fortunately, He Shenglian seized an opportunity and escaped. He fled southward, barely managing to reach here. Initially pursued by 4 pursuers, he devised a plan that killed 2 of them. Now, only 2 level 4 superhumans remained, and he was running on fumes. Sure enough. He Shenglian stared ahead at the churning black mist, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Such terrifying black mist. If I go in, there's a 50% chance I'll die. But if I don't go in, it's 100% certain death. He Shenglian clenched his teeth. He's in there. What's that? At this moment, shouts came from behind. He Shenglian turned to see a heavily modified heavy-duty jeep plowing through debris along its path straight towards him. There were 2 people in the jeep. They had spotted He Shenglian and the thick black mist roiling ahead of him. He Shenglian glanced deeply at the 2, then without hesitation, charged into the black mist. Screech. The speeding jeep abruptly halted, leaving an unsightly trail. 2 superhumans jumped out of the vehicle. 1 man and 1 woman. The man on the left was burly, with knotted muscles. Both wore blue and white uniforms. On their chests was an emblem depicting a city illuminated by stars. It signified that both were superhumans of the Science City. Without the stars, they would just be ordinary members of the Science City. At this moment, both stared uncertainly at the area enveloped in black mist. The burly man spoke gravely, "This place is eerie. That kid rushed in and might very well die. Xiaomai, what do you think? Should we report to headquarters that the kid is dead?" The woman licked her lips. "No. The headquarters orders were clear. Alive we need to see the person, dead we need to see the body. How can we report without a body? I actually find this place rather pleasant, it feels quite comfortable to me." The burly man was startled, then exclaimed with delight, "You mean there's negative energy in the black mist?" The woman nodded vigorously. "Such pure negative energy, I've never seen it before. I'll try it first. If I can absorb it, that means we can go in and capture that kid." With that, she approached the edge of the black mist and extended her hands. In her palms, two swirling vortexes moved slowly. Crackle. The black mist was slowly absorbed into her body. In an instant, the woman felt a sensation of floating on air. She felt her power expanding rapidly. Level 5? Level 6? Level 7? She didn't know. All she knew was that, at this moment, she felt transcendent, as if she had surpassed the universe. You! Came the frightened shout of the burly man. What's wrong? The woman tried to speak but realized the sound that came out was no longer human. She looked down and was shocked to see her body had inflated into a sphere. And then, like a balloon filled to its limit with air, exploded. Chapter 112, The Deal. What it looks like for a human body to explode from the inside out is something few have ever seen. Even amidst the zombie outbreak, the revival of genetic powers, and various strange events on Blue Star, the spectacle of a human body detonating in such a spectacular fashion was a first for this burly man. Red blood, black viscera, white brain matter, and assorted limbs and fragments rained down from above. Plop. A piece of skin, still attached to some hair, fell in front of the burly man. He bent down, trembling, and picked it up. His heart was full of fear. Even though genetic powers were rapidly evolving and people were advancing to higher levels every day, a level 4 superhuman, whose physical condition was far superior to that of an ordinary person, had just been blown apart like that. The burly man had worked with the woman many times. From battlefields to forests, and then to bedrooms, bathrooms, and toilets, he knew the strength of her body like the back of his hand. He even knew what her talent was. That was precisely why he was even more terrified now. The negative energy contained within this black mist was so fearsome that even she could not control it. The burly man took a deep breath, ignoring the stench of blood in his nostrils, and immediately pulled out a satellite phone. Hello, headquarters? This is Old Wang. Yes, Xiaomai is dead. She died right in front of me, exploded into many pieces. She died from absorbing too much negative energy. There's a huge black. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw a figure burst out of the black mist. The figure was nearly 3 meters tall, burly and strong, like a steel tower. Especially notable were his incredibly muscular and powerfully aesthetic thighs, legs the burly man had always dreamed of having. The burly man's pupils suddenly shrank. Because he saw the other man throw a punch. The fist moved fast. He didn't even have time to react. Boom. The sack-sized fist instantly shattered the air, bringing a foul-smelling gale, and struck the burly man's face. Crack. The human skull, typically the hardest part of the body, was smashed by that single punch. The satellite phone in his hand was also shattered into countless electronic components. Humphrey, who lifted the headless body of the man with one hand and walked back into the array. After a moment, it arrived at the center of the array and stood respectfully beside Chu Zhuan. Feel free to eat if you want, no need to ask me. Chu Zhuan said casually. Ho ho. Who excitedly roared and pounced on the burly man's body, greedily devouring it. Love this story? Find the genuine version on the author's preferred platform and support their work. At this moment, a skinny young boy lay prostrate in front of Chu Zhuan, whose chewing did not faze him in the slightest. Chu Zhuan looked down at the boy from his elevated position. He had been practicing within the array just moments before. Suddenly, the young boy had barged in. He had observed the actions of the man and woman who followed. What surprised him was that the young boy had managed to resist the erosion of the yin evil and come to him. Using the array, this person had killed his pursuers, bringing unnecessary trouble upon himself. To Chu Zhuan, this was akin to stirring up trouble and exploiting him. Originally, he had planned to casually kill this person, but the words spoken by the other party had piqued his interest. Whether to kill or not was merely a thought in his mind. So, he decided to hear out the young boy before making a decision. Chu Zhuan said calmly, repeat what you just said. He Shengliang said earnestly, I know where Genik originated. Continue. Chu Zhuan prompted. He Shengliang continued seriously, 10 years ago, in a deep mine shaft, the Science City discovered shattered ancient artifacts emitting powerful Genik energy. Those who first encountered these ancient artifacts, some turned into zombies, while others became superhumans. The Genik that swept across Han country originated from an underground base storing these ancient artifacts, spreading in all directions. Science City believes that these ancient artifacts are the origin of Genik. The reason Science City has a large number of superhumans is also thanks to these ancient artifacts. With time, given enough time, they might even create powerful superhumans comparable to immortals. After saying this, He Shengliang looked straight at Chu Zhuan, his gaze intense. Immortal, I know where those ancient artifacts are hidden, and I can lead you to find them. I am a brain enhancer, and I suspect you may have soul-searching spells, so I have already locked my brain. If you attempt to soul-search directly, I will die immediately. He Shengliang continued, I know you dislike being manipulated. I only wish to rescue my companion from there. If successful, I will take my own life. I just ask for one chance, immortal. Chu Juan looked at the young boy, a smile playing on his lips. Interesting. Before barging into the formation, this young boy had planned everything meticulously. He even anticipated that Chu Juan would start killing after finding the ancient artifacts. Dealing with smart people saved a lot of effort. I agree. Chu Juan said calmly. He was only interested in the ancient artifact emitting strong genic energy. As for this young boy, even if he succeeded and then betrayed and tried to escape, Chu Juan could easily kill him. The only difference would be in the timing of his death. Thank you, immortal. He Shenglian bowed deeply to Chu Juan. The location of the underground base is in the capital of Yuyan Province, Yanjing City. Currently, Science City has a 45% probability of taking this seriously. The personnel stationed at headquarters are at most 10 superhumans. The remaining superhumans are divided into 2 teams. One team is in the final stages of encircling the zombie empress. They have a 63% probability of bringing the zombie empress south to intercept. The other team is heading west to resist the man-eating vines. They have an 88% probability of abandoning their resistance against the vines and heading east to intercept. Both teams have more than 20 superhumans, with the strongest being level 6 superhumans. In addition, there are over 100 combat servants. Although selected from ordinary people, their combat skills are solid, all among the elite of ordinary people. Chu Juan nodded slightly. I understand. Let's go. Yes. He Shenglian nodded. Chu Juan controlled the green shadow shuttle and immediately ascended into the sky. He Shenglian, being just a mortal, couldn't withstand the high-speed airflow generated during flight. Therefore, Chu Juan enveloped him with a layer of spiritual chi to prevent him from being blown off. Standing on the green shadow shuttle, He Shenglian looked down at the ground, deeply shocked. Such methods truly befitted an immortal. Coming to find an immortal was indeed the right choice. It was a pity that Ji Shengyu couldn't witness this awe-inspiring scene. Chapter 113, A True Man Can Bend and Stretch. In Yuyan Province. Within a ruined city, a team of Science City superhumans was cleaning up the battlefield. Surrounding them were accompanying soldiers. They were well equipped and coordinated seamlessly. Like living tanks, wherever they went, all zombies were crushed into pieces. Standing at the highest point was a bald, muscular man lighting a cigarette. The loose-fitting combat uniform of Science City on him looked like a tight shirt. His robust muscles were outlined prominently. His name was Zhang Shao, a level 6 superhuman, and the captain of Science City's first team. He was also one of the 4 level 6 superhumans in Science City. However, he was well aware that they were merely servants of Science City. The real power lay with the city lord who resided in the deepest levels of Science City's headquarters. Their strength as level 6 superhumans was a gift from him. It was like a collar around a dog's neck. What could be given could also be taken away at any moment. Boss. All the minor zombies have been cleared, and there are no survivors in this city. A blonde man came over, chuckling. The tall woman beside him said indifferently, the 2 survivors you just killed weren't survivors? The blonde man laughed oddly. I heard them speaking ill of Science City, so killing them was justified. Zhang Shao calmly said, don't kill survivors indiscriminately next time. Survivors brought back to Science City are at least a labor force, and even if their physical condition is poor, they can be used for human experiments. The blonde man shrugged, got it. I'll make sure next time. Zhang Shao said calmly, the mission is complete. Let's take the zombie empress and head home. Yes. All the superhumans responded in unison. In the center of the clearing, there was a huge metal box. The front of the box was transparent. Through the tempered glass, one could see a huge, bloated zombie inside. It was the zombie empress, which had been rampaging through the northern part of Han country, expanding its territory without restraint. Now, it was restrained in this small box, both angry and fearful. Unaware of what fate was about to befall it. At that moment, Zhang Shao's satellite phone rang. He answered the call, hearing the orders from Science City headquarters. Zhang Shao's thick eyebrows gradually furrowed. The tall woman noticed Zhang Shao's change in expression and asked, Boss, what's up? Is there a new mission? Zhang Shao nodded, Old Wang and Xiaomai are dead. Headquarters believes He Shenglian might have gotten help from a cultivator. We need to change our plans and head south immediately to join the second team and intercept the cultivator. This tale has been unlawfully lifted without the author's consent. Report any appearances on Amazon. The blonde man perked up, a cultivator? I've been wanting to meet one. He's just a powerful superhuman who calls himself an immortal. What a poser. The tall woman, smoking a slim cigarette, chuckled lightly, I'd love to see what a cultivator looks like on the dissection table. It must be interesting. But are we really joining forces with the second team to hunt him down? Did headquarters really get that order right? Isn't this a bit of an overreaction? Isn't the second team supposed to be heading west to stop those invasive man-eating vines? Zhang Shao replied calmly, we don't question headquarters orders, we just execute them. All units, move out. We're heading south. Yes. On the long highway. The landscape was barren, with scant vegetation. The nutrients in the soil seemed to have been completely depleted. A convoy was heading west. This convoy consisted of 25 jeeps and 5 vans, all of which had been modified. The panels and glass were reinforced, and the fronts of the vehicles were fitted with spikes made from scrap materials, capable of plowing through any zombies foolish enough to charge at them. In the lead vehicle. In the driver's seat was a skinny man. In the passenger seat, sat a corpulent woman who nearly filled 2 seats, squeezing the skinny man almost against the car window. The corpulent woman was Zhao Ziya, and the skinny man was Li Wang. The two were the captain and vice-captain of the second team and were known within Science City as a model couple not because they never argued or fought, but because their teamwork was flawlessly coordinated. There's green up ahead. Li Wang said impatiently. Zhao Ziya, however, was just bent over painting her nails. Li Wang cursed under his breath, you moth. Zhao Ziya slapped Li Wang hard across the face, leaving a bright red handprint. Say it again? Li Wang covered his face, honey, you misunderstood. I actually meant your mother makes great pork cutlet rice. Let's go eat together next time? Zhao Ziya burst into laughter, sure. I love pork cutlet rice the most. Only then did she glance ahead. Immediately, she noticed a stubbornly growing tendril of tender green amidst the gravel and stones by the roadside. This touch of green in the barren land was surprisingly refreshing. However, the superhumans of the second team knew exactly what it was, a man-eating vine. Of course, this was just a stray vine that had spread here by chance. Zhao Ziya casually pointed, and the air condensed into invisible bullets that burst forth. Pew pew pew. In an instant, the man-eating vine was riddled with countless invisible air bullets, collapsing to the ground. Green juice flowed everywhere, even staining the barren land green. Just then, the phone in the car rang suddenly. The ringing was shrill, like a banshee's scream, sharp enough to compel an answer. Frantically and anxiously, Zhao Ziya searched for it. Finally, she found the satellite phone tucked under her own buttocks. She hurriedly answered, listening to headquarters instructions. After a moment, her expression darkened. Turn around immediately and rendezvous with the first team. Li Wang was taken aback, annoyed. Turn around? Why? Are the idiots at headquarters out of their minds? We've come this far. Slap. Another fiery red handprint appeared on his right cheek. A real man can be flexible when needed. With Li Wang's command, the entire convoy of the second team turned around to join forces with the first team. Xiangshan City, Yuyuan Province. Following the orders from Science City headquarters, the first team was stationed here. Captain Zhang Shao surveyed his team members and spoke in a deep voice, everyone, listen to my command. Elemental superhumans, immediately fortify defensive positions based on the terrain. Enhancement superhumans, prepare long-range consumable ammunition, at least 3,000 rounds per person. Combat servants, immediately inspect all types of light and heavy weapons for readiness. There must be no oversight. Both the tall woman and the blonde man were quite surprised. Was all this pomp really necessary to deal with a so-called cultivator? Those who knew thought they were dealing with one person. Those who didn't might have thought they were facing an entire army. Chapter 114, What kind of monster is this? The first team had high combat proficiency. At Zhang Shao's command, the superhumans and combat servants swiftly completed their combat preparations. Now, they awaited the arrival of the enemy. Zhang Shao stood on an elevated position, looking toward the south while smoking a cigarette. The blonde man and the tall woman flanked him on either side, both a bit perplexed. The tall woman whispered, Boss, is headquarters being too paranoid? Isn't that cultivator just another superhuman? Do we really need to have our brothers this battle ready? To be honest, our setup here could probably roll over the entire Han country. There aren't many forces that can withstand an assault by so many superhumans and combat servants. The blonde man also grumbled, we've been out catching the zombie empress for nearly a month now. I want to go back and rest. I miss the beauties back in Science City. Zhang Shao responded calmly, I don't understand it either, but this order came directly from the city lord, not from the strategic team at headquarters. Both the blonde man and the tall woman stiffened and then bowed their heads. The city lord. That was just a code name. The real name of the city lord was unknown to anyone. He preferred to be called the city lord rather than chairman, president, or doctor. Since it was an order from the city lord, they were willing to comply, because the city lord had never been wrong. Zhang Shao continued calmly, I know you all want to rest. I want to rest too. The city lord said that after this mission, we could take a month off. Both the tall woman and the blonde man brightened up at this. Finally, a vacation. Cheers. After a moment's disappearance, a superhuman who had been vigilantly scanning the surroundings suddenly pointed to the sky and shouted. There's a green light in the sky. Zhang Shao's eyes sharpened. That's the cultivator. Fire. The satellite phone call from headquarters had made it clear, the high-speed green light in the sky was the cultivator. Bang bang bang. Gun barrels spewed flames, and bullets exceeding 700 meters per second sliced through the air, aimed directly at the green light in the sky. However, all these bullets were stopped by an invisible shield, completely unable to reach the swiftly flying green light. Step aside, let me handle this. A battle servant sneered, promptly retrieving a shoulder-fired rocket launcher. A thunderous explosion resounded. The missile shot forth. The battle servant, brimming with confidence, believed his missile would undoubtedly strike the enemy. Yet, as the missile neared the azure light, merely 200 to 300 meters away, it abruptly detonated mid-air without any warning. Shards of metal scattered in all directions, cascading down with a rustling sound. Stolen content warning, this tale belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences elsewhere. Zhang Shao felt his scalp tighten. What method was that just now? He hadn't even caught a clear glimpse. On the Green Shadow shuttle, Chu Zhuan gazed coldly at this contingent of superhumans. He held no fear of bullets fired from rifles. The Green Shadow shuttle, being a top-grade Foundation establishment magic tool, could easily withstand such low-level thermal weapons. But the rocket launcher's missile, its power evidently surpassed that of rifle bullets. To be cautious, Chu Zhuan released a wisp of spiritual chi, causing the missile to explode mid-air. In that instant, he realized the might of such thermal weapons. They indeed had the potential to damage a magic tool. If subjected to a barrage of missiles, even if he wouldn't perish, several defensive magic tools would shatter. Chu Zhuan summoned the corpse-nurturing tower, releasing 3 streaks of black light. He casually commanded, kill them all. Roar. 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 The roars of Long, Gu, and Bao reverberated thunderously. Like pitch-black projectiles, they descended from the heavens, crashing directly into the fortifications of the first squad of superhumans. Several elemental superhumans and battle servants didn't even have time to react before being crushed into a pulp by the 3 corpses. Their supposedly formidable and sturdy fortifications were obliterated in an instant, reduced to fragments flying everywhere. Dust and smoke completely enveloped the area. Agonized screams echoed intermittently through the haze. It was as if 3 assassins, masters of slaughter, were performing a deadly dance. Fire into the smoke. Zhang Shao made the decision on the spot and yelled out the command. The blonde man and the tall woman, their hearts tightening, immediately joined in shouting the order to fire. Even if there were their own people in the smoke, they had to shoot. Pow. 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 Rifles and machine guns continuously spat out flames. 2 shoulder-fired rocket launchers also launched their missiles abruptly. Boom boom boom. Under such intense firepower, a normal human body would have been torn to shreds. Moments later, the barrels of the combat servants' guns glowed red-hot, forcing them to pause firing. The situation fell into an eerie silence. Then, from within the dust, a chilling chewing sound emerged. Crunch, crunch. It sounded like flesh being ripped from the bone. Or like bones being crunched and their marrow sucked out. Not dead. Zhang Shao, the blonde man, and the tall woman all tensed, their eyes snapping to that area. Zhang Shao was particularly shocked. He had already learned from headquarters about the cultivator's abilities. One was controlling zombies. The other was manipulating fire. But zombies could not possibly jump down from nearly 100 meters high and remain unharmed. Nor could they withstand such a concentrated barrage of firepower. What kind of monster is this? Zhang Shao muttered to himself. Boom. 3 towering, dark figures burst out of the smoke like 3 unstoppable bulls charging wildly. The combat servants widened their eyes in horror. They didn't even have a chance to react before they were smashed into pulp. Compared to them, the superhumans had slightly stronger bodies. They weren't smashed into pulp, but rather into 7 or 8 pieces of limbs and fragments. In the blink of an eye, another 5 or 6 superhumans were killed. The combat servants were completely wiped out. Zhang Shao fixed his gaze. The leading, exceptionally robust zombie bore only a few scorch marks. Some rifle bullets, twisted and deformed, were lodged within its muscles and bones. This terrifying creature's flesh was harder than steel. Zhang Shao watched as the hulking zombie lunged at the blonde man. From the zombie's grim and ferocious mouth emerged a harsh and guttural syllable, die. The blonde man, an enhanced superhuman, had reinforced his legs. Seeing the dire situation, he immediately activated his Genetic power, further strengthening his legs. In an instant, they swelled several times larger. He kicked the ground forcefully, preparing to dart away. At this critical moment, a piercing screech suddenly swept across the entire area. Everyone who heard it felt as if their brains had been struck by a massive hammer, leaving them momentarily blank. Even Zhang, a level 6 superhuman, felt dizzy and almost lost his balance. The screech also affected the blonde man. Just as he was about to dash away, his movement abruptly halted. In those few fleeting seconds, the hulking zombie's fist, as large as a sandbag, smashed his skull. Blood and brain matter, mixed with shattered bone fragments, spurted out, flying far away. A large portion of his shattered brain was also flung out, only to be swiftly devoured by an agile zombie before it even hit the ground. A woman's scream rang out from the right. Zhang Shao looked intently. His most capable subordinate, the tall woman, had her head crushed by the screeching zombie. Dead. All dead. Zhang Shao murmured. Chapter 115, Let me see what you've got. Zhang Shao was somewhat distracted. As a level 6 superhuman, he had never been in such a dire and life-threatening situation before. But level 6 superhumans were supposed to be at the pinnacle among superhumans. They were the ones standing atop the pyramid. Why, then, were there such terrifying zombies? Jumping down from over 100 meters high. Remaining unscathed under a dense barrage of firepower. Blasting the head of a level 5 superhuman with a single punch. Such terrifying zombies, a total of 3 of them. Even more frightening was that mysterious cultivator remained suspended in midair without joining the battle. If the cultivator could control such terrifying zombie war machines, how powerful must they be themselves? Thinking of this, Zhang Shao's heart was overshadowed by a vast shadow. His usual aggressive and dominant aura, which usually knew no bounds, had disappeared without a trace. Now he understood. What level 6 superhuman? In the eyes of that cultivator, he was nothing more than an ant, a speck of dust. Roar. The burly zombie charged forward. Just a plain, unadorned, and unpretentious fist. Zhang Shao was somewhat dazed. But his experienced body instinctively reacted. His arms suddenly blocked in front of him. Hardened bones rapidly grew out, forming thick bone armor. His ability was to control his own bones. He could grow bone claws like Wolverine, or form bone shields and armor to protect himself. That's why he consumed large amounts of food every day, converting it into nutrients to grow his bones. Normal people had only 12 pairs of ribs. But he had a whopping 20 pairs. In addition, extra bones had grown in the additional space of his chest and abdomen. Normally, they were hardly used. But in combat, these bones became lethal weapons. Zhang Shao had tested it before. By fully utilizing his stored bones, he could withstand the continuous bombardment of 3 single-soldier rocket launcher rounds. This was his trump card. Even though his will was shaken due to the enormous disparity in strength, he still wanted to test his trump card against the opponent. Come on, let me see what you've got. Zhang Shao took a deep breath and roared. However, before he could finish his sentence, the thick bone armor was shattered by the fist the size of a sandbag. Along with it, his head was pulverized. Bone fragments and shards flew everywhere, comparable to shrapnel from a grenade, deeply embedding into the ground and surrounding buildings. Who lifted Zhang Shao's headless body with one hand, emitting a deafening zombie roar. This sound was filled with the dominance of a superior over inferiors. Every surviving superhuman, regardless of what they were doing, clutched their heads and fell to the ground in terror. The author's content has been appropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. Those who had lost their will to fight were quickly dispatched either by long crushing their skulls or bow piercing their hearts. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield was devoid of life, leaving only rubble and scattered limbs and fragments, as if narrating the tale of a one-sided slaughter that had occurred here. Chujuan casually summoned back Long, Du, Bao and the corpses to the corpse tower. He did not pause for even a moment and continued northward. The bodies of these superhumans and combat servants contained energy far inferior to that of cultivators. Furthermore, the genetic cores within the superhumans had already been consumed by Long, Du, and Bao, so there was no need to collect them. The most shocked at this moment was He Shengliang, standing on the green shadow shuttle. From a high vantage point and as a bystander, he had a clear view of the entire battle. Ordinary superhumans and combat servants crumbled like fragile paper at the slightest touch. 2 level 5 superhumans were as weak as tofu. Even the captain of the first team, a level 6 superhuman known for his formidable defense, was as vulnerable as a watermelon, bursting apart with a single punch. Such a well-equipped team was easily torn to shreds by the 3 zombies under the Immortal's command. It was terrifying. After a brief shock, Joy rose on He Shengliang's face. That's right. He had made the right choice. He should indeed enlist this immortal. Only he had the power to annihilate Science City. Over an hour had passed. Chu Zhuan piloted the Green Shadow Shuttle, already hovering above the headquarters of the Science City located in Yanjing City of the Yuyuan Province. The Green Shadow Shuttle, a top-tier flying magic tool, could traverse 1,000 li in a single hour, consuming merely a small spiritual stone for the distance. The direct distance between East Lake City and Yanjing City on the map was roughly 1,000 kilometers. Flying high above, there were no concerns of traffic jams or speed limits, allowing for a straight and uninterrupted course. Only occasionally, some reckless carnivorous birds attempted to taste Chu Zhuan's metal. As the saying goes, to not return a favor is discourteous. Chu Zhuan, ever so graciously, let Bao taste them instead. Indeed, the journey was swift. The Science City headquarters managed only the most basic response. Even the dispatch teams had not had time to retreat before Chu Zhuan descended like the Grim Reaper. He surveyed the area below. A towering edifice stood there, marked by a massive logo. The words Science City boldly proclaimed its identity. This is the place. This is it. He Shengliang murmured, his eyes moistening at the sight of the familiar building. Originally, Science City had acquired an ancient vessel and planned to conduct human experiments using live subjects. Being an orphan with a severe mental disorder, he naturally became the prime target for Science City. Later, thanks to the help of Ji Shengyu, he managed to escape from the underground research facility of this very building. Facing Chu Zhuan, He Shengliang bowed respectfully. Immortal, the ancient vessel is located in the underground base beneath this building. Very well, you have 1 hour. Chu Zhuan stated calmly, in 1 hour, no one here will be left alive. With a casual wave of his hand, a surge of spiritual chi lifted He Shengliang to the ground. Exterminate them. Chu Zhuan unleashed the tower. At his command, Long, Gu, and Bao corpses, like beasts freed from their cages, charged into the building. You may join in the fun as well. Chu Zhuan said as he brought out the blood beehive. The queen bee had been diligently hatching warrior bees, and the swarm had grown considerably in size. Countless warrior and worker bees streamed into the building through doors and windows. Blood, death, slaughter, and chaos spread like a plague throughout the entire Science City building. Thank you. He Shengliang deeply bowed to Chu Zhuan, seizing the chaotic moment to rush in as well. Chu Zhuan casually took out a set of killing array discs and flags. This formation, known as the Earth Evil Demon Sealing Array, was a high-grade killing formation from the Foundation establishment stage. Comprising 36 flags and a single array disc, Chu Zhuan had acquired them after slaying Guan Feiping and taking them from his storage bag. Despite its name suggesting it sealed demons, in reality, it could kill anything contained within its bounds. Similar formations numbered over a dozen in his collection. With a flick of his wrist, his spiritual sense guided the 36 flags into position around the Science City building. They are embedded into the concrete like nails. Thus, the prototype of the Earth Evil Demon Sealing Array was established. Once he inserted the spiritual stones into the array disc, every living being within the range of the formation would die in agony. Chapter 116, The Origin of Genix. Deep within the underground base of the Science City building, the city's leader, the City Lord, sat intently watching a screen that displayed the Science City building as a veritable hell on earth. His right hand caressed a massive red button, his expression growing feverishly manic. Come forth, come forth. All high-level zombies and supernatural creatures, come to me. He roared, slamming the button down. An ultrasonic wave, inaudible to normal humans, immediately radiated out from the Science City building, rippling towards distant realms. All zombies and supernatural beings that heard this call instinctively converged towards its source. To them, the sound seemed to announce, dinner is served. The City Lord cackled maniacally. Kill, kill. He hissed. Blood and bones will construct its body. Wails and screams will nourish it. It will be the grandest creation of Science City. Oh God, do you see? He shouted upwards. I am about to create a level 8. His laughter echoed until it was abruptly cut off. Bang. The steel door, 20 centimeters thick, was punched through. Another hole followed immediately after. Crack. In the next moment, the steel door was forcibly torn open by a pair of powerful arms. The City Lord's laughter stopped abruptly as he incredulously turned towards the entrance. A tall figure, flanked by 3 robust forms, sauntered in as if strolling in a serene garden. You. Weren't you on the surface? He stammered. How did you appear here so suddenly? The City Lord's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Chu Zhuan, sneaking a few glances at Hu. The 20-centimeter thick iron door had been penetrated with a single punch, as though it were no more substantial than a paper window. Chu Zhuan surveyed the man. He had assumed the City Lord, who even a level 6 superhuman would not dare to challenge, was at least a level 7 or 8 superhuman. It turned out he was merely a level 6. "Are you the city lord?" Chu Juan asked nonchalantly. The city lord took a deep breath and responded solemnly, "Yes, I am the city lord." "Cultivator, may I address you as such?" he ventured. Chu Juan replied indifferently, "A dead man may call me whatever he wishes." The city lord burst into a wild, somewhat demented laugh. "I will die, and so will you," he exclaimed. "We shall all become nourishment for the level 8 supernatural being." Love what you're reading? Discover and support the author on the platform they originally published on. I had planned to kill all the members of the Science City building and transform them into nourishment for the level 8 zombies once my plan succeeded. He continued. "You have actually aided me." Chu Juan tilted his head, observing him with a hint of pity. He calmly suggested, "Take another look at the screen. See how much flesh remains on the ground." Startled, the city lord turned his gaze back to the screen. To his shock, he saw swarms of blood-red bees invading the Science City building. Wherever they passed, all the corpses' flesh vanished, leaving behind only stark white skeletons. Even the flesh that had splattered on the floors, walls, and ceilings during the slaughter was meticulously cleaned, as if licked clean like a yogurt lid. This. The city lord's body swayed, nearly toppling over from the incredulity of it all. The blood bees, functioning like automated cleaning robots, had scrubbed every trace of flesh so thoroughly it defied logic. Taking a deep breath, the city lord pleaded earnestly, "Spare my life, I know where the ancient vessel is." Snap. His head was crushed effortlessly by the ghastly claw of a ghost. The headless body thumped heavily onto the ground. Chu Juan looked at the corpse and pronounced flatly, "I know where it is, no need for you to tell me." There was a profoundly strong genic point within the underground base. It was obvious, even without much thought, that the ancient vessel was located there. Chu Juan strolled leisurely towards it, heading deeper into the underground base. Access was guarded by a password and a secret door, known only to the city lord. Around the door, 2 machine guns were set up, ready to unleash a barrage of bullets should anyone enter the incorrect password. However, they posed no threat to Chu Juan. "Gu, it's all yours," Chu Juan said casually. With a roar, Hu charged forward, braving the streams of bullets from the Gatling guns, twisting their barrels into twisted metal. The sturdy password-protected door was also torn apart by his single hand. Only then did Chu Juan stride in. Soon, he reached the deepest layer of the underground base. There, he beheld the thing, a massive life form assembled from countless limbs. It was hard to describe in human language exactly what it was. If one had to label it. A nightmare amalgam? Chu Juan instantly discerned, at the core of the corpulent entity, a damaged device. This device continuously emitted intense genic energy. It was the presence of these richly vibrant genics that stitched the myriad severed limbs together, preventing them from falling apart. At that moment, perhaps sensing the presence of living beings, the 16 eyes on the corpulent entity simultaneously snapped open. Die. The same word erupted from its 22 mouths. 6 massive hands slammed down violently as if Chu Juan were but a fly that could be swatted dead. Whoosh! A streak of blood suddenly flashed. In an instant, it severed the 6 enormous hands. Blood gushed forth in an instant. Chu Juan felt a pang of heartache. Such a waste of blood. In the next moment, he saw the damaged device suddenly emit genic fluctuations. The wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the 6 hands had regrown. Chu Juan's eyes lit up. An endless supply of flesh and blood? Die. The corpulent entity, momentarily stunned, failed to comprehend how its forceful palms had not crushed the tiny fly. It growled lowly, swinging its arms down once more. This time, Chu Juan took action himself. The evil soul chain shot out, blasting through the arms to reach the damaged device. Then, wrapping around it, he yanked fiercely. A pitiful wail immediately emanated from the corpulent entity. It was as if its root were being ruthlessly pulled outward by Chu Juan. Quite tight. Hueco, use some strength. Chu Juan instructed. Roar. Hueco suddenly appeared and the force of the evil soul chain burst forth. With a snap, the damaged device was directly pulled out. In that instant, the corpulent entity seemed as if its backbone had been extracted, utterly collapsing. The so-called 8th-tier supernatural creature, as described by the city lord, was no match for even a mid-stage demonic beast in Chu Juan's presence. In a flick of his fingers, it was effortlessly slain. Is this the origin of the genics? Chu Juan examined the damaged device, deep in thought. Chapter 117, Ancient Artifact, Primordial Genic. This damaged artifact, jet black and icy cold, had sharp and distinct edges. If it were intact, it would have been a perfect cubic shape. The surface of the artifact was densely covered with mysterious patterns. Looking at it for too long would make one feel dizzy and overwhelmed. Chu Xuan could easily sense that this object was still continuously releasing powerful primordial genetic energy. After these primordial genetics merged with the air, they gradually diluted into ordinary genetics. Primordial genetics subtly transformed everything they touched. When Chu Xuan controlled it with his spiritual sense and floated it in front of him, the primordial genetics even seemed to want to transform him. However, once primordial genetics and spiritual chi encountered each other, they immediately regarded each other as mortal enemies. In the blink of an eye, primordial genetics and spiritual chi formed into two great dragons, fiercely clashing and killing each other. They even treated Chu Xuan's body as the battlefield. Chu Xuan couldn't help but frown, but he still patiently watched. Soon, these two vastly different energies determined the winner. Spiritual chi still surpassed primordial genetics by a large margin. The latter had no choice but to withdraw from Chu Xuan's body. It seems that even primordial genetics are weaker than spiritual chi. However, judging from the energy it contains, it's not far behind. Chu Xuan recalled the corpulent entity he had just faced. Compared to spiritual chi, primordial genetics might not match in terms of strength, power, or endurance. But in terms of vitality alone, it was exceptionally robust. It might even surpass spiritual chi in certain aspects. The energy imbued with powerful vitality. It's so incredibly useful. Chu Xuan stroked his chin, revealing a satisfied smile. Corpse puppets, goo insects, spirit plants. Under his command, they all eagerly awaited their daily sustenance. Moreover, there are rumors about a group of demonic cultivators who worship ancient body refining techniques. They don't cultivate chi, build foundations, or form pills, they specialize in tempering their physical bodies. They require massive amounts of meat daily. This meat must contain immense vitality to support their daily consumption for body refinement. Perhaps these primordial genetics could assist me in body refinement as well. Chu Xuan smiled faintly. Cultivators have always been divided into two types, those who refine chi and those who refine their bodies. The latter are also known as body cultivators. However, body cultivators require vast amounts of demonic beast flesh and rare natural treasures. It is no longer the ancient golden age where spiritual herbs were ubiquitous. There are not enough resources to sustain a body cultivator. The resources to sustain one body cultivator could perhaps sustain 7 or 8 chi cultivators. As for slaying demonic beasts to harvest their flesh, that is even more out of the question. Combat brings the risk of injury. Injuries require the consumption of medicinal pills for healing. If one does not use medicinal pills, natural healing requires even more time. Once the cost of combat exceeds the gains, it becomes a loss not worth the effort. Reading on Amazon or a pirate site? This novel is from Royal Road. Support the author by reading it there. Moreover, the pain involved in body refining far exceeds that of chi refining. Over time, body cultivators gradually faded from the annals of history. The mainstream became those who refined chi. Chu Xuan only learned of the existence of body cultivators from casual conversations among cultivators. Initially, he was just listening for the sake of it. Now, it seems he really has the capability to make it a reality. However, I lack a body cultivation technique, so I'll set this aside for now and revisit it if the opportunity arises. Chu Xuan noted this in his mind. Elsewhere, the back door of the Science City building. A young boy helped his elder sister to walk out quickly. At this time, He Shengliang had even more injuries. Being a brain enhancer, he was not very adept at combat. Yet, he had stormed the underground base, found Ji Shengyu among hundreds of cryogenic chambers, and managed to escape with her from the Science City building an hour ago. Ji Shengyu had just recovered from her cryogenic province. Her face was still a bit stiff and her speech was somewhat halting. She managed a weak smile, little Liang. Thank you. You. He Shengliang smiled. The two hobbled along, passing by a flagpole. This is. Ji Shengyu looked puzzled. He Shengliang smiled and said, let's sit here and rest a while. Ji Shengyu nodded, okay. He Shengliang pulled out a bottle of Beijiu and handed it over. Ji Shengyu took a big swig of the liquor, and her body gradually warmed up. She laughed, you really get me. He Shengliang pointed at the Science City building and said calmly, Sister you are a senior researcher at Science City, why didn't you stay there and instead chose to rescue me? Ji Shengyu took another large gulp, then sighed deeply, because I, too, came into contact with primordial genetic and awakened my talents. The city lord used me as one of his subjects for human experimentation. To survive, I had to protect myself. At that time, you were another individual who had awakened talents, only by taking you with me could I have hoped to escape alive. Our previous memories. He Shengliang spoke calmly, I've already figured out that the memories from the psychiatric hospital were fabricated. Ji Shengyu nodded and continued drinking. Sister you, If I were to die, you'd have to keep living well on your own. He Shengliang paused, then suddenly said. Ji Shengyu was startled. What? Are you joking? With your calculating skills, you should be able to predict your own death, right? We've both escaped, so I don't think it's going to be today. Besides, I still need you to help me find booze. He Shengliang chuckled and recounted the events that had happened. Finally, he said, I made a deal with the immortal. I led him to Science City, and he gave me an hour to rescue you from the underground base. Now, you've made it out alive, and I've repaid the favor you did me by saving me back then. It's time for me to end my life. Ji Shengyu's hand, holding the liquor bottle, began to tremble. You. He Shengliang smiled. Though he was physically just a young boy, his smile carried an immense weight of world weariness. If I don't end my life, the immortal will kill both of us, and I know he truly has the means to do it. Sister Yu, I'm just a passerby in your life. Please live well. Tears streamed down Ji Shengyu's eyes. He Shengliang whispered, Sister Yu, may I lie on your lap? Of course. Ji Shengyu sniffled and nodded. The young boy lay on the soft lap of his elder sister, his breathing gradually becoming lighter, and he fell asleep. A cold tear fell onto his cheek. He never woke up again. Above on the green shadow shuttle, Chu Zhuan saw everything unfold. He could tell at a glance that He Shengliang had ingested poison and no longer had any signs of life. He Shengliang had used him to block the pursuers and also leveraged his power to eliminate the nemesis, Science City. He had effectively used him twice. A deal is a deal. This man had to die, there was no question about it. It was just a pity to lose such a clever individual. No matter how intelligent, it is ultimately hard to contend with supreme power. A tide of zombies. Chu Zhuan looked toward the horizon, suddenly noticing a black line appearing. And it wasn't coming from one direction. It was converging from all around. Those flying in the sky and those running on the ground, all were coming. If those swimming in the water could come ashore, they probably would have joined in the excitement. Chapter 118, Too Many Souls, Overflowing. Chu Zhuan suddenly remembered. When he had entered the lowest level of the underground base, an odd sonic wave had swept past. To ordinary people, it was an inaudible ultrasonic wave. But for Chu Zhuan, a cultivator in the late Foundation establishment stage, it was within the range of perceivable sounds. It was just a sound, so he hadn't paid much attention to it. But now he understood. That sound was the City Lord's final killer move. It could attract all the zombies and supernatural creatures in the vicinity. There's a saying, ants can kill an elephant. In the City Lord's estimation, even if Chu Zhuan was an incredibly powerful superhuman, if there were enough zombies and supernatural creatures, they could overwhelm him to death. Chu Zhuan displayed a bizarre smile. How many large blood pearls could this sprawling tide of corpses produce? The Myriad Souls banner would probably be filled to the brim, right? Furthermore, the City Lord had unintentionally given him a great gift. That was the ultrasonic wave attracting the zombies. From now on, he no longer needed to go searching for zombies. Just spread the sound, and a large number of zombies would come knocking at his door. This was simply fantastic. Very good, very good. Coming to Science City was indeed the right decision. Chu Zhuan laughed so hard he could hardly contain himself. Roar, roar, roar. The three corpses of Long, Gu, and Bao had completed their mission and returned to Chu Zhuan's side. A large number of soldier bees and worker bees had also returned to the hive, waiting for Chu Zhuan's next command. Chu Zhuan stood on high ground, overlooking the corpse tide rushing from afar. He immediately pressed a spirit stone into the array plate. The Earth Evil Demon sealing array rippled and was now activated. Chu Zhuan smiled. Now, all we need to do is wait. Wait for them to enter the array. Leading the charge was an advanced zombie standing over 3 meters tall. It had 4 arms, with muscles bulging all over its body. Especially those legs, they were bizarrely jointed backward. With a leap, its reverse-jointed legs acted like springs, propelling it high into the air. In an instant, it had jumped more than 10 meters high. From its appearance and capabilities, this was at least a level 5 zombie. At that moment, the array suddenly concentrated countless potent, mighty flying swords and shot them out. In an instant, this level 5 zombie was sliced into countless pieces of flesh, falling to the ground. The zombies behind it had no idea what had happened up front. They still rushed forward in a frenzy. Time for dinner. Time for dinner. Those who lagged behind would miss out on their meal. These reverse-jointed zombies entering the Earth Evil Demon sealing array liked to leap high into the air. Suspended with nowhere to leverage in midair, they naturally became live targets for the flying swords. Just like their leader, they all ended up as piles of minced meat on the ground. Then, more and more zombies and supernatural creatures rushed in. The flying swords hummed non-stop. Where they passed, only limbs and shattered bodies fell in droves. You could be reading stolen content. Head to the original site for the genuine story. Chu Juan took out the Myriad Souls banner. With a gesture of his hand, a vast number of souls began to stream continuously towards the Myriad Souls banner. Chu Juan mused, the rate at which these souls are replenishing is absurdly fast. He estimated that once this horde of zombies was entirely vanquished, the souls within the Myriad Souls banner might overflow. This banner was merely a high-quality magic tool, not one of those legendary magical treasures possessing a spirit, otherwise, it would certainly have screamed in panic. Too many. Stop coming in. It's going to overflow. The carnage lasted for over 3 hours. Aside from a few intelligent high-level zombies and supernatural creatures that sensed danger and fled, the rest fell into the array. Now, the grounds around the Science City building were finely layered with several strata of flesh and blood. All this flesh and blood should be enough to produce plenty of blood honey. He mused. The queen bee's level might catch up immediately, and perhaps even unlock more types of blood bees. Chu Juan's thoughts stirred. He commanded the queen bee to deploy a large number of worker bees. Blood honey was far superior to blood pearls. His own blood transmutation technique was somewhat crude. In the future, he planned to let the blood bees handle such delicate tasks. Was it laziness? No. It was more about allowing the blood bees to gain experience. That way, they could become key pillars under his command in the future. The worker bees were highly efficient. In no time at all, they had cleaned up all the minced flesh that had fallen to the ground. Of course, the corpulent entity from the deepest part of the underground base was not overlooked. In time, all this flesh would be transformed into blood honey. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Juan swept up all the research materials from Science City, leaving nothing behind. He then set the last fire, burning down the towering building. At that moment, Chu Juan suddenly saw a burst of rainbow-colored radiance rising in the sky. Following this were divine beasts like dragons, phoenixes, and kylons, each appearing one by one. Then, various phenomena such as the sun and moon soaring through the sky unfolded. Chu Juan's eyes lit up. Here it comes. It's coming with signs and wonders. Merit. Here is merit again. Suddenly, behind Chu Juan's head, a three-tiered merit golden wheel emerged. The merit golden wheel, rotating silently like a lotus platform, was like a Buddha, a sage. The magnificent golden light was so intense it was blinding. Like a miniature sun. The merit golden wheel could enhance the power of merit-based spells. Accumulating layers on a merit golden wheel is extremely challenging, and it becomes increasingly difficult with each additional layer. For context, even Yuan Hong, the current abbot of the Golden Dragon Temple, only possessed 2 layers of the merit golden wheel. Previously, Chu Juan had only 1 layer. But today, after eradicating a horde of tens of thousands of zombies, he impressively gained 3 layers. Chu Juan muttered, these hollow phenomena are alright, but can we discuss adding more cleansing soul golden rain? He looked up at the sky and clicked his tongue. Whoosh! Torrential rain poured down. Golden rain covered Chu Juan from head to toe. Those who knew thought it was raining. Those who didn't might have thought it was hail. Truly magnificent. Chu Juan gave a thumbs up, immediately absorbing this precious cleansing soul golden rain. His spiritual soul once again strengthened significantly. The total amount of cleansing soul golden rain this time far exceeded the last. Until the raindrops completely disappeared, Chu Juan suddenly realized that his spiritual soul had actually doubled in strength. Forget about being a Foundation Establishment 7th layer cultivator, even a 9th layer cultivator couldn't compare to him. Of course, such spiritual soul's strength still couldn't compare to a Golden Core cultivator. The transition from Foundation Establishment to Golden Core was a complete leap in life level. All aspects would skyrocket. In addition, he felt that his innate comprehension had also increased. His thoughts were clearer. His speed in pondering any problem had become faster. My spiritual soul has doubled, which means I can control more magic tools simultaneously and raise their number again. Chu Juan was overjoyed. The 3 corpse puppets, Long, Hu, and Bao, had now become corpse generals, their levels almost matching his. Hu's level was particularly high, even surpassing Chu Juan by 1 level, reaching the 8th level corpse general. The higher the level, the more spiritual soul he needed to control them. Not to mention, Chu Juan still needed to focus on controlling magic tools. With his spiritual soul now doubled, his pressure had been significantly reduced. However, he had no intention of increasing the number of corpse generals further. 3 corpse generals were sufficient. At most, he would refine more corpse puppets like the purifying corpse to manage the far more guard various arrays. Even the land here has been influenced by the cleansing soul golden rain. Chu Juan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He glanced at this oil faintly shimmering with golden light. After a moment of consideration, he casually took out a flying sword magic tool and began digging right then and there. Chapter 119, Conquer the zombie empress. The soil teemed with bacteria, microorganisms, and small creatures like earthworms and insects. It was possible that some of these life forms, influenced by the cleansing soul rain, might gain intelligence. Should any of these creatures become sentient and wreak havoc, such evil deeds would likely bring retribution upon Chu Juan. He had no desire for the hard-earned merits he had accumulated to be squandered in an instant. Thus, he decided to dig out the matter directly, ensuring everything remained within his control. This way, there would be no further complications. After completing this task, Chu Juan retrieved the 3 corpses and blood bees, stepped onto the green shadow shuttle, and departed. Ji Shengyu gazed at the distant azure light in the sky, her eyes filled with awe. She had witnessed everything firsthand. The terrifying tide of zombies had surged from all directions, yet it was as if they had charged into a perpetually grinding meat grinder. The powerful high-level zombies and supernatural creatures seemed no different from chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep in the eyes of that immortal. She had also witnessed various miraculous phenomena, the 7-colored auspicious clouds, mythical beasts appearing, the golden wheel of merit, and the golden rain. All these seemed to honor that immortal as if even the world itself acknowledged his achievements. Ji Shengyu looked down at He Shengliang, gradually growing cold in her arms, and spoke calmly, "Little Liang, rest assured, I won't do anything foolish. I will live well. The Science City has fallen, but I know there are people above the city lord. I will find them." She gazed at the blazing building, the flames reflecting in her eyes. "I will burn the filth of this world to ashes." The Science City, dominant in the northern region of the Han country, abruptly vanished within a day. This news struck many survivors like a tempest. The Science City was notorious for capturing survivors for human experiments. Many survivors were terrified of it. But now, with the Science City gone, and no cunning and terrifying zombie empress, a vast power vacuum emerged in the northern Han country. Various small factions led by supernaturals began vying for territory and population once again. The conflict was ever present, never ending. As for the second team of the Science City, which led by Zhao Zai and Li Wang, many said they had left, but no one knew their whereabouts. All the external chaos was irrelevant to Chu Juan. On his previous journey north, Chu Juan had effortlessly eliminated the first team of the Science City and brought back the zombie empress. Hence, he had already begun establishing a second farm. Long, Hu, and Bao smashed everything violently, removing the massive ruins. Soon, a new, flat, and spacious farm was born. This content has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. Chu Juan selected a prime spot at the farm center, dug a large pit, and threw the zombie empress into it. The zombie empress roared and immediately tried to attack. Hu stood faithfully by Chu Juan's side. Seeing the situation, he went up and slapped the zombie empress's head. With a loud smack, the zombie empress's head almost spun around. The zombie empress was instantly stunned. "I am a powerful zombie about to evolve into level 6. And I can also tame lower-level zombies for my own use. What kind of zombie is this in front of me? How can it hit me?" After some thought, the zombie empress decided to snarl again and release its genic power in an attempt to control Hu. Smack. Another slap. Humphrey. Hu was somewhat annoyed. Besides the master, there was another creature trying to possess him. "You're dreaming." The zombie empress's cheekbones swelled up high. This time it understood. It really couldn't command this stupid, big, and strong zombie. "Do you see that zombie matriarch over there?" Chu Juan pointed to the nearby farm where the zombie matriarch diligently produced small flesh sacks. The zombie empress was puzzled. "Isn't that my offspring? How did it end up here? As long as you produce flesh sacks every day like her, you'll stay alive. If you don't obey, you'll die." Upon hearing this, the zombie empress snarled again. "I'm the lord of the zombies in the northern part of the country. How can I be a production machine?" Chu Juan took out a blood bead and flicked it into the zombie empress's mouth. The zombie empress's eyes rolled back instantly. "Just a slave, huh? Fine, I'll do it." Soon, this new farm also settled into a routine. A large number of flesh sacks were produced, and under the diligent work of the purifying corpse, various spirit plants were planted. In addition to flesh-eating spirit plants, there were also some that absorbed spiritual chi. The purifying corpse managed these spirit plants well. Interestingly, a competitive relationship seemed to emerge between the zombie matriarch and the zombie empress. Chu Juan noticed that since the establishment of the second farm, the zombie matriarch had ramped up its production of flesh sacks. Stimulated by some unknown factor, the zombie empress also rapidly increased its production. However, due to their equal levels, their production speeds remain neck and neck. Chu Juan was pleased with the development. When workers compete with each other, the capitalist is most delighted. On the rooftop of the hotel, Chujuan set up a large fish tank. Inside the tank were the soils soaked with cleansing soul golden rain. Currently, there seemed to be no movement in the soil. Chujuan reclined in his chair, casually tossing around the cube that constantly emitted primordial genic energy. Since this thing releases primordial genic, it looks like a cube. Let's call it genic cube. Now, where should I place it? Curious about its potential, Chujuan grabbed a piece of zombie flesh and pushed the genic cube into it. In the blink of an eye, the zombie flesh began to expand. In less than 10 minutes, the piece of flesh had swollen into a large cube more than a person's height and continued to show signs of further expansion. Awesome. Chujuan's spirits lifted. His insects, which purely favored meat, and with rising levels, their appetite only increased. Moreover, with a hive requiring a massive daily supply of flesh, the genic cube could be a solution for meat production. As Chujuan contemplated, Gang's eye appeared in his palm, immediately attracted by the scent of the meat. Without waiting for Chujuan's command, it plunged into the meat block like a javelin, transmitting a feeling of immense joy back to him. It was like a rat that had found its way into a rice store. Clearly, Gang's eye enjoyed this meat block. Deciding to test further, Chujuan placed his other Gu, Bei and Lan, on it, and also let the 3 corpse generals, Long, Gu, and Bao, try it. After a moment, Chujuan concluded that both the corpse puppets and the Gu insects could eat this meat block, but the Gu insects particularly loved it. The 3 corpse generals only ate a few pieces before stopping, probably preferring the taste of living humans. Nonetheless, this was a great outcome. Chujuan no longer had to worry about food sources for his Gu insects. To them, this high-quality, nutritious meat block was clearly much more appetizing than the dry, withered zombie flesh. Chapter 120, Foundation Establishment 8th Layer, Return to Mystic Azure Realm. A month later, Chujuan emerged from his meditation upon receiving a message from the Queen Bee. Since transforming the hive into his life-bound magic tool, the Queen Bee had naturally become his life-bound Gu insect. However, it seldom initiated contact with him. This time, it was the mature blood honey that prompted her message. How did it mature faster than I expected? Chujuan wondered as he fetched the hive. The Queen Bee's transmitted thoughts clarified everything. It was all due to the high-nutrient meat blocks. The constant supply of these blocks not only sustained the hive and the Queen Bee but also enabled the unlocking of a new type of blood bee, the poison bee. Moreover, there was a significant surplus, enough to provide Chujuan with a steady supply. Buzzing sounds filled the air as a group of worker bees approached Chujuan, carrying cups made of beeswax. The cups were filled with a viscous, blood-red liquid blood honey. A sniff of its intoxicatingly sweet fragrance invigorated Chujuan, prompting him to lift a beeswax cup and drink it all at once. He immediately refined the blood honey with his spiritual chi. Moments later, he opened his eyes in astonishment. The energy density of the blood honey was incredibly high. A small cup of it was equivalent to 5 large blood pearls. From now on, his cultivation could entirely rely on blood honey instead of blood pearls. Good job. Chujuan praised generously. The Queen Bee, slightly embarrassed by the compliment, quickly returned to the hive. Chujuan continued to meditate within the soul-capturing evil and nurturing array, refining both the yin evil chi and blood honey. His cultivation level was advancing at a slow but steady pace. 2 years blinked by. The Black Blade had grown into a vast force spanning the eastern and northern regions. It now controlled a communication satellite and its corresponding ground station, effectively ensuring that every level 3 superhuman had a satellite phone. Consequently, their intelligence network was incredibly developed. However, Wang Gangjian and others always adhered to the rules set by the immortals. Their task was to gather intelligence, not to vie for dominance. Thus, Wang Gangjian strictly vetted new members. Those seeking to join Black Blade for personal gain, regardless of their genic level, were invariably turned away. Under such a stringent organizational structure, the situation in the eastern and northern parts of Han was extremely stable. In Two Dragon City, within the soul-capturing evil nurturing array, Chujuan continued to meditate. His aura had reached the peak of his current stage, like a reservoir brimming with water, just waiting for the moment to break free from its confines. Chujuan, having now advanced to the 8th layer of foundation establishment, considered the situation back at Mystic Azure Realm. It had been almost 5 months since his departure, and he speculated that things might have settled down a bit. You could be reading stolen content. Head to the original site for the genuine story. Let's go back and see if it's safe. If not, I can always return. Chujuan thought. He had several critical needs that only Mystic Azure Realm could satisfy, especially concerning the core condensation technique and body refining methods. The Thunder Falcon core condensation method given to him by Wan Wuang was only a mid-grade foundation establishment technique. If he had a chance to obtain a superior method, he would certainly seize it. In the northern part of Wu Province, within a secluded mountain range, Chujuan materialized from his simple cave abode. His first action was to inspect the cave for any signs of disturbance. Finding none, he was relieved. Next, Chujuan activated his turtle breath technique to conceal his cultivation level, reverting it to the initial stages of chi refining. He then changed his appearance using a transformation technique to resemble an ordinary male cultivator. Blending into a crowd, he would be as inconspicuous as a drop in the ocean. Having prepared himself, he quietly left the area and headed south, searching for a nearby cultivator's market. Along the way, Chujuan noted several former outposts of the Heavenly Seal sect, now all reduced to ruins. These ruins were deserted except for some chi-refining stage demonic beasts that had claimed the territory. After some time, Chujuan finally spotted a market town nestled by a mountain and a lake in the distance. He stowed away his green shadow shuttle and pulled out an old, crooked low-grade flying sword he hadn't used in a long while, leisurely approaching the market. Above the market entrance hung a sign with gilded characters, Golden Lake Market, named after the nearby Golden Lake known for its 8 types of spiritual fish. Previously, there had been a Heavenly Seal sect outpost here called Golden Lake Hall, but it was clearly gone now. At the entrance of the market stood a cultivator in a deep blue Taoist robe, seemingly at the mid-chi refining stage. He stopped Chujuan and casually mentioned, entering Golden Lake Market requires a fee of 2 small spiritual stones. This fee allows you to stay for 1 day. Chujuan frowned slightly as he observed the practices of Golden Lake Market. It was unusual for markets to charge an entrance fee, and even more so to restrict the duration of stay. However, not wanting to draw attention to himself, he handed over the 2 small spiritual stones and entered Golden Lake Market without protest. Inside, Chujuan immediately noticed that the cultivators rarely walked in the middle of the road. Instead, they cautiously moved along the sides. The center was patrolled by a group of cultivators in deep blue Taoist robes, who scrutinized everyone passing by. Their gaze was ever watchful, especially on female cultivators who were inspected under the pretext of being Heavenly Seal spies, sometimes accompanied by flirtation. Moreover, these cultivators were keen to pounce on anyone who seemed like a lucrative target, employing various means to exploit them. Chujuan was here solely to gather information and to avoid drawing attention. He mimicked the behavior of other wandering cultivators, walking unobtrusively along the sides of the road. His current appearance, deliberately made plain and unremarkable, allowed him to blend in seamlessly, escaping the notice of the patrolling cultivators. Chujuan adopted the same strategy as before. He didn't buy anything, touch anything, just strolled around. The cultivation levels of the cultivators within the market weren't particularly high. He hadn't even spotted a single Foundation Establishment cultivator. Being at the 8th layer of Foundation Establishment himself, his spiritual perception was strong enough to effortlessly eavesdrop on conversations among the other cultivators. In just 1 day, he gleaned a clear understanding of the events of the past 5 months. The Heaven-Burning sect had indeed been plotting for a long time. They had moved northward, sweeping through most regions of Wu Province and Jin Province. The remnants of the Heavenly Seal sect had managed to escape to remote mountain valleys, barely clinging to survival. Currently, the Heaven-Burning sect was consolidating its power, preparing for further northward expansion to attack the Imperial Spirit Mountain and Mystical Sound Palace. Meanwhile, the underground ruins in the Misty Mountains still emitted a sinister aura, with no one having escaped from them. The 5 major sects of Wu Province were now in dire straits, critically weakened and vulnerable. The Heaven-Burning sect had clearly seized this opportunity. The territories of Wu Province and Jin Province were now under the control of various cultivation families aligned with the Heaven-Burning sect, including the Sichua family that controlled Golden Lake Market. The cultivators in deep blue Taoist robes, arrogant and high-handed, were disciples of the Sichu family. Chapter 121, Honored to Serve Seniors. The Sichu clan was one of the Foundation Establishment clans under the banner of the Heaven-Burning sect. A Foundation Establishment clan, as the name suggests, always had Foundation Establishment cultivators presiding over it. Should a day come when there were no Foundation Establishment cultivators, they would be demoted to a chi refining clan. Conversely, successfully condensing a golden core would elevate them to a golden core clan. Chujuan found it somewhat surprising that the Sichu clan had once been a golden core clan. However, over time, their talent had dwindled, and 300 years ago, they had already degraded into a Foundation Establishment clan. Even though the Sichu clan was no longer a golden core clan, they still possessed the arrogance and haughtiness to justify their position as the rulers of this land. Most of the cultivators in the Golden Lake Market were from the Yu Kingdom. With the Heavenly Seal sect gone, those roaming cultivators and minor sect cultivators had no choice but to rely on the Heaven-Burning sect. As a foundational clan under the Heaven-Burning sect, the Sichu clan naturally stood above them. The former Golden Core clan must have had profound foundations. Perhaps they possessed the condensation core technique and body refining arts that I seek. However, They are unlikely to willingly hand over their treasures to me. I will have to take matters into my own hands. Chu Juan sighed lightly. If the Sichu clan were willing to offer up their treasures voluntarily, why increase the cycle of killing unnecessarily? But before taking action, I must first investigate the strength and foundations of the Sichu clan. I cannot afford to waste time and spiritual chi on a fruitless endeavor. My time is precious. Chu Juan continued to stroll through the Golden Lake Market. The stall set up by chi refining cultivators naturally did not catch his eye. However, he still bought some spirit plant seeds as supplements. Afterward, Chu Juan left the Golden Lake Market. There was too little intelligence to be gained from this market. He needed to go to larger markets where foundation establishment cultivators frequented. However, not long after Chu Juan left the Golden Lake Market, he sensed someone tracking him. Interesting, I've actually been targeted by a bandit cultivator. Chu Juan couldn't help but smile. A bandit cultivator, one who lived by robbery, was also a demonic cultivator. And yet, this great demonic cultivator of mine has been seen as a fat target by a little demonic cultivator. Chu Juan continued on his way, unhurried, until he arrived at a secluded grove of trees, where he finally stopped. A cold chuckle came from behind him. So this is the burial ground you've chosen for yourself. It's quite secluded. Chu Juan turned towards the sound and saw a middle-aged cultivator with a lean figure. The man's face showed a ferocious gleam, clearly regarding Chu Juan as a lamb to be slaughtered. Chu Juan smiled faintly. You intend to rob me? The bandit cultivator chuckled. I've been searching for targets for several days, and among them, you caught my eye the most. You bought spirit plant seeds. It seems you're a farmer. I've killed plenty of farmers. Hey, these cultivators are timid and weak, with low strength. Even if the loot is meager, it's still meat on the bone. Mosquito meat is meat after all. Hey, don't struggle in vain. I'm at the 5th level of chi refining, you can't possibly be my match. If you discover this narrative on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation. Chu Juan clicked his tongue in amusement. It seemed that in the future, he mustn't appear too ordinary, lest he attract the attention of bandit cultivators. He raised his hand, and with a swift motion, pinched a plump little insect between his fingers. The insect's sharp mouth parts writhed as if capable of devouring everything. With a soft pop, Chu Juan exerted a slight pressure and burst the little bug. Spiritual chi enveloped his palm, preventing any of the insect's fluids from touching him. He chuckled lightly. Is this your tactic? A brain-eating bug? The bandit cultivator's face paled, and he immediately turned to flee. His secretly released brain-eating bug had been effortlessly caught by the other's bare hand. He had robbed many cultivators before and could easily tell who was strong and who was weak. This man was definitely not as weak as he appeared, a mere early stage of chi refining, likely a much higher stage. However, no sooner had the bandit taken his first step than he collapsed to the ground with a thud, his mouth filled with dirt and weeds. He tried to stand, only to find himself utterly weak and limp, like a strong man who had wandered into a den of female demons and had been thoroughly drained. He instantly realized what had happened. He was poisoned. Footsteps approached. The fat sheep he had eyed was now standing beside him. Chu Juan's eyes flickered with a purple hue as he activated his soul-capturing gaze and began to interrogate. Name: Yanpeng. Level: Chi refining, 6th level. Chu Juan smiled. This fellow had just boasted of being at the 5th level of chi refining, a lie, evidently meant to keep an edge up his sleeve, guarding against his fat sheep also being more than he appeared. Little did this bandit realize, the supposed fat sheep was not in the early stage of chi refining, nor the late stage, but the latter stage of foundation establishment. Chu Juan continued his interrogation, asking about everything except embarrassingly juvenile indiscretions. He eyed the man with keen interest. Impressive, you even have a small group. This person was previously a demonic cultivator from the territories of Imperial Spirit Mountain. During the war between the Heavenly Seal sect and the native sects of Wu Province, he had migrated to Wu Province, hoping to profit from the chaos of the conflict. A few demonic cultivators banded together for warmth, founding a small group known as the Golden Lake Gang near the shores of the lake. They engaged in activities like selling information, ambushing cultivators, acting as enforcers, and performing blood sacrifices of mortals. Recently, some unexplained blood pearls in various markets across Wu Province were traced back to small demonic groups like theirs. They moved like the wind and could easily disperse and reassemble, making it difficult for the Heavenly Seal sect to capture them. Yanpeng, being the highest in cultivation level, had always been the leader of this small group. This made Chu Juan consider Yanpeng's potential utility. Gathering intelligence in disguise himself carried risks. What if he encountered a golden core, especially one who recognized him? Yanpeng, with his intelligence, strength, and control over a small group, was an ideal source of information. Without much ado, Zhuan took out 2 goo worm eggs and activated them with spiritual chi before smacking them into Yanpeng's mouth. By then, the latter was gradually recovering from the effects of the soul-capturing gaze. Moments later, in a panic, Yanpeng looked at Zhuan, continuously kowtowing and pleading, Senior. Senior. Please spare me. It was mere greed that led me to offend you. Consider me as nothing, just let me go. Zhuan smiled, I need someone to serve me, and you seem suitable. Yanpeng paused, then quickly groveled, it's my honor to serve you, Senior. Whatever your command, just instruct. I, Songf, will move heaven and earth to fulfill your tasks, even if it means climbing mountains of blades or descending into seas of fire. Zhuan smirked, you're called Yanpeng. Yanpeng awkwardly laughed, yes, my name is Yanpeng. Oh, look at my poor memory. His eyes darted about as he thought, as long as he could secure a way out, he would agree to anything after all, he could always run, legs were attached to his body. Zhuan chuckled, I've fed you a 5 organs goo. Yanpeng's color drained from his face. As a seasoned demonic cultivator, he was well acquainted with various goo worms. The 5 organs goo is particularly suited for controlling subordinates. Chapter 122, well, that's rather embarrassing. The 5 organs goo swims within the cultivator's organs. Not only does it typically not harm the cultivator, but it also nourishes and strengthens them. However, once the master of the goo remotely activates it, the 5 organs goo will start to devour the organs frenziedly until it has completely consumed the cultivator's innards. The 5 organs goo is exceedingly costly. Were it not for a shortage of funds, Yanpeng himself had planned to use it to firmly control the demonic cultivators of the Golden Lake Gang. To be honest, Yanpeng was somewhat skeptical, wondering if the other party was deceiving him. Zhuan chuckled, don't believe it? Let me have it bite you as a test. He snapped his fingers. Immediately, Yanpeng felt an intense pain inside his body, as if he had been bitten. The pain was so severe that he rolled on the ground, curling up like a red-hot shrimp. Yanpeng cried out in agony, I believe. I believe. He quickly accepted his fate, murmuring, from now on, you are my master. Whatever you want me to do, just command me. Zhuan smiled slightly, my demands are not complex, just gather intelligence for me. The information I most need now is regarding the Sichu family. I want to know the strength and foundations of the Sichu family, and nothing must be omitted. After stating this, Zhuan casually added, don't try to dissolve the 5 organs goo, because besides it, I've also implanted another goo in your brain. I won't say its name, to spare you the constant worry and prevent it from hindering your work. Yanpeng shivered. The other person was no fat sheep. He was a far more terrifying demon. Yanpeng managed a strained smile, Master, rest assured, I will serve you diligently. Zhuan tossed him 3 pieces of a link stone. Crush a piece when you have important intelligence, and I will find you. Yanpeng was full of questions. How would they exchange intelligence? Where would they meet? These details were not specified, but he dared not ask, fearing to irritate his new master. Zhuan waved him off, go now, do your work well, and you'll reap the benefits in the future. Yanpeng's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly, yes. He hurriedly got up and scurried away, clearly motivated. Zhuan, as usual, took several detours to ensure no one was following him before heading north back to his previous cave dwelling. Outside Golden Lake Market, within a small fishing village, 4 demonic cultivators of the Golden Lake Gang convened. Naturally, their leader was the lean middle-aged cultivator, Yanpeng. The other 3 were a stubble-faced man, a glamorous female cultivator, and an old bald man. The stubble-faced man spoke in a deep voice, Boss, why did you suddenly summon us? Is something urgent? Yanpeng cleared his throat and solemnly declared, Brothers, we're about to prosper. Today, I encountered a senior demonic cultivator. He took us under his wing and wants us to work for him. Unauthorized content usage, if you discover this narrative on Amazon, report the violation. He even promised me that once the task is done, advancing to the late chi condensation stage won't be a problem for all of us. If our aptitudes are good enough, we might even glimpse the path to foundation establishment. After hearing this, the stubble-faced man, glamorous female, and old bald man widened their eyes in astonishment. As chi-refining cultivators with average aptitude and no background, they had chosen the path of demonic cultivation. Now, a senior demonic cultivator was willing to mentor them. This was a tremendous opportunity. However, amidst their joy, the 3 immediately grew wary. The glamorous female cultivator spoke seriously, Boss, could this be a deception? Maybe he's using us as fodder. Yeah, demonic cultivators are ruthless. I would know, being one myself. The stubble-faced man muttered disdainfully. The old bald man nodded in agreement. Yanpeng smiled faintly, don't worry. The senior cultivator doesn't intend for us to charge into battle. He just wants us to gather intelligence. Our current focus is on the Sichu family. The three cultivators' eyes lit up. Gathering intelligence was something they excelled at. How about it, are you in? Yanpeng smiled. We're in. The three replied simultaneously. Yanpeng laughed heartily. Good. This determination is what we need. Once this is done, we'll live comfortably without any worries. Yes. I obtained information about the Sichua family through Yanpeng. If the Sichua family is destroyed, it may attract some attention from the heaven-burning sect. There's a chance someone could trace it back to me through Yanpeng. As a precaution, after the task is completed, I should send them to the Temple of Five Organs. Thou should enjoy feasting on live humans. They should have the resolve to selflessly dedicate themselves. If not, I'll help them find it. Chu Zhuan stroked his chin, already planning the rewards for Yanpeng and his group. He hoped they wouldn't be moved to tears by it. Well, that would be rather embarrassing. Chu Zhuan returned to the array to continue his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, Chu Zhuan had been cultivating on Blue Star for 10 months. With his diligent efforts, all his auxiliary cultivation techniques had made significant progress. Turtle Breath Technique reached the 2nd level. Body Protecting Golden Wheel Decree reached the 2nd level. Boiling Blood True Technique, 1st level. Soul Refining Technique, 3rd level. However, his main cultivation technique, the Blood Evil Demon Refining Scripture, progressed slowly. It was still at the 8th level. Chu Zhuan also found a place to stimulate the corpse tide with ultrasonic waves to replenish the blood refining corpse fire. This peaceful life didn't last long. Chu Zhuan's heart stirred as he took out the link stone and noticed a new crack on it. It seems we've obtained important intelligence about the Sichu family. Golden Lake Market. Yanpeng, clad in a light blue Taoist robe, swaggered along the middle of the road behind the Sichua family cultivators. Accompanying him in similar attire were 4 others. The cultivators on either side sneered at their arrogant demeanor. The Sichua family cultivators were notably fewer in number. To manage the various districts and industries, Sichua family cultivators were constantly reassigned, and manpower was becoming scarce. Therefore, they had to recruit local cultivators for their use. Upon learning of this, Yanpeng promptly applied under a false identity. Given his formidable strength, he swiftly passed the scrutiny and became an enforcement cultivator in Golden Lake Market. Leading the enforcement team was Sichu Kui, an elderly woman in the late stage of chi refinement from the Sichu family. Through discreet investigations, Yanpeng discovered that she was fond of alcohol and harbored dissatisfaction towards the main branch of the Sichua family, being from a collateral branch herself. Using alcohol as a pretext, he approached the elder cultivator and won her favor. Taking advantage of her drunken state, he continuously gleaned various information about the Sichua family from her. During this period, he truly uncovered many secrets of the Sichu family. Thus, he promptly crushed a piece of the link stone. However, where was that senior demonic cultivator? Why hadn't they arrived yet? Just as Yanpeng was pondering this, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his internal organs and collapsed on the spot. Sichu Kui, the captain of the enforcement team with her snowy white hair, was alarmed and quickly helped Yanpeng up. Little Pengpeng, what's wrong? Sichu Kui asked with concern. Yanpeng waved his hand. Ms. Kui, I'm fine. It should be due to excessive cultivation. I just need to rest for a while. Sichu Kui breathed a sigh of relief, casually instructed 2 people, and imperiously said, You two, help little Pengpeng back to rest and then return to the team. Yes. Chapter 123, Chu Zhuan's taboo. Moments later, Yanpeng lay in the enforcement team's dwelling. Sichu Kui, utilizing her privileges, had assigned him to a room saturated with dense spiritual qi. The 2 enforcement team members departed together. Shortly thereafter, a voice resonated beside the bed. You are quite astute to have recognized my presence. Yanpeng opened his eyes and immediately saw a nondescript black-robed cultivator standing by the bed, the very senior demonic cultivator. He quickly got out of bed, knelt on one knee, and spoke softly, Yanpeng, at your service, master. The master had the 5 organs goo bite me lightly, so I knew it was you. He paused, then continued with flattery, as for my cleverness, it is merely trivial compared to your profound wisdom. Chu Zhuan waved his hand dismissively. Tell me, what have you found out? Yanpeng relayed the intelligence he had pried from Sichu Kui and the additional information the other 3 from Golden Lake Gang had gathered through different channels. Chu Zhuan's expression turned peculiar. That Sichu Kui, she must be around 70 years old? Yanpeng blushed slightly. Actually, I have a taste for such. Chu Zhuan nodded, showing respect and blessings. He casually tossed a large blood pearl over. Well done. After the task is completed, wait for me in the small grove where we first met. I will grant you more. Yanpeng, holding the larger, purer, and more polished blood pearl, was filled with awe. So large. So pure. Is this the great demon? Indeed, he had chosen the right person to follow. Thinking of the sumptuous life ahead, and reaching the pinnacle of his existence, Yan Peng's whole body trembled uncontrollably. When he regained his senses, the senior demonic cultivator had already vanished without a trace. Elsewhere, Chu Zhuan was already heading south aboard the Green Shadow shuttle. From Yan Peng, he had gathered extensive intelligence on the Sichu family. The Sichu family indeed possessed a superior body cultivation technique. The realm of body cultivation differed from that of qi cultivation. There were no distinctions like qi refining, foundation establishment, or golden core. Instead, it was body cultivation first layer, second layer, third layer. Endless. If one must make a comparison, the first 10 layers of body cultivation were akin to the qi refining stage, and the 11th to 20th layers comparable to the foundation establishment stage. Subsequent realms followed this pattern. The levels of body cultivation techniques were classified into 4 categories: low, medium, high, and top. Unauthorized content usage. If you discover this narrative on Amazon, report the violation. The Sichua family's superior body cultivation technique, known as the giant elephant refining technique, was said to be a fragment of an ancient method. But that was merely hearsay, without factual evidence. Nowadays, with the decline of body cultivation and the prominence of qi cultivation, the giant elephant refining technique was seldom practiced and gradually forgotten. As for the condensation core techniques, the Sichua family did possess one, but it was only a mid-grade technique. Of course, a mid-grade condensation core technique delivered to one's doorstep should not be refused. Chu Zhuan always treated every selflessly devoted individual equitably. Plain City. Disciples from the extreme Yin Cave migrated and established this city among mortals, which has now become one of the largest cities within thousands of miles. A rather ordinary young man walked along the main street of Plain City. Before long, he arrived at a luxurious and imposing mansion. The plaque above the mansion's entrance was emblazoned with one gilded word, Sichu. So this is the Sichu family. Quite magnificent. The young man marveled. He was Chu Zhuan. According to the intelligence obtained by Yan Peng, the Sichua family's main headquarters were located here in Plain City. Initially, Chu Zhuan was somewhat skeptical. He had thought this place was merely a branch. However, after walking around Plain City and hearing discussions about the Sichu family, he learned that the Sichua family had indeed relocated their entire clan to Wu Province Plain City in the Yu Kingdom. It turned out that the Sichua family had been marginalized by other foundation establishment families in Yu Kingdom. Upon learning that the heaven-burning sect had effortlessly conquered Wu Province from Yu Province and half of Jin Province, the Sichua family made a ruthless decision to relocate their entire clan. There were few large cities in Wu Province, and most of the current cities were established by the Heavenly Seal sect after their conquest of Wu Province. Among these cities, Plain City stood out in terms of both size and population. Therefore, the Sichua family selected this place as their headquarters. In other words, the accumulated heritage of a foundation establishment family spanning hundreds of years was now concentrated here. At the main entrance of the Sichua family, there was not only a large gate but also 2 smaller side gates. However, before Chu Zhuan could step forward to enter through the main gate, the side gate immediately swung open. A stretcher covered with white cloth was hurriedly carried out and rushed towards the city outskirts. Chu Zhuan clicked his tongue in wonder. He had already heard about this incident from the people in the city. It was said that the third Miss Sichu of the Sichua family was beautiful and voluptuous but arrogant and tyrannical. She particularly enjoyed forcefully taking handsome young men as her concubines. However, once she discovered that their physical attributes did not match her expectations after a few uses, she would immediately castrate them. If the castration caused the young man to scream in agony, she would personally kill him. As a result, every few days, corpses could be seen being carried out of the Sichua family and dumped into a mass grave outside the city. At first, Chu Zhuan didn't quite believe it. After all, hearing was not the same as seeing. But now, he believed it. Chu Zhuan strode swiftly towards the main gate of the Sichu family. The 2 servants frowned, stepped forward, and attempted to stop Chu Zhuan. Frowning, Chu Zhuan pointed at the 2 of them. You 2 dared to step forth with your left foot first, violating my taboo, prepare to die. With that, the Yin Evil Ghost Claw suddenly struck out, crushing the heads of the 2 servants. Bang! The Yin Evil Demon Claw smashed down ferociously, instantly sending the main gate flying and embedding it forcefully into the screen wall. This sudden, enormous commotion caused all the servants and maids within the Sichua family's courtyard to stare in shock. What's going on? You've disturbed me at a crucial moment, exclaimed a bewitching young girl, clad in scant attire. She stormed out, her long, muscular legs propelling her forward, a blood-dripping sword in her hand. Without a doubt, this was Miss Sichu, the third daughter of the family. Chu Zhuan pointed at Miss Sichu, his brow furrowed, Why did you step out with your right foot first? You two have violated my taboo, you must die. Bang. The evil demon claw struck again. Ms. Sichu's beautiful head was crushed in an instant. Her headless body thudded to the ground. The servants and maids turned pale. This was the family head's most doted upon daughter. Dead, just like that? Ah! Screamed a maid, sprinting away. The other servants and maids also snapped out of their shock and turned to flee. Chu Zhuan shook his head. Loud screaming violates my taboo, you must die. He deployed the blood beehive. A swarm of warrior bees burst forth. Wherever they passed, limbs and bodies were torn asunder. Boom. A flying sword blasted through the screen wall, hurtling straight toward Chu Zhuan. Unfazed, Chu Zhuan let his mystical iron shield materialize, easily blocking the strike. Who are you? Without any grievance, why do you slay my daughter unprovoked? Shouted a refined and handsome middle-aged man, his anger blazing as he pointed at Chu Zhuan. Chu Zhuan deeply frowned, pointing at my nose also violates my taboo, you must die. The evil demon claw struck again. In an instant, it crushed the head of the Sichu family patriarch as well. Chapter 124, Extermination of an entire family. At this moment, a deep and vigorous voice accompanied by footsteps echoed from the main hall. Friend. Who exactly are you? Are you an assassin hired by another clan? Or a demonic cultivator seeking wealth and treasures? If you are an assassin taking a commission, I, Sichu Zhuang, am willing to offer double the reward. If it's spirit stones or treasures you seek, I will offer them without hesitation. I simply ask that you leave immediately. Everything that happened today can be treated as if it never occurred. I pledge a vow of no revenge. Following the voice, Chu Zhuan saw an imposing white-haired old man walking slowly towards him. This person was the ancestor of the Sichu family, a mid-foundation establishment stage cultivator, Sichu Zhuang. Sichu Zhuang could immediately tell that this person was extremely powerful. The phrase "you must die for violating my taboo" was merely rhetoric. Without any hesitation, Sichu Zhuang intended to reconcile with this formidable opponent. In the world of cultivating families, as long as there was a foundation establishment stage elder like him, the family could flourish again in another 20 or 30 years. The deaths of a few young Sichu family members below him were inconsequential. Chu Zhuan was somewhat surprised by Sichu Zhuang's words. He had killed so many members of the Sichu family, yet the other party didn't even bat an eye. Instead, he was offering him spirit stones, treasures, and double the reward, saying that today's events could be forgotten. This wouldn't do. If things remain this calm, how could he continue to kill? Seeing Chu Zhuan's expression, Sichu Zhuang tilted his head, pondered seriously, and then said, "Surrendering without fighting is also violating my taboo, you must die." Sichu Zhuang's expression instantly turned dark. "Are you determined to fight to the death? I truly don't understand why you insist on fighting." As soon as he finished speaking, Sichu Zhuang stomped fiercely on the ground, his body suddenly shooting forward like a cannonball. In midair, spiritual chi condensed into a fiery red giant sword full of high temperature and explosive aura, slashing down aggressively. Immediately after, he infused spiritual chi and simultaneously threw out 3 magic talismans. The 3 talismans instantly burned up, transforming into the souls of 3 demonic beasts, the tiger soul, wolf soul, and boar soul, all attacking Chu Zhuan together. Chu Zhuan reached out and the evil demon claw suddenly appeared. In an instant, it caught the fiery red giant sword that the opponent had fiercely swung. There was a crisp sound. The fiery red giant sword was instantly crushed. Ensure your favorite authors get the support they deserve. Read this novel on the original website. It exploded into countless sparks of flames, dispersing in the air. At the same moment, the souls of the 3 demonic beasts also rushed towards him. Chu Zhuan's waist bore an ancient bell that suddenly trembled with vibrations. Out of nowhere, a vast bell enveloped him, and behind his head, 3 layers of golden wheels of merit rose, slowly turning, framing him as if he were a living Buddha among mortals. The souls of 3 demonic beasts crashed against the surface of the bell of merit, then, under the infinite power of merit, they screamed pitifully as they turned to ash. Sichu Zhuang's face suddenly changed color. The formidable figure before him was clearly a brigand, a thief who plundered and murdered. Why then did he possess 3 layers of the merit wheels in his mind? He had heard that even the abbot Yuan Hong of the Golden Dragon Temple had only 2. Could it be that this marauder was actually a Buddhist monk blessed with immeasurable merit? Impossible. In the instant Sichu Zhuang was struck with shock, Chu Zhuan advanced, closing the distance between them. With a precise strike of his demon claw, he scooped out Sichu Zhuang's spiritual core and seized his storage bag. A simple palm strike then thunderously imprinted on his chest, unleashing an orange-yellow fire that exploded violently. Boom. In just a moment, the flames completely engulfed Sichu Zhuang. He managed only a final scream before his flesh and bones were utterly consumed by the corpse refining blood fire. Using a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator as fuel, the intensity of the corpse refining blood fire increased slightly. Over to you. Chu Xuan instructed the queen bee, then strode purposefully towards the main hall of the Sichu family. Such a cultivator's household would surely possess secret doors, tunnels, and chambers to hide their family treasures. However, after searching up, down, and all around, nearly digging 3 feet into the ground, Chu Xuan found no such chamber. He then slapped his forehead in realization that Si Chu Zhuang, a man clearly of the most selfish sort, must have carried the family treasures on his person. Immediately, Chu Xuan examined Si Chu Zhuang's storage bag. Indeed. Small spiritual stones, medium spiritual stones, magical tools, pills, talismans, formations, cultivation techniques, secret methods, and classic texts treasures piled up like a small mountain, dazzling his eyes. Excellent. Everything's here, I'll look through them at home. Chu Xuan chuckled with satisfaction. Seeing that there was no one left alive in the Sichu household, and nothing of use remained,